The VBox SimPack has been developed to help hone your track driving skills online, using technology developed for the professional motorsport industry. Live delta time and delta speed is provided to the driver, and fully synchronized video and data is logged directly to your PC. The simulator captured video and data can be analysed using our industry-leading Circuit Tools analysis software, just like it would if recorded by one of our professional VBox data logging systems. Circuit Tools will allow you to load multiple sim laps side by side with a range of data channels for comparison. The delta time trace enables you to quickly discover where time is being lost and where time can be gained around a circuit. This provides an immediate insight to where improvements can be made, especially when referenced to the fully synchronized video. These tools can accelerate your driver development towards faster and more consistent lap times, which is key to success in competitive esports. Further detailed analysis can be performed by zooming into the section of data you wish to analyse. Then, using the keyboard controls, Circuit Tools will allow you to step through the data sample by sample whilst the video remains fully synchronised. Whether you are a sim racer, or even a professional racing driver looking to improve your lap times and racecraft online, the VBox SimPack and Circuit Tools data analysis software is the quickest way to go faster.
As well. What a move from the 48. Oh, look at this. And onto the straight they come.
Brilliant move there from the number 40 to make it through. That left-hander sliding up the inside, going up now over Hawthorne Hill, down Pilgrim's Drop, and it's brilliant stuff here at Brands Hatch.
It is time to go racing in the Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone, of course, presented by ButtKicker here on RaceSpotTV, of what will be quite a fun little jaunt around the Silverstone circuit. Of course, the home of British motorsport here in the Northamptonshire-Buckinghamshire border, jumping between counties all day long for 24 long hours of brutal racing. GT3s, GT4s taking to the circuit time and time again. They'll have to navigate their way round in through traffic without causing too many dramas, and that's before we even get into the commentary booth where we will be causing drama. It's myself, Lewis McGlade, it's Dane Baird, alongside of course Iki Beracalo. We're bringing you the broadcast throughout the start portion of this race. Dane, look, we're going to have a little bit of casual banter here. We've got a lot of groups, a lot of teams, all supported by their communities out on the field. It's a bit more fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting event, I think. We've got GT3s, we've got GT4s. They're pretty good in multi-class. There's hopefully not going to be too many shenanigans, but yeah, Silverstone for 24 hours is going to be hectic on the drivers. There's not a lot of rest time in this circuit. It's like quite flat out the whole way through, so it's going to be some good fun.
Yeah, you can see here that the format for the day, we've already completed qualifying. That has been and gone. They're presently in a warm-up before they get through into the race. You can see the level of banter that we're going to get, mostly based on the fact that we've got 4 fast repairs. So that's going to be fairly exciting. And of course, at the bottom there, you can see the prizes. The winning team from each of the classes wins a choice of ButtKicker Gamer Plus or Gamer Pro model, plus the ultimate version of the Haptic Connect software. That is for the victors of each of the class. Bearing in mind, again, there is just the 2 classes, the GT3s and the GT4s. Should be a pretty tough fight because whilst, I would say it's a bit of fun, it's a bit of this, a bit of that, qualifying was pretty tight, Dane.
Yeah, qualifying happened a few minutes before we went live. The driver's just in a warm-up session at the moment, and then we'll get going for the full 24 hours, which you can watch all of it right here on RaceSpotTV. But yeah, qualifying very tight. There's a lot of drivers up near the front and also in the midfield as well that are looking very tasty, which means that hopefully we've got 24 hours of action, and the drivers will be able to keep some company with each other. We don't want drivers all spreading out and driving on their own. We want some racing.
Exactly, yes. 500ths of a second, by the way, separating 1, 2, and 3 in the GT3 category. So that's not too bad, and it should provide some decent racing. Of course, we'll take a look at the starting grid. Alexander Davidson in the WSR Esports ButtKicker car was the one that took pole position alongside Kimura, starting on that front row. And I know they go quite well around Silverstone. I've seen them take victories around here in GT3s in the recent past. Altitude and 89 Esports lock out the second row with 11 tenths Racing and BRT. Taking that 6th position. Andrew Dawson doing the qualifying time, starting about half a second off of the pole time. Dropping down the order to see basically the back end of the top 10 is where we'll see the likes of TSR, Dave Martin behind the wheel of that one. Ram Ranch, love that, in 8th position. Before we get to DCW and Sim Dynamics in the top 10. We'll let the rest of them go through. You can see the likes of Samsoid, Kanan Esports. They'll definitely be ones to keep an eye on, starting just outside the top 10. Plenty of other decent teams back here. You've got another one of the Altitude cars. Obviously, they're starting up in 3rd position, but they're also starting down in 15th position. You've got Prismatic starting from the 18th position. The Sim Racing Collective starting from 17th. Obviously, some of these teams that we're well aware of elsewhere in the world of sim racing. Team Red X, Team Radline, Banter Boys, they'll be starting in 19th position. RD Simsport down in 24th. There are still plenty more, by the way. We've got 30, I think it's 32 in total GT3s. Aztec back here, definitely a team I'm well versed in. Symphony of Pistons in the number 1 car. They're starting in 27th rather position. I can read numbers, don't worry. And Quatermass starting from 29th. United Sim team in 30th. Before we get to the final 2 teams, the MRC Endurance team and Driving Miss Daisy, and hopefully they won't be driving Miss Daisy up the wall. That's one category though, and we've got a second one as well, this one being the GT4's pole position taken by Kieran Sharp in the Sim Racing Collective car. Of course, that one though by quite a handy margin over Connor Clifford in the Kimura Racing, 0.3 of a second. Olympus Esports, before we get to the Dapper Customs Pineapple Racing Club, almost a too long name for our graphic, but that's absolutely fine. DCW and BPR rounding out the top 6 as we can roll our way down and see the other ones. Another one of these Symphony of Pistons cars, this one being the Magenta one, which is taking part in the GT4 category, down in 7th position. Boosted Motorsports Virage, before another one of the Olympus Esports car and Sim Dynamics in the top 10. Once again, we'll let the rest of them filter their way through. As you can see, the Aztec car there in 12th, taking a couple of cars between each of the categories. The final few in the category as well, you've got Team Red X again. They've got a couple of cars between the 2. 4X Racing, they'll be doing very well, by the way, if they can get through the race with just 4X. I certainly would rack up a little bit more than that in this kind of race. And yeah, it's a decent looking grid there, Dane.
Yeah, I think maybe the 4X is in reference to the 4 fast repairs that the teams have. Probably,
they might need it.
Yeah, it's going to be a long race, obviously, 24 hours. So the chances of you not ending up in the pit lane after 24 hours in the GT4 category, especially, you've got all the GT3s, the impatient ones behind you. Obviously, they're going to want to get past, and you're going to have to deal with all of them. There's a lot of them as well. Yeah, you got a very full grid of 26, 27 cars. There's a massive amount of drivers out on the circuit trying to overtake you the whole time. Chances of something going wrong, quite high.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's 49 cars from the front of the grid to the back of the grid, which is a few. It's more than one, which is a great sign. But obviously, with that, it's a 24-hour race, so you've got a few drivers apiece generally within the cars. The only thing that I'd say around here, though, is that the speed differential between a GT3 and a GT4 through quite a bit of this circuit. It's not as high as you think. You know, I get the joy of coming out here to watch the British GT round when they do the 3 hours of Silverstone, and you really do kind of see that navigating traffic around here is kind of a bit of a nightmare, really.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can maybe ride on board with the GT3 once the traffic sort of spreads out a bit and they're kind of making their way through at a bit more reasonable of a pace after a couple of hours or so. We'll take a look on board with the GT3 car maybe and have a look and see what they're looking at. That
pump the brakes on the idea of like what we're going to do in 2 hours time. We got 2 hours before that, mate, and then 2 hours after.
Well, yeah. To be fair, we might not have any GT3s left after 2 hours. We'll see. Maybe it's a catastrophe.
Look, if they're getting through 4 fast repairs in 2 hours, I mean, they're not all our tuner. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. They can keep their noses somewhat clean. The main thing is keeping your nose clean for the start of the race, isn't it?
Yeah, that's obviously the most important thing in any endurance race. That's on a 24-hour race. You want minimal damage at all times, but especially at the start. You've got 24 hours. If the driver behind you wants to make a move up the inside and you think you're quicker than over 24 hours, you have 24 hours to try and get past them. There's no need to make any risky moves and try and make it 3 wide and stuff at the beginning of a 24-hour race. It's just not necessary. And
here's the thing that's slightly countered. You can see them all lining up on the grid. It's kind of not grid, you know what I mean. Out on the backstretch down towards Stowe. We get to start on that straight. We get to start on the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, which is kind of counter to what we normally see from GT3 racing. Normally they're starting with the run into Copse. This time with the run into Abbey, and then obviously around the farm and into like the village and loop section. I'm a little bit nervous about that. I don't know about you.
Oh, and also, obviously you've seen, as we will get started very shortly here, they are going to have exactly 1 corner and maybe, 500 meters to make their way down towards the start-finish. Their tyres and brakes are going to be icy.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a tricky run. Let's put it that way into the first corner. It's not even the first one. It's the third one. So I've played this game a little bit with Ewan a couple of times. What do you think we're going to see? I'm not going to ask you who do you think is going to win because it's a 24-hour race. That's a boring question because honestly it's a guessing game. But I want to know, turn 3, are we going to see chaos or are we going to see calm?
I think we've got to go for chaos. There's a massive grid, 49 cars making it through there. They're not all going to get through clean.
It has to be chaos. Well, there's a couple of Mercs starting on the front row of the grid. WSR Esports ButtKicker starting for the pole position and leading comfortably as we begin the 24 hours here in the ButtKicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. It's nice and tidy at the front. You've got one of the Ferraris taking a little bit of a look on in the background, but it's nice and tidy in the front. No big dramas as we head our way into the village loop section. It is Alexander Davidson leading at the front, working his way through nicely. Are there going to be any big sends? I think we might be a bit wrong here, Dane. It's looking tidy.
Wait for the GT4s, that's all I'm going to say. They haven't made their way through just yet. They're still going through the start-finish area, I think. So making their way through here, yep, absolutely. There's the Aston Martin out in front. But I think the start zone here through the chicane has meant they're all single file, which I wasn't expecting. Here's a big group coming up there for third.
Yeah, I'm almost a little bit disappointed as here we've got a big look down the inside from one of the Porsches in this GT4 camp, but dropping to the rear end, rather the rear end of the field is the 4X pig car, just trying to kind of keep out of the trouble. Back up with our race leader though, and you can see Alexander Davidson leading from the Kimura car, the 2 Mercs going 1 and 2. You've got the Lambo of the Altitude Esports GT3 car that is remaining where it started in this race. In fact, the top 9, there are no switches.
I think there may have been an incident at the beginning of the race in GT4. A single car has lost 12 positions at the start of the race in GT4. The Kimura Racing number 9 machine. Looks like Connor Clifford at the wheel of that one has dropped 12 positions off the start. So that's unfortunate, but making their way through the field and actually gaining some positions back on this first lap. So it doesn't look like there's too much damage on the car, and they should be able to keep going. So I was wrong. I'll put my hands up there. That was probably the cleanest start at Silverstone I think I've ever seen in my life.
I know, it's disappointing, isn't it? Oh, there's a bit of a look though from one of the Ferraris in the background. I think that might have been Leo Garibaldi rather, trying to get down the inside of Ethan Critch, and that is exactly what it was in the 89 motorsports car. That might though open up a little bit of a move from those behind.
Yeah, certainly might. Obviously, right at the beginning of these races, you try and make some moves. You really have to be careful of the cars behind you in some of these areas, because they're going to sneak up and you're going to let them catch up and make some moves. But yeah, obviously that's not quite working out just yet. But still single file, but nobody looking to drop back massively. All the gaps still staying relatively small in the GT3 field, which is what I like to see.
Yeah, the Kimura car running in second position at the moment, Ansel behind the wheel, kind of keeping nice and close to the back end of the WSRE's ButtKicker car of Alexander Davidson, so that's nice and tidy. Like you say, the top grouping are all fairly tight together. Bigger groups are kind of appearing behind the DCW car, where the Samsoy Kanan car is just kind of dropped off the rear. Because they have moved their way up, it's Gibbo in the Sim Dynamics car has actually dropped back a little bit into 12th position after starting inside the top 10. So that's where some of the bigger gaps are forming. But it is what it is.
And it certainly is, and Gibbo obviously a much-loved member of the iRacing community. He's done a great deal for me with his painting. It's made probably one of my favourite liveries on iRacing of all time. So they have actually now decided that they're gonna not use the livery anymore. That one that I showed you a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, very sad, very sad. But we're going to have a look at a replay here of what happened in the GT4 start for Connor Clifford to go from second to 14th, and that is not great.
No, like you say, to be fair, it was kind of like it was 3 wide on the start. I'm not 100% sure as to which was the one on the outside. It might have been the Symphony of Pistons car. Not sure. But either way, it was all a bit messy. Looked like one of my races. But like I say, unfortunately, just kind of in the middle of all of it. But then again, I would say the Kimura car is probably fast enough to work its way back up the order. We know that Connor Clifford's a pretty rapid peddler. As we got some side-by-side here down towards Abbey, this is always a recipe for disaster. Although on this occasion, it is an absolutely inspired move. Trying to get around the outside of going through Abbey from that Lamborghini in the moment, just trying to make its way past as of yet. Joe Newman with the move straight around the outside. It's still going on though, trying to pass the Samsung Kanan car.
So inspired the fact that the drivers behind, I think it was Gibbo, went for exactly the same move, and unfortunately it didn't quite work out for them. But Newman in 10th position now, under pressure, and all big moves coming in from the Mercs behind.
Yeah, again, couple of looks there working their way into the likes of Brooklands, which I will say, by the way, when it comes to it's like a hill I'll die on. The re-layout, obviously the redesign of Silverstone in 2010, it did make Brooklands a much better corner. Yes, it did ruin quite a bit of the same, that's fine. But it did make that corner better. So that's at least some form of victory. As you can see, the Symphony Pistons car works way up. That's way down the order though at the moment. But yeah, Joe Newman, great move. But you can see the gap ahead of that car is now 3.1 whopping seconds. Only 5 minutes into the race. That's probably a little bit concerning for a majority of the GT3 contingent.
Concerning indeed, and just looking at this train of cars now, it's starting to be a bit of a gap in all this battling that they've been doing to the cars in front. They're going to want to try and sort that out and catch back up. Obviously 24 hours is a long time. They've still got 23 hours and 54 minutes of it. But here's Merck looking very feisty indeed, and looks like Samson on the defensive there, not quite getting the inside line. They're going to go side by side through the chicane. Is he going to be able to hang it all the way around the outside as that curve on the exit avoids that nicely? They're still going to be side by side, and eventually Bennington has to back out.
Yeah, oh, big slide and a crash in the background. I think that will be Middleton and Fletcher potentially just having a bit of a moment there. There is Mark Fletcher in the Altitude Esports car. There is Cade Middleton. Not Kate Middleton, don't worry, it's fine. But in the Fury SimSport car, had that big moment and did not pay the price for it. Brutal stuff there going through the final corner. Just kind of got a little bit delayed by the issue from the Sim Racing Collective car that Josh Middleton was going through the final corner. You can see the damage on the rear end of that R8. well, that one might be in the requirement of using a fast repair in the early stages here, Dane. I think there might be a couple. Although, to be fair, it's been fairly smooth sailing for a lot of our drivers on the grid, so they might not have to quite rush through their requirement or the full fast repairs they have.
Yeah, there's still a long time left in this one, but you say damage to the rear end. I think the front end of that outright wasn't looking great either, was it? I think there were bits of the engine poking out of the front of it. So I think that's gonna definitely be a trip down to pit lane. Very unfortunate, obviously nothing wrong, and it's a bystander, and they'll feel even more hard done because the car that ended up having the massive moment got a bit of damage to the door, but kept on going, and they haven't actually lost too much time. So a very unfortunate incident there. But did pretty well to catch it, to be fair.
Yeah, that I mean, you've got to say that's just racing sometimes. You know, you have a moment ahead, you get saved, and then you get dished the bill basically for someone else's error. Here is a look to the inside on the Samsoy car. It is the Sim Racing collective car making its way through, and now up to just about, I think it's just about inside the top. It's actually 11th. I was going to say inside the top 10. It's not inside the top 10. 11th position for Josh Millington then. So Samson dropping back the single one, seeming to struggle a little bit in the early stages. The next one will be that Sim Dynamics car, Gibbo behind the wheel, trying to work its way through in the Merc. The Mercedes does look pretty good around here, and I don't know why I said Mercedes in such a weird way.
There's a lot of stuff that we don't really know why you do it, isn't there?
That is so
There's a
true.
battle going on for third place in GT4 at the moment. It looks like Adam Holloway's just got in front in that 81 machine of Peter Brett in the bright pink Mercedes GT4. Mercedes having double representation here.
Love that little thing. Again, it's one of the things that I know from the Symphony of Pistons, but they absolutely love bright pink. Which, to be fair, it's probably up your street. You do love a bit of a bright pink car, don't you?
My first ever car on iRacing was bright pink, and I've remained that pretty much throughout. I don't think I've driven a car that didn't have pink on it somewhere. On iRacing.
I respect it. I respect it. You know, sometimes you just got to go down the realm of picking something pink. I know Piers Pryor, something I've commentated with quite a bit in real life, and actually has done a fair amount of sim racing in the fairly recent past. His helmet's pink, like bright pink.
He's got pink gloves as well, doesn't he?
I think so. Definitely has a bright pink helmet. That's something that I definitely know about Piers. And he's very good. So again, from the Symphony of Pistons car, again, they're proud of their pink as well, which is to be fair, it does look quite. To give it a British expression, it looks rather dashing.
Ooh, dashing.
Yes.
Dashing. Okay.
Right.
Is it going to be dashing back into third place anytime soon? Don't think so. It's dropping back a bit. There we go. Way.
That's some excellent commentary. There is going to be a move dashing in the background. I can't do it quite as well. I don't know how to commentate. It's fine. But you've got one of the cases for fifth position. I believe it's Callum Jenkins against Mikey Pollard, having a little bit of a battle in the rear end. And again, just nothing too major in it. I will say that the top two in this category, they are fairly close. Kieran Sharp and Daniel essentially, they're fairly close, but there is no moves. I will say the rear end of that Porsche in second position is, at least from the angle that I've seen, horrendous.
Yeah, it's this. Look up the order in GT4. First and second, 7/10 per second. Kieran Sharp doing quite nicely there, trying to extend the gap, but essentially still hanging on. I think that's just about in the draft. What is going on here? That's a lot of cars in the loop going through Aintree now, making their way onto the middle straight of the circuit, Wellington Straight. You were saying earlier about Brooklands, Lewis. It's my favourite corner on the circuit now. I think it's the best corner on the track.
Oh, by a long way. The run into it, you can actually do like quite a bit with it. Unfortunately, the prize is that you do have to navigate Village in the loop, which is terrible. I don't necessarily mind Abbey and the farm curve. It's like it's kind of a fairly nothing corner. You have to kind of battle them a little bit in these GT3s, but the Village in the loop is a crime. But at least, again, they've made up for it with Brooklyn, so there is that. Ooh, we've had an issue here in the pit lane. We've got one of the GT4s, the Dapper Customs Pineapple Racing Club. I'm so disappointed because they've got such a great name. Ben Cooper into the pit lane. Big shame. By the way, there has been a switch for third position in the GT3 category, or rather it might have actually been, I think it's a hold position or maybe a return position. They did switch a little bit. Did the Altitude Esports GT3 Silver car and the 89 Motorsports car. So they have switched just a touch, but they actually remain in the positions they qualified in originally in this race. So as much as I'm making a big deal out of it, there's no big deal here, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
So we'll see the Audis. The Audi's not getting a lot of love recently in iRacing GT3 category, but it's good to see we've got quite a few of them out on the circuit. Now, most drivers ended up going for the Lamborghini recently. It's a very similar car. I mean, some would say it's the same car, but pretty much the same car. But the Audi getting a bit of love in this field, which is nice to see. And this number 3 machine here, Andrew Dawson, looking for 5th position, looking to the inside into Brooklands. That's not going to work, and has now left himself a bit compromised in terms of the line for this next part of the corner, and has to drop back.
Yeah, I think the wheelbase is slightly different. If I remember correctly, I think the Lambo's a little bit longer, and I think the Audi's a little bit fatter, but it's not by much. And they both run basically the same V10. In fact, again, when they were both racing in British GT, I remember we had a little bit of a game where we would close our eyes and guess whether it was a Lamborghini or an Audi, and we couldn't tell, genuinely. Some people were like, no, they're definitely different. They're definitely different. And I'm like, they're kind of not really. So that's fine. It is what it is. It is what it is, as we can see them all working their way through. Getting a little bit of a note from Race Controller. GT4 that we saw in the pit lane with the absolutely fantastic name. They were in the pit lane for a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for an unsafe rejoin, causing a car to spin and losing multiple positions. That potentially won't happen here because we've got an excellent move to the inside. This is fantastic racing in the battle for 5th position, 11/10 versus BRT.
Yep, and it looks like you've squeezed off the track a little bit, but you do just have to keep the wheels on the racetrack, so you can have pretty much your entire car out there in the runoff, and you're all good. So I don't think anyone had any 1Xs or anything like that, and it means the drivers are going to continue racing. It's brilliant stuff. They're nice close racing, yeah, not any contact. It was brilliant.
Yeah, just like I say, just nice and tidy. It's what you want. It's what you really want.
Here we go.
And another look to the inside again, and more of an attempted switch as we can see the Audi R8 diving into the inside. The BRD car trying to work its way through, still having to remain in that 6th position, trying the up and under as they head their way towards Aintree, but it is going to be a hold for the Lamborghini. And again, a couple more looks. It's Ram Ranch joining the fight and trying to work their way up the order, and just not able to do so. Here comes the Audi R8 straight back to the inside. It's a risk one to dive going into Brooklands, and once again everyone's giving it a good look, but nothing too major. I think the switches that we keep seeing for 3rd position might actually be more connection based rather than an actual position switch. So we'll stop panicking about that, will we?
Yeah, I saw a couple of times a bit of blinking going on up there in the front of the field in GT3, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate for the drivers as well because they've got to deal with that. The driver in front of you blinking in and out is it's not the easiest thing in the world to keep concentration up and going into corners and stuff, and the car in front of you is disappearing. When it comes back, it bounces all over the place as well, so it's very distracting. So hopefully it doesn't cause too many issues back there. We'll keep an eye on these drivers making their way through Mags Beckett's. Awesome to watch the cars go through there, especially these GT3s.
Good point, by the way. Just seeing that in chat. There's no BMW in this video. I don't think they can select a BMW. There is no BMW active within the ButtKicker Britcar 24-hour of Silverstone. It's not one of the cars that was available to select. I can't remember. I should really go back and look into what the cars were, but I can't remember. As we see a switch here, and that will be for position. Again, the navigation as they're starting to work their way through some of this GT4 traffic. This is where things get a little bit concerning for our GT3 drivers.
Oh.
That was close.
That was, yeah, that's a bit close. The biggest problem is, especially these first few passes, 1 or 2, you kind of understand which GT4 cars, when you're in the GT3s, which GT4 cars are going to help you pass, which ones are going to hold their line, which ones maybe won't make it the easiest thing in the world to get past them, and where the best places are to pass them as well. You know, each car will have their differences. Maybe a car's really good through the final chicane, and you going side by side with them is going to slow you both up massively, so you don't want to do that. But a different car maybe is super slow there, and you want to get in front of them. So it will take a little bit of time, a few passes for these drivers to actually figure out the best, the optimal way of getting through this traffic. But until then, first few times, it's going to be a bit sketch.
Yeah, like I say, I'm sure at some point we'll take an onboard. Not quite yet, because it's we're in the high drama phase of the race, but I think later on we might have to take a little bit of an onboard through some of the traffic. Here is a little bit of an inside move from the Blocko Motor car. As easy as it gets going into Brookings. I think, you know, obviously in the early stages you don't really want to fight too hard for some of these moves. Again, you know, play the long game, don't fight it, and just kind of let them pass, and maybe come back at them later on.
Yeah, it's a 24-hour race, especially at these beginning stages. You just want to get through cleanly. If the driver behind is trying to make a move and they think they're quicker than you, if they are quicker than you, you're not going to get back past them in 24 hours, so what's the point in trying to hold them up? You're not going to be able to keep them behind you for the full 24 hours of the race anyway, so especially in these early stages of the race, just let them go. And if you're quicker, you'll catch back up to them.
Rach Concoli here, just having wrapped up another season in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship, currently running in 16th position for the Prismatic Motorsport car. I think it's worked up a couple of positions from the race start. Certainly has up 2 positions from the race start on the rear end of the Team RedX.com and the Old Turtles Motorsport car. So the the trio of these all fighting at the moment for 14th position. But again, we're 20 minutes into the race. When it comes to pit stops, again, just to keep everyone in the loop. Again, GT3s, it's normally an hour in the race. GT4s, do they go a little bit longer than an hour?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not actually
no
sure.
idea. Okay, cool. We're both in the... Well, we'll figure it out when we get there, shall we?
Yeah, we got ages until the GT4s will start coming in for pit stops. So, yeah, we'll figure it out. We've got a lot of pit stops in this race. There's a lot of time.
Yeah, exactly. Here come the Cowboys then, working their way around the outside. Some of those GT4s looking back at the... trying to go around the outside, going through Aintree of some GT4s. You've got to be careful, because they wash out so quickly. They don't have the downforce to kind of keep them tight to the apex.
Yeah, and just seeing a lot of GT4s through here. GT3s trying to make moves, trying to get the switch back. It's always risky in case the GT4 wants to give you the outside line. And now the two Mercedes, there's not a massive amount of difference at the front of these cars when you see them next to each other, but it just is, the rear wing is probably the biggest part. This is a massive, great big old rear wing on the GT3s. The GTs barely see it from the front.
Yeah, of course, the GT3s generally, obviously they've got more power, and they've got way more downforce. It's more like, you know, they've got like splitters and stuff. They've got a little bit still happening in the undertray. They've obviously got the enormous rear wing pushing that rear into the ground. I mean, you can see that also that the surface area of the car is quite large. You can see definitely here with the two Mercs, as we'll see race here, WSRE Esports getting past the Symphony Pistons car. You can absolutely see then the difference in scale, GT3 to GT4. They are quite a bit larger, but our race leader is under a lot of pressure. Kimura sat on the rear end right now, and hey, don't count out the number 19, the Altitude Esports GT3 Silver car, because it's not that far behind really, nor really is the 89 Motorsports car. They're all fairly tight. You can see there the 89 Motorsports car working its way through the final bits of GT4 traffic before once again setting sights on trying to get past the Altitude Esports car. Whoa! Contact!
There is contact, and now it's all going to get messy. There's the 73 machine, the Old Turtles Motorsport car. Luckily, it was very slight contact, and so no damage is going to be suffered by these cars. But this is where it gets a bit of a problem, because now you've got the cars coming behind you through turns 1 and 2. I think it's just about going to be sorted out by the time they reach turn 3. Looks like they're side by side for 5th position in GT3 as well.
I think there might have been a very slow exit from Dawson. You can see him dropping backwards at the moment. Like I say, once again, the navigation through traffic. This is the thing with GT3 and GT4 racing, is sometimes when you're kind of like looking at it from a distance, you're like, wait, which one's which? As they try and work their way through, trying to get around the outside of Luffield, a bit of a brave one and a bit of an attempt there. But like you say, a couple of issues in some of this. Like I say, Dawson dropped back a couple of spots, as did Dave Martin. Whilst the top 9 had absolutely no switches in the first 20 minutes of the race, the last minute and a half, they've all switched around quite a bit, and it is Crofton Woodhatch in the Round Rounds racing car working its way forward into the top 5.
And now through Magnus and Beckett, this is going to be where you have traffic that you probably just have to slow up, right? There's not going to be too many opportunities to try and go around the outside side by side with the GT4s, and that's going to bunch up the GT3 pack as well. Every time they come through here with traffic in front of them, they're just going to be losing time to the drivers behind, and hopefully we'll bunch them up enough that they end up very close here onto the hangar straight and in towards Stowe in the final chicane where they can make some moves.
How do you say this last name? I was just curious of your knowledge.
Zavruta.
Yeah, surely. What else would it be? But then Hungarian, isn't it? I'm assuming it's Hungarian anyway, because normally the SZ. I can never remember, but an SS is like a sh, and then you got an SZ, you got a CS, and I'm just like, I can never remember which one's which. So that's fantastic. If that's wrong, sorry, we're English and we can't speak, so that's fantastic. Here's a look back in the GT3 category to just inside the top 20. Of course, the Aztec racing car. You got the Blocko Motor car that we saw doing a little bit of a move earlier on, along with the Team Radline car just on the rear. And there is a spin there for the Samsoid Canaan car. Oh, David Sampson having a couple of struggles towards the back end of the top 10. Now going for a bit of a spin on the exit of T3, and now trying to fight one straight back immediately. Yep,
Samsoid not having the best time out there at the moment. It was just a spin in the loop. I wonder if there was contact involved, but in the background I think they were going 3 wide for a second there, coming out of Aintree, just a bit further back into Brooklands now, and Eastboundmeister in the number 20 machine for DCW Racing. They're making their way through traffic. It has looked very sketchy, I must say, and I'm surprised we haven't had more incidents, to be honest. They're just about managing to handle themselves as they're 3 wide on the exit of Luffield.
Yeah, wholeheartedly agree. I'm surprised we haven't seen an enormous crashy Mundo. We saw a couple of ones, but it's been, in your own class, as we can see Aaron when they're trying to work their way up the order. It's normally been in-class contact. Obviously, we saw the little bit in the GT4 on the race start. We saw a couple of bits there in the GT3s in the recent past. There's not been a GT3 absolutely sending a GT4 through. Okay, now getting a closer look at... oh no, this is not the one that I was complaining about earlier. Never mind. I was going to say, I like the rear end of this car a little bit more. But it's not the one. Oh, Symphony of Pistons and Kimura coming together a little bit at Stowe.
Yep, side by side, bit of contact, bit of a send up the inside, and now, as he's looking to try and get a move up the inside into the chicane, they're going to go 3 wide as the Mercedes around the outside with GT3 traffic on the inside. That's never going to end well, and as we take a look from above, they have to back out of that one, and they do, but I think it's safe to say that Peter Brett not happy.
No, the light button is being absolutely spammed towards Connor Clifford, who is on quite the recovery drive after the first one. I said that Kimura car had the pace to work its way back up the order. I didn't think within half an hour would be comfortably within the top 5 and now within the top 4 and hunting down the podium. It's only a couple of seconds behind, really. And Holloway, and there is some multi-class contact, and that is a big spin at his Team Radline that's been sent around. Ooh, naughty.
Team Radline machine, and now you've got to be careful because this area of the track you can get a hefty slowdown by rejoining, and that can be it's a very big one, or even a black flag because it thinks you've got the track, even though you've just been spun around. But yeah, bit of contact into turn 3, and just ends up. I think the cars sort of got a bit connected together, and spits out the Team Radline at Lamborghini, and we'll have to try and do some recovery work here. Now 28th position.
Well, should be able to take a look at the replay as to what happened to David Sampson. We'll see it on the replay here on the insert. Says trying to navigate. That's getting around the Kimura car. That's getting around the Symphony of Pistons car. You've got the move to the inside. Symphony of Pistons trying to hang around the outside. Just lost it by himself, I think.
Was there not a bit of contact with the Symphony of Pistons car there? Maybe. I think there might have been a little bit of a touch that just unsettled the rear of the car and put him around, but Yeah, just the car not being the most planted thing in the world through that part of the circuit anyway. I think the slightest bit of contact would turn you right around.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not exactly easy to kind of navigate those bits, but then you kind of think, I think maybe Samson is. I want to say, you know, biting on maybe a little more than he can chew, but I'm not sure. We'll see on board with the Symphony of Pistons car, so you'll see Samson come through. He definitely, yeah, okay, there was contact. You're absolutely right, right on the rear bit. That's not something you typically see. Normally, the GT3, you'd be like, go on then, you've got more power than me, get out of the corner, but seem to struggle a little bit with that slightly tighter line.
Yeah, it's definitely a strange one. The drivers, they're still in that phase of trying to work out exactly what's going to happen when they make their way past all these GT4 drivers. And the GT4s as well, likewise, trying to figure out where the GT3s are going to send it on them and what the GT3 strengths and weaknesses are compared to them. Because obviously it's not, as you were saying earlier, the GT3s aren't just massively faster in every single aspect of the circuit. So still in that stage where it's very sketchy in a couple of instances now that we've seen where they've been coming together. This is super close between these two as they make their way through Maggots and Beckett. We're going to take another replay of this.
Yeah, Team Radline, see what happened to them. Of course, we saw them backwards and just trying to navigate their way through. This is exactly the same section of circuit where we saw the Samsung car, Symphony of Pistons again, directly ahead of them. It's not going to be those that got involved in the fight. It was the car behind. The two of them kind of coming together a little bit. And to be fair, you know, you've got to remember, like a lot of these drivers, they're racing on single screens. You don't have as much spatial awareness as to where you are on the circuit, and the Team Radline car, they just met in the middle a little bit, really.
Yeah,
that's at least what I feel.
Unfortunate there, and back down to 28th position. So that's yeah, it's very detrimental to the beginning of their races. There is what we were talking about earlier, where you see a little bit of blinking going on for, was that Critch?
Yeah, I believe so, although this time it has actually resulted in a, has been a position switch. It's kind of, it's almost a little bit like the boy who cried wolf between these two, isn't it? We've been seeing them close together. We've been seeing them switching on the leaderboard, and we're like, no, it's not switch, not switch, no, it's not switch, no, it's not switch. No, there is actually a switch. And the 89 Motorsports car has now taken over that third position. So that is a legitimate switch on the circuit. This is not the way round that we were looking at them, say, 10 minutes ago. Garibaldi has got himself into third position. Love those biscuits. And it is now a hunt for second place. Taking a look at another replay, and this is exactly how the move unfolded down to Stowe.
Yep, down the hangar straight, getting a run out of Chapel. And now nice move up the inside. And yeah, he's just sort of given him the position there. Maybe trying to look for a switch back. Let's see. And no, nothing just yet. Will there be a send into the chicane? No, just a lovely move, lovely clean move by the 89 machine.
Yeah, just nice and tidy, like you say. For 89 Motorsports getting their way into third position. And yeah, not too bad. Like I said, we've still definitely got 4 cars to the race. WSR Esports, ButtKicker, Kimura, 89 and Altitude all fighting over the top 4 spots. As we take a little bit of a look further down within the GT3 category, as we say, it's 49 cars out there racing at the moment. The Quatermass car of Adam Locke locked in battle with a couple of cars back here. Obviously, you've got the Symphony of Pistons car directly ahead, and I was going to say there's a car directly behind. There isn't a car directly behind because the car behind is the Team Radline car. It's miles back.
Oh, and cutting in front of the Aston Martin there. It's slightly sketchy, but we'll see now. Was there a replay that we can take a look at? Was there?
I'm not sure. I think it was more about the. We were talking about that move. No, it's fine. It's fine. We're jumping on replays as and when. Don't whiz was. No replays. You're hearing EQ.
I'm hearing.
And you're just like, as soon as you hear EQ talk,
I just think replay.
You're just like,
there's a replay.
EQ, you need to finish your sentence. It's such a bad joke. It's fine. And even though it's nothing to do with EQ, it's just you not listening. It's fine. It's
that's
okay. It's okay.
Skittish. That's what it
You've got no control of this podcast. You have to sit back and relax.
For now.
3 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, just chill. It'll be a long day for you, isn't it? How many hours are you doing in this race?
Only 7. Hugo's got the real long stint. I think he's doing the whole night and then the whole of tomorrow. So he's got a very fun 24 hours ahead of him.
But he's a beast, so
He absolutely is.
the man's an animal. And this is the right circuit to say that. Who was it that was involved in that crash? Steve Soper and Don Cleland. Whew. That is a throwback. And it was going through Brooklands. I can't remember what year it was though. It was the one. There was a roll. See, now I'm going back into like the history books of my brain, trying to remember. The one, I think it was the one that Tim Harvey won. It might be like 96 or 97. Again, old classic British touring car stuff. Before you were born. It's fine.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to sit here and I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. But that's
there was a
pretty
crash.
90% of the time.
It was in the British touring car. We'll talk about this for a second. DCW trying to work their way around the outside of the United Sim team at the moment, though it's Aaron is actually working their way up the order, and that number 4. Actually, no, I might not even be talking about the right one here. As we'll see them work their way through. It's actually the number 42, so it's a bit further down on the. No, it is right. Just a bit further, bit further up. I think I can't read my timesheet and think about how not old you are. Yeah, no, it was like I say, there was a crash. It was British Touring Car Championship, and it was going round Brooklands into Luffield. And there was contact between the two of them, and one of them rolled over, and then getting out of the car. I'm pretty sure it might have been Cleland, who was out of the car, and said he said the man's an animal. It's just the best accent possible. 25 years ago. Oh my god. I didn't watch it live.
The best accent is that famous commentary clip at Oschersleben, and that's all I need to say because you know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do know. He does need to be taken. To be fair, that first corner is terrible, and the designer, I can't remember what the quote was, and I'm not going to repeat it here, but it was it's an excellent quote, and just like that's top tier commentary. What championship was that on? Was that like ADAC or something?
WTCC?
Ooh,
ECR?
yeah, it might have been. Yeah, no, it might have been WTCC. I think it was
Yes.
like 13 or 14, so it might have been. It was WTCC back then. Your memory's all right.
It's not terrible. I mean, it's pretty shocking to be fair, but
Well,
I can remember useless stuff like that because no one needs to remember that quote. But it's iconic and
whoa.
Okay.
Never mind. I was about to say how you need to cope with that, but it seems that Callum Jenkins needs to cope with keeping it on the road. The Aztec car dropping back down the order again. Not sure if there was contact.
The front of that car is not looking healthy.
I think it's the livery, to be honest.
Is it the livery? Because it looks very dented. It looks like the front of that car is a V. Look as it goes
Oh yeah,
past.
no, yeah, you're right. You are right. You are absolutely right. My eyes were distracted by the mustache. Which, to be fair, shouldn't have a mustache anymore, should it? It's not November anymore.
That's true. That's true.
Do you reckon
Aztec
Gordy's got rid of
Racing.
his?
I'm not sure. Could ask him.
No, I'm not going to. I don't want to bring up bad memories of the other day when he finished second in a championship locked on the exact same points.
But it wasn't even the fact that it went down to points, it's the fact that it went down to 5th positions in the championship is the most crazy thing. I think that's the closest I've ever seen a championship finish.
Yeah, to the point where obviously we're talking about here is we're talking about the British Formula 4 Esports Championship, which wrapped up on Wednesday night. Fantastic championship, excellent season. Luke McEwen and Gordy March ended up on exactly the same points, and then had to go and check the history books from the championship and see how many first places they had the exact same of that, second place the exact same of that, and yeah, it just kept going down. And when they both crossed the line, neither of them knew who won the championship. It took confirmation from race control to be like Luke McEwen has won the championship, and even then, it kind of like if there's one penalty or any of that, single penalty point will completely change it. And so it's all very concerning, but still, it's an excellent season. Definitely worth a watch.
Yeah, they were both in the same room as well. Obviously, not teammates in the championship, but teammates in the overall scope of sim racing, and they were both in the same room, and they kind of were looking at each other like, I have no idea who's won this championship.
Yeah, as we'll see, Andrew Dawson trying to get down the inside of the DCWR car, and that was a very tidy move Indeed. Obviously, Dawson dropped back a couple of spots on the Wellington Straight not too long ago. Didn't exactly see what happened. I think it was kind of got a bit delayed by some of the GT4 traffic and then dropped a couple of spots, working at least one of those back up the order before trying to catch Surata, who is ahead. It is still 4 cars basically for the race lead. They are gapped a little bit larger than before, but look at the enormous gap from 4th back to 5th, as we can see where Samsoid's ended up. 18th position on the road after that spin. I don't think the car's got any damage though.
Yeah, no damage that we can see on the outside of the track. He's losing heaps of time, other than obviously a couple of off-track excursions. But yeah, looks like he should be able to keep going, and that car is still looking pretty healthy. Healthy as well is the lead in GT3, because they're second apart now. Davidson's starting to slowly blow out a bit of a gap.
Yeah, exactly. Just starting to light up the timesheets maybe a little bit, pulling the gap out to just about a second to the Kimura car. As we can see one of the Aztec cars under pressure. There is our race leader, WSR Esports ButtKicker, leading the way 1 second now over Philip Ansell. We're about 20-odd minutes away from the idea of coming down into pit lane. And to be fair, at this point, you kind of want to just keep yourself in it. I'll tell you what, who's going quickly. This car right here is absolutely flying at the moment. Bringing that gap right down. Might be in second position by the time we even get into the pit stop phase, to be perfectly honest.
Yep, it's definitely Leo is starting to bring up the heat, and see the GT4s going side by side in front of you. That might be one of the least favourite things that you see as a GT3 driver, as a big send up the inside into the chicane, but last thing you want to see is the GT3s going side by side in front of you, because you want to get past them, and you know that's not going to be easy if they're side by side.
That looked like it was about a clean no out of 10 from the 89 Motors car. Again, just with a bit of a late look going into the chicane there at Club. I think was half-heartedly committed. Thankfully, had enough time to back out that one. I always say if you're going to go for a move, at least fully commit to it. As there is another one straight down the inside, trying to navigate some of the GT4 drive. That is going to delay Gariboli at the moment. Now, what's about a second off the rear end of the Kimura car. But you win some, you lose some through traffic. It's just you've got to take it as it is.
Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. Is
I only use it as a joke.
Yeah, oh, for sure. It is.
It's so true though.
It is only to be used in an ironic fashion. Here comes Samsoid up the inside into turn 3, and now trying to get a cut back on the loop. Very common move, you'll see this, as they try and get a better exit out of the loop, help their chances to Aintree on the Wellington Straight in towards Brooklands. He's nicely into the slipstream here, surely going to make a move down the inside.
Yeah, and indeed should be a nice little tasty one, at least a good attempt, as he's going to try and send it in. David Sampson on the return up the grid, by absolute millimetres. The Aztec car drops back in behind of Sampson, and also joining the fight is William Hope. I'm going to assume he's in the same car as, I'm assuming Ed Hope's probably behind the wheel as well at some point during this race. Team Loose Spurwing car at the moment been closing its way back in. I do quite like myself a little bit of what is effectively dark blue and a bit of yellow. It's like simple but effective, although I would like the yellow to be a little bit more Valentino Rossi.
Yes.
It's a professional looking livery.
Oh, side by side entrance to Beckett with the GT4, making everybody's life difficult there. But yeah, I agree. It needs to have just a touch more green to it.
Yes.
So a touch more green. But otherwise, very elegant looking livery. The opposite can be said for the 89 Motorsports car, which is all over the place. Not in a bad way. I do like it, but it's got a lot going on. Are we
working into the livery judgment phase of this broadcast already? As Gariboli's trying to get around the outside of Philip Ansell, who's having a couple of struggles here. 3.2 seconds. The last time we looked, they were all separated by about a second apiece. I think the Kimura car has had an absolute disaster through traffic over the last lap. And is now under an awful lot of pressure for second position. It's been an excellent one for Alexander Davidson to have pulled out now that 3-second gap. It was, let's say, a second. So he's done 2 seconds in the last lap, and that is evident on the timesheets. It was a second faster on the previous lap. I'm pretty sure we're already tracking, and it is indeed tracking to around about a second faster over this lap as well. I will say with the 89 Motorsports car, the blue needs to be a little bit more of a blue, if you know what I mean. It kind of gets hidden away, and I think the orange needs to be a bit more of an orange. You know what I mean?
I do get it. It kind of just all mushes into one, but also the pattern and the white background might.
Oh yeah, I love the pattern.
It might not help with the blending in. Maybe if it was a darker color behind it, like a dark blue, similar to the livery we were talking about earlier on, the blue and yellow. That blue underneath the orange and blue would, I think, make that livery look a bit better. Here we go, side by side, up the inside then. Third position, and Clifford back up into third position. Remember back to the start of this race, by the way, 40 minutes ago or so. Clifford getting spun around at the beginning of this race before we even reached the start-finish line, and now up into third position. So brilliant comeback drive.
Yeah, it really is. Like I say, working their way back up after that early spin. And has been setting faster laps than Kieran Sharp, our race leader in the GT4 category. So very impressive. Again, they're only really battling for wins here. They want to get up into that first position. Yeah, second, third, whatever. Not really too bothered about that. Just want to get wins and just want to go and grab that prize. Yeah, it is what it is for Adam Holloway, dropping back a little bit. I will say, now you're saying about the dark blue underneath that sort of like the lighter blue and the orange. That would, as the cool kids would say, that would look sick fam, no cap.
I think you just killed off Iku there.
I did a little bit.
I think Iku's gone for now. I think he'll be back in a little bit. You can hear it in our ears there. I think that really did crack him up a bit. Do you not think that's true?
I can't speak language of the young. Is that what you said?
You can't speak whatever you said. Don't ever say that again.
Oh, I do frequently. I think it's hilarious. They hate it though. They hate it.
Who's they?
The cool kids.
Holy train.
No, it's a regular train. It's a GT3 train. Don't worry.
It's like a snake going through Brooklands and Luffield there. That was cool, actually.
And hidden in there is a couple of GT4s as well. It's obviously the battle for 6th position. The 1110s car, BRT, DCW, and the Sim Racing Collective car all in this. To be fair, the Empire Motorsport car's not that far off the rear end of it, but these four are all definitely positioned. And like I say, it's quite the train working their way into Maggots, Beckers and Chapel.
And you could definitely, very easily, as they were going through Woodcut, see which cars were GT4s because they kind of went a bit backwards. But yeah, the GT3 is here now, catching up to Aston Martin, giving the lead car a little bit of draft, helping him out a little bit, and allowing him to keep that position. Big send coming through. The Mercedes in the background just about makes it. The Audi got held up a bit though, and now to make their way in towards the chicane, we might see a bit of a descent, not quite.
Fine, just a couple of aggressive moments in traffic is absolutely fine. I've got some stories now which I'll share with over the next few hours, because obviously you've got me. I don't know if are you commentating past hour 4, or are you just on production?
I'm just on production after hour 4.
So they only have us for the first 4 hours. So
it's their loss.
Exactly. But I've got some great stories when it comes to traffic management. It was absolutely fine. Mark Fletcher working their way up to 26th position. The altitude is not exactly high, but it is at least slightly better than it was before. Now working their way back up the order. Not going quite as well as their teammates. Of course, Ethan Critch, the one that's running in 4th position, is another one of the altitude esports cars running comfortably inside that. God, look at the race lead, by the way. Shot up to 5.2 seconds. We go for a bit of a move on DCWR, trying to get back down the inside of the Sim Racing Collective car. Josh Millington working their way up into 8th now.
It is quite a lead, isn't it? 5 seconds. You literally think about it 10 minutes ago, not even 10 minutes ago. That was a 1 second gap. And I was impressed that he managed to bring it up to 1 second. And now just this most recent passing of traffic, and obviously Leo Garibaldi having a thing or two to say as well, trying to make his way up into 2nd position. Yeah, 5.5 seconds now, and it's continuing to just climb astronomically at this point.
It kind of makes me wonder if Alexander Davidson was maybe looking after the tyres for the opening portion of the race. You know, not pushing it too hard, making sure they had the tyres in store in check within the car before absolutely pummeling their way through the circuit. If you are wondering if there's going to be any double stinting, triple, quad, mega, lol stinting, no, because they do fuel and tyre at the same time. And again, I complain about it on every broadcast, and I will continue to do so. I absolutely despise it.
The drivers do as well.
It removes all strategy.
But
Lewis,
they're going to add in iRacing, a new feature which will completely change the way that we look at strategy forever. As a tentative look up the inside for the 73, the 19th position there. They're going to hold it side by side. The old Turtles Motorsport car, obviously that car that we saw having the incident in this part of the circuit as well, with that contact many laps ago and holding it around the outside of the Mercedes. They're very sketchy stuff, but just about manages to make it nice and clean. The Mercedes didn't appreciate it, the headlights begin to flash, but also didn't lose too much time there and still stays on the back of the Mercedes.
Indeed. Were you alluding to weather, or is there something else?
Weather is happening up the inside for the 73. Surely has made the move stick, now has indeed. But yeah, weather is happening. We first made the big joke. I don't actually know if you've seen this or not, the Daytona 24 Hours back in 2022, where we had a full weather report. Back when everyone seemed to think rain was being released imminently, and
really?
2 years later, here we are. But no, they have now made significant progress on that, and that is looking like it will be ready within the next couple of seasons.
Yeah, I was going to say, be careful on that. You never really know. To be fair, I will say, it does seem as though they only want to release it when it's right, which is great, because the last thing you want to do is release a half-hearted weather system and then have everyone complain about it constantly and not work properly, have to completely change it, and then everyone complain about the changes that you've made, because it now doesn't work like the broken way that it used to. I'm not talking about any sim in particular.
Every sim.
It's fine. Well, I mean, look, weather is an incredibly difficult thing to deal with dynamically, to the point where I almost argue whether you kind of should deal with it dynamically. But alas, it's a complicated topic, and definitely one that we can talk about in a couple of hours' time. So I've got some opinions.
Ooh, Lewis McGlade's opinion, something that everybody loves hearing about.
I will explain briefly before talking about it in about 2 hours' time. Sometimes it is better to have a scripted system that works rather than a simulated system that doesn't. Even if it's trying to simulate something which is going quite well and it's only doing part of it. Better to have it scripted something. We'll deal with it later. We'll cross the topic. Some of you might disagree, and I don't care. Sorry, it's just brutal, isn't it?
I think he's a bit passionate about this subject, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm passionate about most subjects, like poor livery design.
You bring that up as we're looking at pretty much just a straight black car as well.
That's true, which is disappointing because it is the Symphony of Pistons car. What happened, lads? Why is it black?
The beautiful pink Mercedes, and then...
What is that? Oh, we didn't submit a livery. That has got a gold dent on the rear end as well. Hot damn. Terrible. Where's your bright pink, lads? And also, this bright pink with a highlight of green as well. It reminds me of the apple and rhubarb sweets that I used to get as a kid. Ugh.
Did you see my livery for the Porsche Sports Carrera Cup GP last year, 2022? Yeah, it was a watermelon car.
Excellent.
I'll have to see if I can grab a picture of it to show you a bit later on.
Exactly, yes. Too right indeed. Sam, I'm sure, did you design it or did Sam design it?
No, it was actually an Apex Racing Academy livery.
Oh.
And so I don't know who designed it, because at that time it was designed like 10 years prior.
Nice. Ooh, that was a big moment there.
Oh,
and,
flash
the
headlights.
Ain't liking that one. I'm not sure if that was maybe a bit of netcode, or if that was just the Aston jumping out of the way very aggressively when there was a car kind of halfway down the inside. Understand the flashes, but also, yeah, it's fine. Are you a flasher of the headlights aggressively?
Oh, massively.
You're an aggressive flasher of the headlights.
I love it. I love it. It's great.
Same, to be honest. Depends on what I'm in. In touring cars, I'm not actually. I'm really not. So it's pointless. I guess it depends who you're racing with. But for the most part, it's completely pointless. If you're racing with like someone decent, a flashing of a headlight makes no difference. It's a distraction tactic, and I'm always like, it's not distracting anyone. Mate.
No, but I like doing it. It does distract you, to be fair. What I will say is if you happen to be racing at night and the person in front of you is in VR, it is one of the most distracting things you can do, because it doesn't just light up in the mirror, it lights up your entire cockpit.
Yeah, because obviously, how it works. Yeah, no, I'm with you.
And it is genuinely distracting.
That is, that's gross. I did hear a story from a certain someone at the Spa 24 hour where they were flashing their lights, and obviously, it's a burst. As Gariboli gets down the inside and into second position, the gap now 5.2 seconds to the race. You can see Philip Ansel will work their way back through. I'm not sure they will go down into. Well, nope. That'll be absolutely fine. So the 89 Motorsports car now into second position. Yes, they were flashing the lights, and it's obviously it's a macro to have it flash like a lot. And this is on the real car, by the way. So and it'll have the lights flash on, flash on, flash on, flash off, as you've seen before. It'll do it 5 times. And what they didn't know is that the macro stacks. And he was very irritated with someone and just pressed the button constantly. Was just constantly pressing the button. And it obviously stacked the command so many times that going around a lap of Spa at the night, he basically had to do a whole lap of just the lights flashing. Now that must be annoying for literally everyone. The whole lap.
Yeah, no, no. EQ's just, our producer EQ America just put in our chat. I know a guy that rages so hard if someone does it, flashes the headlights behind him. He'll drop all of the other goals in the race and just make sure that you're not going to get past him.
Oh,
and
fantastic.
I have to admit, as someone who loves flashing people in front, I am the same. If you start flashing headlights at me, that is now my #1 race goal, is that you will not get past. Thou shalt not pass.
Yeah, but this is like the whole people when they're the little like look down the inside. All right, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's like I remember racing like this touring car championship years ago, where it's 2019, and I would look down the inside of people who I knew were fairly unstable. And I was racing at the Lausitzring once. I looked down the inside going into the first corner, got on the brakes really early and just watched the car go straight on. I was like, perfect, it worked. But there were certain people where it's like, if they're a decent driver, like Gogo Bowdy was in the grid, Chris Butcher, some people that you've never heard of, that's fine. Gogo Bowdy's won the WTCR Esports Championship a couple of times. He's a quality touring car driver. Not even going to bother looking down the inside or flashing or anything like that, because he's not bothered by any of it, right? It's kind of like that's a driver that's too good to be bothered by it. It's a waste of time, effort and energy and brain power to try and look down the inside. And so I have the same thing. As soon as someone looked down the inside, I was like, okay, I'm going to make your life hell. You think I'm going to bow to that pressure? Who do you think I am? Who do I think I am? Who am I? There's generally the question that goes through my head during the race.
I can tell you who you are first. Do you want to say?
No, I don't, actually. I really don't.
You know what I'm going to say, though.
I do. Go on, let's say it.
You're a person with many friends.
I do have friends in high places, and it has worked wonders for my career and the awards that I've won. Thank you to all of my friends in high places. And yes, that joke will never get old. Have you seen... Sorry. Did you see what was written on the side of that car? I don't even want to say it on broadcast.
I did not.
Okay. It's fine. We'll see it another time and I'll point it out. It was 3 letters and it's kind of like... Probably shouldn't have that on the side of you. Imagine if you had a team called the Apex Racing Systems and he did the abbreviation, slapped that on the side of the car. Basically like that. That's fine. Either way, the 89 Motorsports car in second position and able to hang on, but they've dropped another second to Alexander Davidson, who continued to set very low 2-minute lap times. The last one for Davidson was a 2-minute .0.
He's been saying those pretty consistently, to be fair.
Yeah.
throughout this race. He's not been dropping off, and that's probably one of the more surprising things. I will say, my biggest surprise of the race so far, about an hour into this race, we have had 3 protests and only 1 penalty.
Disgusting, isn't it? Get your penalties in that. No, to be fair, I will say for the most part, they've all been driving pretty clean.
It's surprising with the number of cars that we have on the circuit as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out where we've not had a retirement yet. Of course, PRC by Dapper Customs. They're at the back of the field, courtesy of serving a 30-second stop-and-go penalty after a rejoin. We didn't see it, but we're told it was poor. And alas, they are at the rear of the field. You can see the 11/10 car now under fairly significant pressure, as it's the BRT car of Dawson trying to work their way back up the order after dropping a couple of positions. The return to 6th position would be exactly where they started in this race, which, to be fair, not too bad. Considering it was this part of the circuit, it must have been just an awkward placement of a GT4 car. And, was just unable to work their way back through.
Bit of swerving in flash of the headlights going on in the ground of that shot. A little bit of beef. 5th and 6th position, swapping around in GT4. Mikey Pollard just ahead of Peter Brett, and they are only a couple of tenths apart now. The 16 machine making their way up into the top 5 of this race. And looking at the 6th here in GT3 with the Lambo and the Audi, basically the same chassis, the same car underneath the bodywork I was talking about earlier. And are we looking at side by side? I thought for a second the camera angle just made me question.
Slow down, isn't it?
It made me question it for a second. I was like, has he gone for a move side by side? No, no, he didn't. He decided that that was not going to be a good thing to do, which I think is fair.
Don't whiz-was, mate. Just don't whiz-was. It's fine. But yeah, you are absolutely right with where we are in the race. I say Mikey Pollard working his way up into 5th position in GT4s. In the GT3 category, though, we do have someone accessing the pit lane. Toby Proza coming in for the Aztec racing car, going straight back onto the racing line and rejoining the race after venturing onto pit lane. Josh Millington now, after working their way up, they've gained 9 positions over the start of the race in the Sim Racing Collective car. Now into the pit lane and into the box. Still shy of an hour. And so we'll have to wait and see how far Alexander Davison and that lot will get their way through. Ram Ranch on our screen, they've worked their way up the order brilliantly into the top 5, although now starting to seemingly feel the pressure from 11/10 and BRD, and especially if you're going to drive like that.
Yep, and now these 3 making their way down the Wellington straight towards Brooklands. Could we see a move from the Lamborghini? Look to the inside, and yeah, I think that's what you were talking about earlier, isn't it? So he's looked to the inside and
Trying to distract.
He's not done anything really there. I will say that in my level of racing, when I do, official racing or online racing, if someone does look to the inside, I'm just going to give them the position. As Zaruta's just done there.
Yeah, just a good drive off the corner, and Crofton Woodhatch was out ways. I kind of get. I'm wondering if there's a couple of tyre struggles happening at the moment.
Oh yes, that is it. Look at the way that car was driving through cops. It was not happy.
Not a compliant vehicle at all. Obviously, the livery taking seemingly some significant inspiration from a certain Formula 1 car. Only slapping a very different logo onto the side of it, as we can see the Audi R8 behind the BRT car, trying to work its way through. Looks to the inside, although I do get the feeling that this Mercedes might want to venture its way onto pit lane ASAP. Ethan Critch certainly does so, and will down the order. And all 3 of these will come into the pit lane. There, Crofton Woodhatch might be sat there thinking, if only I'd been able to hang on a little bit, I'd be leading this charge into pit lane. As we look back up to the battle for 2nd and 3rd position, Phil Ansell and of course Leo Gariboli very close at the moment in the battle for 2nd position, as mostly the GT3 contingent take pit lane.
Yeah, most of them, that's for sure. And these 3, they're still staying out. They're having a good time of things out here. I mean, especially Davison, obviously. His tyres are seeming pretty good. I think you were right when you said you were just sort of saving them at the start of the stint. Didn't look like he had too much pressure behind him, and so was happy to sit back and keep that tyre life going. But surely they're going to be in soon now. I think the fuel more than anything, even if their tyres are still doing well, they're going to be running on fumes at this point.
Yeah, of course, you know, Silverstone is a fairly high tyre wear circuit. Fuel-wise, there's plenty of places to save around here. You know, if you're lifting and coasting into Maggots, you can kind of like carry that through all of the Magnus Beckett's Chapel section. You can kind of like lift and coast into quite a lot of corners. I was always told the fastest line through Brooklands, you actually kind of want to lift off. Whoa, that was sketchy. You want to lift off and start braking around the 100-metre board, which is actually way earlier than like the latest point you can brake, but it is faster because you kind of carry the momentum in constant radius through the corner. As we'll see Kimura trying to get their way through after a big delay going through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Kimura to the outside as a couple of drivers, speaking of Kimura, into the pit lane in the GT4 category. So it's not too bad. I think you have shown me this livery before, by the way. You just sent me a photograph of. And isn't it asymmetrical?
The design is symmetrical, but the colours are swaps. That's the picture I wanted to send you.
Oh, I see.
It is a watermelon. It's a watermelon.
That is an Apex Racing Academy livery with pink on it. I like it. No, again, not a controversial thing or anything. I do love an asymmetric livery, but that is more on design than on colour. I'm not a fan of a car that's got
Alamaniti Racing.
Just sorry to really go at you a little bit. When you've got the same design from one side to another of the car, but then you switch the colours, I'm like, nah, I'm not a fan of that. Switch the design and the colour, or switch the design and not the colour. Don't switch the colour and not the design. You've been told, Dane.
Well,
have it.
Actually, Lewis McGlade, I think there's someone on track right now who you can tell that to, because I didn't design.
I have.
I didn't design the livery. It was all Gibbo's fault. We can hashtag blame Gibbo for that. He is in the pit lane at the moment, the number 22. Not in the pit lane is our race leader, who's still out on the circuit, didn't pit.
Well,
and that's strange.
If we were in the real life 24-hour race here, I would literally stick a microphone straight in Gibbo's car right now and be like, so about that livery. I think I might get thrown out of the car, it's fine. Yeah, Alexander Davison, the thing is, just because you're going fast does not mean that you're burning all the fuel doing so. You know, fast is smooth, and smooth means you're not using as much of what you have. You know what I mean? So right now things are looking pretty solid for the 1-2-3 car. I think it might be the pit lane this time by though. It's not. Fantastic.
How?
Quality fuel control.
Yeah, that's something that my tiny brain cannot comprehend. My fuel usage is abysmal.
Is it?
In this and in the real world as well. My fuel economy, not good.
On the road. Oh, I was going to say
on the road.
Stuff, yeah.
No. Real racing is not.
Is that Clio not do good fuel mileage?
The Clio does. I do not.
Oh, I see. I wonder what Cam Roger would think of your driving.
He told me because I drove him around in Copenhagen. Yes, he told me that I was 3 gears too low.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Cam once told me when we were in Milton Keynes doing VCO, ERWC.
Yes.
Many of the other times that I've driven around with Cam in the car, he said, Lewis, you are the fastest driver I've ever been in a car with. And I don't think it was a compliment. So I burned quite a bit of fuel as well, for different reasons. As the Quatermass car again just works its way up the order. Michael Tyler behind the wheel, navigating some of the traffic. Surely Alexander Davison has to be in the pit lane fairly sharpish. As Garibaldi's back in. The 89 motorsport car is back in the pit lane. Speeding, surely.
Must be speeding. There's no penalty that's being applied by race control, so that is speeding into or out of the pit lane.
But we're not being shown. He's come to a stop. I wonder if there's. I think he's hit something because that was an instant stop. I think he's served a fast repair.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. What happened to the 89 car that he had to take a fast repair.
Thankfully, this is not something for you and me to deal with, Dane. Iku Mericala will be rushing through the replay, desperate to find out.
Oh, I can tell you what's happened. I can
go.
tell you what happened because in the protest form, oh, we're going to love looking at this. There's just been an incident reported. And you want to hazard a guess at which car's been involved in this incident?
I've got no idea. Is it the 89?
It might be. Here we go. Just feast your eyes on this one.
Is it going to be a really bad rejoin from the pit lane? Straight on the racing line.
To be fair, that's one of the most beautiful synchronized spins I think I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my god! The thing is, okay, I will just say, I'm gonna come to the defence ever so slightly of the 89 before saying what you're doing. For one, the pit exit here has no blend line.
It doesn't.
It is a joke. Why is there no pit blend line? Have a pit blend line and follow it. Silverstone, what are you doing? Also at the same time, why are you just driving straight back onto the racing line when there do be a car there? That's very simple.
I feel really bad for Ben Cooper as well, because if we saw that from his helmet cam, from through his eyes, he would not have seen that car coming at all. No. And that would have been the biggest jump scare, I think, of his life, as they're going side by side on live pictures. But that is not great. And he has been reported to the race steward, I mean, for obvious reasons. I think a fast repair is not going to be the only trip down pit lane that has caused old Leo here. And, well, it was looking very good for the 89 Motorsports car. And unfortunately, not looking fantastic now. Bit of weaving. Is that to acknowledge the flash of the headlights behind? Is it or is it to figure out if their car is still, even after the fast repair, if it's still, doing well?
Yeah, I mean, there could be a thing where the 89 Motorsports car has irritated the Empire car. The Empire car flashes, and then Leo's just sort of like, shut up. But of course, there's no rear flash, so you just weave a little bit. There's only two ways to communicate in a race car, and chat is disabled as far as I'm aware in the game. I do believe that chat is disabled. And so the only way to communicate is flashing lights and weaving. No indicators, no nothing. As you can see, our race leader there in the GT4 category. Owen Ball has not been into the pit lane yet. So whilst the Sim Racing Collective car Jackson Southern, and there has been a driver switch here, this is the actual race leader. We're just awaiting the final pit stop.
Oh. Just taking a look, if we can see, because the United Sim team, number 15 machine, has been given a stop-go penalty for causing an incident, and the incident is rear-ending the SOP esports racing machine.
Top tier. Easily
but
done.
I'm not sure which SOP esports racing.
There are two of them, yeah.
There's a couple of them.
Who knows?
Lap 1.
Oh, really? Still investigating things from lap 1?
Which is strange, because they've already... It just took a while for them to report it, because they've already done incidents from lap 11. And we're on lap 32. So that's an interesting one.
Most bizarre.
But stop-go penalty has been given there, and I guess the next thing that they're going to be taking a look at now is that incident out of the pit lane. You'd imagine that can't be taking too long once they take a look at it.
Which car was it that got the penalty?
I believe it is the United Sim Racing team.
Oh, I see.
The number 15 machine.
I was wondering if there was something for the number 9 team being pushed out, because I did just see the return to pit lane. We'll see this one from the 15. Bonk, biff, baff, boff, and that was on the back end of the Simpler Pistons car. That was earlier in the race. And that was what the penalty was for that car. So we'll see those onto pit lane with the stop and go. Yeah, the number 9's been returned to pit lane, Connor Clifford behind the wheel, as the Quatermass cars trying to hang on. A couple of looks to the inside from various drivers. Of course, this being in the battle for the top 10, basically. In the GT3 category, you've got the TSR car that we're looking at here, and ahead of those is Gibbo in the Sim Dynamics car, who's found himself inside the top 10. either way, the fight here will probably not be too dramatic for the meantime. I don't think there's going to be too much just happening within some of these groups. It's all just calming their way back into the race post pit lane and navigating their way past the GT4 traffic.
They're going side by side towards Stowe, very nearly a little bit of contact there. Leo is on a bit of a mission and makes his way past the Audi there, but now maybe under a little bit of pressure behind for that 8th spot again, as Dan Congreve looking to try and make his move as well.
Indeed, has been a move in the GT4 category as Connor Clifford has worked his way back up into 6th position also, so just a little bit movement back up the order after a return into pit lane. There is Ben Cooper, and there is Leon Seeley. That would be the reason as to where Connor Clifford has gained that position. The Symphony of Pistons car going for a cheeky little spin, potentially assisted, potentially not, going into the Stowe corner. Might have one here. Oof, that was a very big look to the inside from the Sim Racing Collective car. Just a little bit sketchy.
And looking in towards turns 1 and 2, again looking almost to the inside, but you're not making a move in the turns 1 and 2, so not too sure why you'd compromise your own line like that. But number 11 making their way through turn 3. We'll take a look at one replay here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. So I think it's the Kimura car to the inside of Symphony of Pistons. Ooh, a little bit of a squeeze around the outside. The air. This is always going to end in a disaster. I've got to say that the GT3 trying to get around the outside was what kind of caused that a little bit. I don't think it's one of those ones where enough space was given and they all just kind of like lent on each other, being sandwiched between two cars. It's always a little tricky, and the Symphony of Pistons car paying the price of it. I don't think there's any damage on that car. I think the contact was very, very light. We'll see it once again as we whip out the helicam. There's the GT3 straight around the outside onto the scene. Just a little bit of a pinch. There is enough room for two cars there, but it's so tricky to navigate.
Yeah, for sure. Just the slightest bit of contact, and really it was the secondary contact that came from that actually ended up spinning them around. And luckily there is a vast amount of runoff on the outside of Stowe for good reason, and no contact with the wall was made. It was the lightest of contact between the cars, and for that reason they were able to keep going with just a bit of time lost and probably a bit of frustration, but no more damage than that.
There's a wonky-nosed Ferrari, of course the number one car that obviously belongs to the Symphony of Pistons. Their distinctive black, definitely not their own livery, GT3 car. As we can see what's happened to RaceSpotTV trying to work their way up the order, trying to get around the outside. That's going to be brave, but it's not going to work out on that one. Of course, Prismatic, they were further up the order, I remember correctly, from earlier in this race, but the pit stop sequence has not worked out in favour of them. You may see that the 89 Motorsports cars have very much disappeared on the old time because obviously there are issues. They find themselves in 7th position, but they also find themselves with a very, very, very unsurprising 30-second penalty, 30-second stop-and-go penalty. So we'll see this car return to pit lane to serve that after the rejoin post-pit exit. Hopefully this time when they leave the pit lane, they won't just drive straight back onto the racing line.
Well, they managed it with the fast repair.
That is
so hopefully we'll see them, not cause another rather large incident that they did the first time around that gave them a penalty. But yeah, it was a strange one. We've got the relative. It's been brewing in my head for a little bit now. You have the relative, and Leo's probably seen there's a car alongside, but he's probably looking at cars behind him on the circuit. On the relative, maybe it was like 0.0 or 0.1 seconds ahead was the GT4. Maybe that's why you didn't see him properly, but down to the pits to serve that penalty anyway. You got to make sure you don't speed, because that is the worst that could happen. Is you drive into the pit lane to serve a penalty and you speed into the pit lane. I've done that before. It is
I've done it around here.
horrific.
I've done it around here. I came in to serve a penalty
once. It's an easy place to do it.
Yeah, it was in basically a Formula Renault 3.5 style car, Formula 2 really, style car, and I came into the pit lane to serve a penalty for speeding in the pit lane, and I sped in pit lane while serving the penalty for speeding in the pit lane. And rather than continuing on in that race, I just bailed. I was like, I'm not getting any points in this. Let's just move on. And I was, to say I was fuming was an understatement. And that was exactly my first year of racing as well. That was 2019, so I've been racing for 6 years at that point. I was livid with myself that I would speed in pit lane twice in the same race. Considering I don't normally speed the way in the pit lane. A little look to the inside. Mark Fletcher trying to work their way past. This might actually cost them a spot going into the first corner.
It might cost them a little bit more than that as well. The Amber lifts off, I believe, and there, just in front, comes out Leo everybody from the pit lane from that penalty, and these three battling, squabbling a little bit through turn 3. Here's another good livery, RDC Sport. I am biased, it's pink. I don't mind it, I quite like it.
I don't know. I don't have to take a much closer look. I actually quite like the Aztec car.
Yes.
Apart from the mustache in the front, really massive fan of that. But I get what it's for, so it's fine. But I like the white, black, red, and a bit cheeky bit of a yellow highlight. I do like a car that's got a bit of a highlight, and I've also had a little bit of a conversation with the Apex Racing team, and I think it was the Fuji 8-hour. It might have been, because they only had one car in it, so they didn't have any highlights on it. And I said, oh no, it's actually an IMSA, sorry, which will be on tomorrow night. And they didn't have a highlight, and I was like, oh, it's terrible.
I must say, the new Apex liveries with a Valentino Rossi yellow highlight.
It looks better.
Looks great, and it does add to the livery, but I do agree.
You need it. You absolutely need it. As we see a look, the outside coming in for the Project 88 car. Now they've tried this once before. They do like an outside move going around here, don't they?
Well, you can carry more speed in theory, and it also does if you can hold it around the outside. Gives you the inside line for this, and it works, and it's been working for the Project 88 car. So, all fairness to them, I mean, making that move, it's not the easiest thing to go for. It takes a lot of commitment, but it's working out for them.
Yeah, indeed. As we can see the other Ouchie car. There is a look at the RD system car. I mean, I'm okay with it. I don't love it. I like the idea. I don't love it. I don't know. It's a good. I feel really bad. Just judging people's liveries, but that is what's going to happen in the next 2 hours and 40 minutes. So if you're a team on this grid, suck it up. It's absolutely fine. You just have to deal with it and move on. I think the RD Super car might be dropping back a position in the near future, because the Aztec is going to try and look to the outside. Going to go for the up and under and the switchback as they head their way through the village loop section. Once again, going to try as they race their way down towards Aintree. And by the time we get into Brooklyn, we might see a move coming in from the Aztec car. Of course, that one being piloted by I think it's it'd be Tony Proser in that one. That's where the move will come from.
Here comes end up the inside. That's not going to be too heavily contested by the 555 machine. I would like to say, number 1 machine, that is the SOP Esports Racing car in GT3. They have got a drive-through penalty. That's the number 1 machine. Drive-through penalty for some contacts a little bit earlier on in the race. So we'll see them coming down into the pits very short.
Yeah, we didn't quite see that as well, but it is what it is. It's just, I think we were starting. We were so positive. We were like, oh no, everyone's been so keen. Everyone's been so keen. Everyone's done this. Everyone's done that. And I was like, oh no. This is the car we were one ahead of the prismatic car that would be on the top pit lane to serve that penalty. As we can see the prismatic motorsports car. Obviously, as we work our way through, we know that. So now we've been through a GT3 and a GT4 pit lane sequence into the lane. We know they both basically pit around the same time. I think the GT4s can go slightly longer than their GT3 counterparts, but really not by much, only by a couple of laps. Unless you're, of course, Alexander Davidson, at which point you go basically everyone else. And who cares on that one? There was one of the GT4s that obviously did go a fair amount longer, but for the most part, they're all doing pretty much the same deal.
And there goes the number 1 machine for their drive-through penalty. The live streamers, they're being pretty quick with stuff, I have to say. they're not dawdling. They're getting these protest reviews in nice and sharpish, which is what we like to see. I mean, it's easy in such a long race to try and delay it a little bit. Maybe not look at it immediately, but yeah, it's good they're getting these decisions out nice and quick. Here comes the 555. Not dropping off too much after being overtaken on the last lap, but not looking to make another move immediately.
No, I prefer to carry or to go with your point about race control, dealing with things very quickly. It is always nice to see it's a bit refreshing, because the last thing you want is you don't want a potential penalty looming over your head for hours. I've had that before in an endurance race where you'll have an incident, you'll move on, it'll be 2 hours later, and then it'll be like, oh yeah, you got a penalty. I'm like, oh wait, what was that for? It's like, oh yeah, it was contact between you and this car. And you're like, what happened? When did it? What? Sorry, and you can't remember what happened. And he's like, great, I've got to drive the penalty. If it happens pretty quickly, at least it's fresh in the mind. You're like, yeah, okay, do you know what? Fair enough. I kind of deserve that one. Is what it is. Again, here's the battles night vision, the back end of the top 10 in the GT4 category. Of course, the one we're looking at here being the Triple S racing car. At the moment, Aztec, of course, being the one directly behind. Kind of looks like, as I'm sure it's supposed to, a cow. Or it actually looks like one of the you may not have watched. Have you watched Futurama?
No, not really.
Fantastic. There's like, it's a big cow / fly / bug thing on Mars. Just don't read into it. It's absolutely fine. Aaron May behind the wheel of that car anyway, alas, with a fair amount of pressure, and the 4X Racing pink car is the one closing in on the background, as here comes a move from Callum Jenkins to the inside at Stowe.
Very tight line being taken by the 490, but yeah, way too tight, leaves himself vulnerable there for not only the position to be switched back again, but also for the driver behind to maybe make a move as well. But that was very quickly shut down with a pretty hefty block.
Yeah, indeed. Just sort of like had the attempt, slapped that one out of the hand. So you're not trying that one. You're not trying to try again as we race our way towards Abbey. Like I say, if you're going to go for a move, you can't pull it too tight. Obviously, the Kimura car here trying to work its way through. I believe it might be Ansel. Oh, of course, it might be Ansel. It's the only Kimura GT3 car. So yes, it is definitely Philip Ansel there, just struggling a little bit through lapped traffic. The driver that's running in second position in the GT3 category. As we keep our eye tightly on this 3-car fight for 9th, 10th and 11th position. Heading back out onto the Wellington Straight, and of course meaning that we head our return journey into Northamptonshire. It's kind of, I actually think I get why, but it's a little bit weird, this circuit. How do you count what county a circuit is in? Do you count it from where the pit lane is or where the entrance of the circuit is?
But this is the weird thing, right? It's because I don't understand how it ever happened that parts of Silverstone are in one county and parts are in another. Because it's an old airbase. So was one... I think the runways crossed over each other as well. So it was like the end of one runway in one county and then... Or the county lines were drawn after the fact, in which case it's even weirder because there was already a racetrack there. So...
That's my question.
It's still strange. It's still strange to me, though, that this is even possible to happen. But
It is weird.
Maybe I would personally just say whatever county has the most Silverstone in it gets Silverstone.
It is about 50-50 though. It is genuinely. It is almost 50. If you, so you got the national and the international.
Yes.
Obviously the two halves of Silverstone. If you had those as separate circuits, which you can have, they are they're fully functional. One of them is basically in Northamptonshire and the other one is in Buckinghamshire. They are. That is how much it is, half and half.
Okay.
It's not like a little bit. It's not like Donington, where it's really, really irritatingly close to the Derbyshire border. Whoa! There's a spin for the 4X Racing. That'll beat the. Well, at least that's a 2X, so it's not quite the full 4.
Wait, I was about to say wait for it because he's rejoining there, but not yet. It may still be coming though. You got some GT3 cars that are coming up real quick. But yeah, nothing there. Flashes the headlights from the Lamborghini behind. What's that for, do you reckon?
Coming through.
In about 5 business days, yes. But anyway. Yeah, that's really half and half.
Yeah, it is. It is. I think it's about where the entrance is to the circuit, because the entrance to Silverstone is the main entrance to Silverstone. I believe is still in Northamptonshire, although literally just.
Only just, yeah, because it's about halfway around the circuit.
It's
anyway.
Literally halfway, yeah.
It's pretty much at that border as well.
Yeah, it's on it. I'd have to go and look at the county map again. There's something about racetracks and counties, and I find myself. I think after I got into a heated debate as to what county Donington Park was in, because someone was convinced it was in Derbyshire because it had a Derby postcode, and I was like, that doesn't mean anything. And we got into a very heated debate. Very heated.
I don't know if I want to say what I'm about to say, but I'll say it anyway. I don't really know what the point of counties is. Like, why do they exist? Now?
Historical significance. Exactly. It's they're
like American states, but just with
but no, it's not.
But like,
it's
with
not,
absolutely
American states
no
do
difference
quite
between
big.
each other.
They are. Quite
Yeah,
big.
they are.
And also they have their own laws and stuff, whereas the counties in the UK don't. We're a real tangent here. The point of counties, I was taking counties are useful to kind of give you like a little bit of kind of understanding as to where someone lives, I guess. Like say for example, oh, my grandmother lives in Staveley, and you go, oh, where's that? And you go, Derbyshire, and they go, oh, okay, I know where that is.
Yeah, you see, I don't, so that's that's
it's in the north.
Anything
is north. It's just north of England. That'll do. You're in the north of England today.
That's a controversial statement. What's happened here with?
Not controversial. It's scientific. Here's Vicky Pollard's long lost brother, Mikey. Oh, that was.
Oh dear, it was a bit naughty, wasn't it?
That was a bit naughty. That'll be a slam dunk.
Oh. Hello.
Oh,
hello.
That's a slam dunk. I'm sorry, but that is a slam dunk penalty.
It's not looking very good, is it? Well. The 123 machine, I feel, has a protest on the way. We'll see on board. Maybe we see something different from the onboard camera. Oh,
not really.
I mean, I would like to look at that again,
The
if
thing
possible.
Is, as always, GT4 is following the racing line. Right? And just because we're racing in GT3s and GT4s, it's the same rules applying as it would be between LMP1s and LMP2s. It's the same rule. Oh my God! What was that from the DCW car? What a boff! Right onto the rear. That honestly, this turned into a very bizarre moment of racing. A DCW R have dropped back an extra position as well, and all of that.
What happened?
They just drove straight into the rear. They drove
that was
straight
so
into the
strange.
T1.
But there was no like loose moment or spin or anything from either of them. That was the most bizarre bit of contact. Yes, let's have a
replay. You want to talk through it or me to talk through it? You
go
for it. No, you go for it.
Okay, so they're getting overtaken up the inside. Bang! What?
Completely misjudged it.
Yeah, they're side by side, so they have to slow down a bit more than usual. I guess they just didn't.
Yeah, that was very bizarre. Anyway, I was mid sentence when that bizarre incident happened. Is that just because it's GT3s, GT4s doesn't make a difference. The lead car, the higher car, the one that's doing the lapping of the traffic, must be the one to navigate traffic safely. And the GT4, they're always kind of told, the lower class. I just saw the Empire car coming into pit lane, by the way. They're always told, stick to your racing line and allow the GT3s to work round. And Alexander Davidson, for me, was kind of going for a gap that was always going to close. And the most important reason that you can tell from that is that it was front to rear contact, not side by side.
And I can confirm that has now been notified or been sent to the race stewards. And so we will be getting a decision from them relatively soon. We'll see if they agree with you, Lewis McGlade. It's a penalty, right?
Yeah, look,
It's a
honestly,
penalty.
I've got friends in
I
high
see
places.
why. Well, I've seen why he's gone for it. It
Oh, yeah.
did look like the door was fully open, but yeah, you can't drive into the back of a car. It's not how it works. And the leader of the race felt happened as well.
Yeah.
It was both of our reactions. Oh, that was some contact. Oh, it's the leader, and it opens the race up a bit.
Like I said, if Davidson had gotten alongside going into that bit on the left-hand side, and then there was contact, I think then there is a bit more of a grey area.
Yes.
As it would be side-by-side contact. And side-by-side contact, like, when it comes to that, that's where it's a little bit more open to interpretation. And when I say interpretation, it's a bit more open as to which way the players go, depending on the situation. When it is just front to rear, it's as simple as it gets. In my opinion, anyway, it's just a simple slam dunk. I mean, look, I've had it before. I think we've all been on the receiving end. I completely understand what Davis is trying to do, but I do believe that will be a penalty. I don't know how harsh it will be. I don't know if it will be a drive-through or a 30-second stop and go. I don't know. Here's Connor Clifford's second rise up the order of the day after a second pit stop or a slower run in the pit lane. I don't fully remember. It might have been a second return into the lane. Now into third position, 31 seconds off the race lead of Jack Southwood.
This is interesting. I don't think we've seen this, but there's been a protest put in for someone not holding their brakes and rolling back onto the racing line, causing a collision.
Yes.
It was on lap 30, so it was a little bit of time ago. And it was a Team Redex car, 523.
Oh.
An Empire.
Oh, right. Obviously, yeah, no, we haven't seen that. I mean, like I say, most important thing to do when you're spinning around, sliding around, or whatever is to hold the brakes.
Yes, 100%.
You go off in a predictable trajectory. When you don't get on your brakes and you're allowing the tyres to grip up, that's where you can get like spun round, sent straight back onto the racing line, and it's very hard to dodge. If you're holding the brakes, you just basically go in a straight line as to wherever the momentum's taking you. It absolutely obliterates your tyres, mind, but tough.
If we were on an other simulator, which I found out the hard way about a month ago, we don't have flat spots on iRacing. So if you spin, your tyres, they're going to be ripped to shreds, they're going to be overheated, they're going to be made of wood for the rest of the race, or for the rest of the stint until you take them off. But they're not going to be shaking your car to bits like they would on another simulator. And I spun heading out of the pit lane in my first stint of a 24-hour race a month ago.
You can say R-Factor 2, man, it's fine. We're in the wide world of sim racing now. We can just say it as it is.
It was horrific.
Oh, yeah.
I had the worst vibrations for about an hour and 20 minutes of the stint.
I was doing a race. It was a pre-season race for a V8 Supercars Championship on Automobilism years ago. And the pre-season race was at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Obviously, you know, you got the right-hander into the first proper braking zone. What have you seen?
Has there been... I think I saw a car like 90-degree angle to the track out of the final corner in the background of the shot.
Perfect.
Maybe.
We'll cross that bridge when we get story time with Lulu.
Go on.
Yeah, so you know the right-hander going into the left, the first contact, the first turn. Obviously, you go like it's not really a corner because it's flat out, it's on the straight.
Yeah.
But you're lining yourself up for the brake zone. I misjudged it ever so slightly and touched the grass.
Oh, no.
And then had a lock-up for about 150 metres to the corner. I made the corner. Part of me wishes I didn't. I wish I'd crashed out of that race and never took part again, because the rattle my wheel had for the rest of the race was honestly horrible. Like, disgusting. Because I had a big flat spot on the front right. And it's the first time I've ever had to deal with it. I say it's a big shame we don't do that in iRacing. Maybe one day. Maybe around with weather as well.
Yeah, the no flat spots. I personally, I don't want them. Right. When I found out that iRacing didn't have flat spots and RF2 did, I was like, oh, that's bad. We should have them. But having had to suffer through an hour and a bit with a flat spot. Well, with 4 flat spots. Flat spots on all 4 tyres. Yeah, no thank you. I don't want that anymore. I've changed my mind. We don't need them. They're not necessary. Oh, Steward's. Steward's decision is coming in. They are typing.
Oh,
they are typing.
We're getting a live view of race control from Dane Baird. Go, commentate on it.
I'm just looking at a grey box. Stop and go penalty for our race leader of Alexander Davidson. He has to stop in the pits. I believe it's a 30-second stop go. I don't actually know. It just says stop and go. So maybe it's 10 seconds. No, one of them doesn't. 2 of them do. So I'm guessing it's a 10-second stop and go.
Maybe. I think 30 seconds stop and go maybe would be a bit harsh, but
I think it's time for a quick cheeky look in the rule book for myself.
You go for it, mate. I will. I was going to say I'll check in game, but it's just going to say black flag, isn't it? So that's not going to help. Alas, they have got a penalty, and as we were saying earlier, kind of rightfully so, is what it is. Battles in the GT3 category, like what we're seeing here. Of course, we can see the Project 88 car. We've seen a couple of interesting moves. Now trying to navigate that was a little sketchy. It's going to cost them a position as well as we look back to the Samsoy car, but that is the 701 working their way past. That was a silly attempt.
I don't really know where they could have gone, because the Aston Martin in front obviously does nothing wrong here. They're just racing, they're just holding their line, okay? They're doing nothing. But the positioning of the Audi made that so incredibly difficult to go anywhere. You have the Ferrari on your left-hand side. You can't really go left, but you also can't go right. So you just have to slow down and unfortunately lose the place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I kind of think it could have been navigated slightly better. Well, of course, we'll see it again. This is obviously the run to Brooklyn. It's looking to the inside, and you can see as yeah, nah. There was a lot more he could have. It was carrying too much speed through Brooklyn, which left Reyes on a very tight line going into Luffield.
Yeah,
and then kind of committed to still trying to get the GT4 out of the way. Not ideal. Let's put it that way. Not ideal.
More battles in GT3. The number 10 machine, whose livery we were talking about earlier. Oh, was there a problem for the Samsoy car? Because that did not look very fun coming out of the final corner, and the Mercedes says, thank you very much, I'll drive right by you. A little bit sketch for traffic once again, bit of boxing in going on. And looking up the inside into turn 3, potentially for a move back up into that 14th position, but it was not to be, and Samsoy drops back to P15. But that move happened just before the start, just after the start finish line, I should say, and so the number boards can't quite matched up yet.
No, exactly, because the number boards only react over the start-finish line. Again, that is kind of for reasons I don't fully understand, but it's okay. It's okay. We're not too well. Either way, it's worked their way up the order as Alexander Davidson returns to pit lane. This isn't for a pit stop, but they will be stopped in pit lane. Of course, that is for the penalty. I did check in game and it did just say black flag, which I kind of thought it would. I've got no idea. I believe it is. Oh, there you go. I think it was literally a stop and go.
How interesting.
Quite literally. The very definition of the penalty.
Okay.
Stop and go.
So it's only slightly worse than a drive-through then? Like very?
Very slightly worse than a drive-through, yes.
Okay. Well, that settles that debate. And now he's only 2 seconds off the lead. So fantastic. You can imagine that we're now going to have a 3-car battle for the lead, because if you look right behind, that number 19 machine is 4th position. That is right in 3rd position of Ethan Grich, who has now got the previous race leader right in front of him. So we'll see what happens with this.
Yep, and this will be the first lap of this race that Alexander Davidson has not led. An hour and 40 minutes into proceedings. Of course, pit stops looming on the horizon for a lot of these drivers. We know that this WSR Esports ButtKicker car is going longer than everyone else when it comes to the amount of laps on a given stint. So do expect this car to go maybe until 21 hours, 52, 53, even like 50 left to go. Might be slightly longer than that as well. That's how good they've been on fuel mileage. I think the stopper goes fair, but you know, maybe they don't feel that way. Who knows?
There's still a couple of outstanding protests that the stewards are making their way through at the moment. And we are actually getting a steward decision. As I look at the sheet, they have started typing again. We are waiting. We're still waiting. It's taking some time. What is the decision going to be? This is for the incident I was talking about earlier on, where it looked like it was an unsafe rejoin, didn't hold the brakes. 30-second stop and go for the 523 machine.
Ooh. Wow, I mean, is that long for not holding the brakes?
Yes, it is. I wonder if we. Yeah. I wonder if EQ might shout in my ear now. No, but I wonder if we can take a look at it, because I don't think we caught it.
Wow. Maybe
oh, this is it.
Immediately. See, this is why EQ is better than you are, mate.
Wow.
So there've been.
Okay, here we go.
Unround. No, yeah, absolutely no holding the brakes.
Oh!
And that's what we're saying about unpredictable. And yeah, to be fair, that is almost again, that's a crime.
that's quite something, isn't it? Yeah. The rear end of that car completely taken off, by the way. Oh, interesting rejoin. That car does look quite funny now, actually, with the rear end just being completely taken off. No more diffuser for that car. But yeah, that was.
You mean they can't diffuse the situation?
Oh wow!
No, they can't anymore. That car, it looks ridiculous. Please use a faster.
Yeah, do everyone a favour, and because that car does look so strange. Anyway, 30-second stop and go, and fully deserved, because they changed directions whilst rolling like 2-3 times there. There's no predicting that. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you've just got to hold the brakes now. Can you whilst we're looking at this race out, can you, if we see that red X car once more, can you tell me the two things that really irritate me about that car?
Okay, the spec map is left on from the default livery.
That's number one straight away. What's that about?
Okay, so if you leave the default livery on in the paint shop inside of iRacing, I don't know if it's for this car only or for some other cars, but I only know about it for this car. If you leave that that paint on, which is just the default Mercedes livery, it's kind of like the F1 car for Mercedes from a couple of years ago, where it had the AMG all over the side of it. It's not bad. On this car, look great as well. And that's a default livery that comes with the car. If you put nothing on it, if you don't change anything, that's what you get. And it has a spec map, and that spec map will be applied to your car no matter what livery you put on it, if that is your default selected paint in the paint shop. You have to change your paint in the paint shop to some other paint for it to not do that. And clearly they haven't done that, and so the weird AMG everywhere in the spec map is visible. I didn't get a good enough look at it to see the second thing that irritates you about the livery.
Okay, well, we'll have to look.
However, that AMG thing was blaringly obvious, and yes, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. We can't fix that. We can't just go and delete the spec map. It's just automatically applied by the sim.
Exactly. I wonder if we can, whilst again we can see this battle, we'll see if there is going to be a move. And once Overland Davidson goes through, I want to investigate both of the Team Red X cars to see if they both do the same thing, which again would irritate me to no end. But at the moment, Philip Ansell is hanging on to the race lead in the Kimura car. You can see the pressures starting to build. Alexander Davidson's bringing their way back into the fight. Led every single lap up until about 4 minutes ago, before having to come into the pit lane to serve a stop-and-go penalty, and dropping back into the second position of the race. We're approaching the pit lane sequence where we know Ansell will come in before Davidson. Of course, Ansell will be into the pit lane probably in about like the 15 to 20 minute mark, and I get the feeling that Alexander Davidson's more in the 20 to 25 minute mark, courtesy of how good they were on fuel in that first stint, although you do get the vibe that maybe a couple of these teams will be switching drivers after this stint.
Yeah, it's normally, you know, your double stint is quite a normal thing for drivers to then swap it. 3 stints can sometimes be a little bit much, and you will start to fatigue slightly. It's just a concentration thing, and you'll lose a very small amount of time by doing a 3rd stint for some drivers. So 2 stints, you're normally completely fine, and they'll carry on. I will say, the second Team Red X car you're talking about is actually driving in a Ferrari GT3.
Okay.
So I don't think they'll have the same problem with the AMGs on the side of their car.
No, because that's that was one problem. That was a problem that we ticked off, but I did say I have 2 problems with the car, as we were saying. And it does have the same problem. So we see this car here. You see it driving through. Can we go back to the other Red X car as well? So you can see this. Look at it go through. Okay. Fantastic. Let's go back to the other one. Okay. Has the same problem. What is it?
Oh, is it the logo on the front of the car that you can't see?
You got a team called Team Red X. Absolutely no red on that car.
Or X's, to be fair.
Or X's. Oh, it's a sponsor. I don't care. Put some red on your car. And the banner does not count. Anyway, here comes a move for the race lead. Let's talk about that for a little bit.
Actual racing for the front of the GT3 category, which I haven't seen in a little bit of time. And Davidson right up to the back. The 2 Mercedes at the front. Lamborghini just behind. Ethan Critch watching on patiently. Obviously, if these 2 go side by side for a little bit, you may well want to join the conversation as they'll make their way onto another lap. We're right on board for a little bit with the driver that's led most of this race, and then unfortunately decided that one of the GT4s did not deserve to go through Max Beckett's in a straight line, in the correct direction, I should say. And yeah, he got a stop-go penalty, which put him a couple seconds back. Has now caught up, and we have a battle for the lead of the race on our hands. Through the loop.
Nice and tight though between this group. Like I say, all 3 of them. You've got Ethan Critch in that 3rd position, Alexander Davidson and Philip Ansell. And of course, as they all rush their way through Brooklyn, it is incredibly tight. It's mostly courtesy of the return lane from Alexander Davidson. I will say, you said about they did not deserve to go through Vegas example. The first ever endurance race that I ever did around here was an 8-hour race. It's 2015. Well, no, it might have been 16. It was 16 actually, yes. So it was the end of 2016, and it was in an LMP1 car. It wasn't an Irish, and I got to this bit of the corner, and I had a slight snap of oversteer here, and I just went straight over. My first ever lap of racing. Could you imagine how scared the team manager was for the next? Bearing in mind we were in a lead. It wasn't that comfortable. We were in the lead of the race, and I've just bottled it almost immediately. Thankfully, without losing too much time. I think the rest of the other 2 drivers in the car might have been a little bit shaken up by my antics that afternoon. I've got more of them though, but I'll share those later on.
I mean, we were talking earlier about speeding in the pit lane, and
I didn't speed in the pit lane in that race, though. That's fine.
I combined many things in a single pit stop that caused that. I was in a team of 3 drivers in a 6 hours of Spa, 8 hours of Spa, and one of the drivers was a good friend of mine. The other driver I had never driven with before. He pulls out a substantial lead in this race. I get in the car, and within 2 laps, we were in 3rd position. A lap down, and he never spoke to me again. He left the voice chat and left the Discord server. Never spoke to me again.
Can we name and shame, please?
I can't remember. That was the only race I spoke to him about 3 hours. So I didn't make. To be fair, I kind of see where it's coming from. I come out of the pits, and it's Spa Endurance pit lane. Came out of the pits, and my first question was, wait, what was the boost strat again? It was LMP1.
with the hyper boost. He was quite annoyed about that. Let's have a look at this replay actually, because apparently there's been another penalty that I've missed here.
I think it's because the United Sim Team car's not getting out of the way. Or maybe they are getting out of the way badly. Oh no.
Oh no.
No.
Oh!
As soon as I saw it over that side of the circuit, I was like, oh, I know what's about to happen here.
That is not a good thing. And oh, we've just seen bottom right-hand corner of the screen, live pictures. Davidson's been overtaken by Critch. I didn't see what happened to cause that to happen. I didn't see the build-up to that. But Critch up to second position.
Don't worry. Iki Miracala will
He's on it.
spool up the time machine and
On
we'll
the
go
case.
back and absolutely figure out what has happened in all of this to drop Alexander Davidson back to third. 3 cars for the racing in GT3, 2 hours in, all separated by under a second. That's all we're talking about. It's just a bit of banter, isn't it? Right, here we go. Going out to the hangar straight, let's see how on earth Alexander Davidson lost out on this.
I think our producer. Oh wow, no, that is a send. That's quite some send into Stowe. But I think our producer is correct in that the GT4 through Beckett and Chapel did nothing in the way of helping Davidson and Ansel gain speed coming out of that complex, and Critch, being a bit further back, was able to carry more speed out of the corner and did help him quite a bit.
Yeah, indeed. Just had the overspeed, got the move done. Still have to work for the move a little bit going into Stowe. But alas, nothing major in all of this. As we'll see these continue to battle it out. 2 Mercs and a Lamborghini. A delicious Lamborghini sandwich with some interesting Mercedes bread. I had to really correct George Morgan the other day.
I noticed. I did notice that. I did notice that.
I got him to answer it. So I was like, well, what's
Oh,
wrong with that?
AMG. Oh, take a close look at our lead car here coming through Stowe.
Oh no, have they got it as well?
Oh yes, look at the zoom. Here we go.
Oh, see, I saw it as soon as you see. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Look at that. All over the rear end.
Right,
shining
public
AMG
service
everywhere.
announcement.
0 out of 10.
PSA for all Mercedes GT3 drivers and teams out there: change your default paint, otherwise you too will be cursed with the AMG.
And GT4 teams.
Is it the GT4 as well?
Well, the GT4 was the one we said. The Red X car was GT4.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? So
Well done.
all Mercedes in general. I mean, the Mercedes F1 car you can't change the paint anyway.
No,
But,
let's not go down that road because that'll really.
right, yeah, let's move things swiftly on.
Don't.
Lovely weather we're having at Silverstone today. Unlike actual Silverstone, in which it is freezing. Oh! Oh! Here we go. GT4's getting in the way, and now we've got a 3 wide potentially for the race lead coming up. It's going to be 4 wide with the GT4. Oh, it's all getting very sketchy.
And do you want to know what? It was the Kimura GT4 car getting in the way of the Kimura GT3 car.
Oh, bust-ups happening in the Team Discord server.
Yeah, I think it's fine. There's nothing they could really do in all that. It's absolutely fine. It happened. But the 3 of them are very close together, and it's all, like I say, it's almost as last way happened. Have you seen what temperature, by the way, it is in game?
I have not. I wonder if we have... Actually, we do have a lovely graphic, I believe. Maybe. You might shout at me. There we go. Look at this.
22 degrees. Oh, that's delightful. Why do we also... The 2nd of Sus? What date is it in game? Oh, it's the 2nd of September, isn't it? Right, okay.
What?
Sorry, is this
what
is
has
this set to
happened
finish
there?
mode? Is that... It's finished. It is finished.
Oh.
okay, cool. It's okay. It's fine. That's fine. That's EQ. Hashtag EQ moment.
Blame EQ.
Right
in
there. That's kind of sus. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh
no.
dear.
Yes, the 2nd of September. I don't believe it was 20 degrees on the 2nd of September. Because I think it was pretty cold around that time. That's fine. It's delightful out there. As someone who's just come back from Portugal, where it's been about 20 degrees, I would like more of that, please.
side by side and cops, and oh, here comes a car behind with significant overspeed. Is that the one with 44? Trying to make it side by side. We saw this with the GT4 already. You don't need to try and do that. Don't try and force it through there. They're going to run side by side through Maggots Beckett's, and wow, that was a... I was just tensing the whole time. I was cringing. I was like, it's going to end in disaster, and somehow they managed to go through at that speed, and they didn't lose the car in front. That's a brilliant move by Josh Millington.
Yeah, again, very good. Rares here in the Project 88 car, who we know is good for a bit of an outside move around here, but unfortunately it's going to be an inside move for William Hope and the Team Loose Spurwing car, trying to work their way straight back through on the TSRC machine as they work their way now down into club. Not really going to make it stick around the outside there. So William Hope, who like I say, I've seen racing in Formula Fords a lot recently, courtesy of the Formula Ford British supported the British Formula 4 Esports Championship. There's an awful lot of racing in those over the last couple of months, which has been rather exciting to see. We're currently running in the 14th position in the race, and look who's knocking at the door to come through. It's the Samsung Canaan car. Flo Darwin's behind the wheel right now, picking up the pieces after what can only be described as a fairly troubled start to the race by Samsung.
Yeah, he's not had the cleanest first couple of hours, but still going strong. Here is another thing that's going very strong. 3/10 separates our lead 3 cars in GT3, courtesy of a penalty and some GT4 traffic. GT4 friendly fire even, with both Kimura cars leading the race in their respective categories, getting in each other's way a little bit, and it has bunched up these top 3 massively. They can battle all they like because they do not have to worry about the number 3 car of Andrew Dawson, who is 15 seconds back. So they can go at it, and making our way towards the end of the stint as well. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. They're side by side here. Is this the battle that we were just looking at? It is the battle that we were just looking at.
Yeah, it is indeed. TSRC getting to the Project 88 car, so Josh Millington working up another couple of positions. We did see the TSRC car had worked up an awful lot, so it was inside the top 10 prior to the first pit stops. There is the 89 Motorsports car on its return up the order after receiving a 30-second stop and go for, let's call it detonating. Another car coming out of pit lane. And so it's actually been in the pit lane 3 times during this race. Once for a fast repair, once for a stop and go penalty, and then once for the actual pits. We're a minute away from the potential of more pit stops on the horizon. Team Red X bring their car down onto pit lane. Any mechanics in the pit lane, if you've got a bit of red paint, chuck it on it, and I'll give some bonus points back to the car. Especially if you can put it on in an X formation. See, that's one thing they need to implement in iRacing, is mechanics being able to do weird rubbish to your car.
I will say something. They are so opposed to having red on their cars that neither car has a banner.
Oh, do they not?
They don't have the banner.
I did not realise that. Whoa, this is sketchy. Okay, this is concerning.
This
You've
is very
got the
concerning.
Aztec car and the Symphony of Pistons GT4s, their own little battle and their own little dance. As 4 GT3s try and work their way around the outside. The Samsung car, the Samsung Canaan car, is the one that got delayed in all of that one. Again, that was a wrestling disaster that never happened.
Count the number of times that we've been so sure that some incident, some tomfoolery is about to occur, and then they just drive off cleanly as if nothing ever happened. And you would never know that about 20 seconds ago these cars were millimetres away from disaster.
Indeed. And that's how I spend my entire career. Oh, something's happened to Alexander Davidson, ex-race leader, having a spin going through the club chicane, and now dropping right the way up. I was going to say that Davidson, I was wondering if they weren't going to go on the attack and try and work their way through and was just going to sit behind and save an awful lot of fuel. Alas, that might not have been the case. Maybe there was a bit of concertina, maybe there was a bit of lap traffic in there, maybe there was a bit of an audacious move. Dane, tell me what's happened.
I was going to say they were very, very close together, and now what's happened here? I think he's setting up for some kind of sneaky move with all the traffic 3 wide, and oh dear.
Very messy.
Now, the car in the middle has left about a mile space on the inside of that right-hander.
Yes.
I understand why, but I don't think Alexander was expecting that, and that may have caused that contact. We'll see, and no doubt
was the leader of the GT4s here, so it was Zach Southfield, the Sim Racing Collective car. Like I say, you can understand why this Merc was trying to give a load of room, which, by the way, is the next car for Davidson to come across. I get why they were trying to leave so much room, but they left it way, way too much.
But the 99 car was only off the track. The 99 car was only off the track because the Merc made such a massive send in the first place,
Yeah,
no?
yeah. I don't know, all I can say is the entire sequence of that was very messy.
Oh, it
And
was.
In the middle of all of that was the Mercedes. It's now receiving a few flashes from Alexander Davidson. I think that's more saying, what were you doing? Is the United Sim team, once again, we've seen them having a couple of problems, diving in way too deep. Gotta say, beautifully read from Jack Southfield. And I get the feeling that may end up being another penalty for the United Sim team.
I think you may be correct there. We'll wait and see if it does get protested. I can imagine that it would, but honestly, by both teams involved in that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're the GT4, if they hadn't got out of the way, then they would have been crap road. I know there's like, this is not saying anything about our stewards in this today or now or whatever, but I have seen where there's been incidents like that, where someone dived it in, someone's got out of the way, has cost himself time in the position, all that kind of stuff, as Crofton Woodhatch has come into the pit lane in the Ram Ranch motorsport car, and they'll say that there's no penalty for it. There's no penalty because there was no contact, and I absolutely hate that.
Yes.
So I'm like, so there's no penalty because there was no contact, because someone was well aware as to what was going on. They got out of the way, avoiding the contact. But then there's no, and I've seen it before in leagues. I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know what's in the rule book, but I've got to say we should all give a little bit of a round of applause to Jack Southfield, because that was excellent reading of the situation in the Sim Racing Collective. I mean, he is the race leader; he knows what he's doing. But that was brilliantly read.
It absolutely was, and definitely saved their race lead, probably for sure. But yeah, possibly damage definitely would have happened. Could have been quite a bit as well. That Merc was coming in at some speed. And who knows what the other cars coming through would be thinking as well. So no protests have come through just yet, but I can imagine that somebody will send that up to race control and to the stewards. But what that has done, on top of everything else, is it's ruined our battle for the lead, because Altitude Esports now dropping back from the leaders of Kimura Racing, and obviously WSR Esports ButtKicker drop back as well, but they are slowly starting to close in the gap, so we'll keep an eye on how that unfolds. Obviously we've got Kimura now into the pits, no, Altitude into the pits, and taking the race lead briefly because of how the pit entry works here at Silverstone, and they'll drop back in second. Now Philip Ansel keeps going, so obviously better fuel economy on that machine.
Yeah, and of course we know the WSR Esports ButtKicker car will retake the race lead for a brief while as they go a little bit long, because I do believe that the Kimura car will be back into the pit lane, and they're having to deal with the Team Loose Spurwing car battling with them. Is this for position? It's not. This is not for position. That because obviously they're battling there. The Team Loose Spurwing car battling with the Kimura car that's the race leader, because Edmund Hope is trying to battle with Matt Acton, who is not behind the lens at the moment. He's got some excellent photographs and such, but now he's decided to get behind the wheel rather than the camera, so shout out to him. Good luck with that. Good lad.
There's all sorts of stuff going on here at the moment. But the WSR Esports ButtKicker team have gained a significant amount of time on the last lap because of all of this as well unfolding. So the 123 machine, you can just see in the background going through maggots now, very much enjoying what he's seeing happening further up the road. You'd imagine that Ansel will be in the pits this lap or the next, and with the GT3 traffic ahead, it might not be too bad of an idea to pit now, so you don't have to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Again, this is the whole thing of, like, I don't know what the right and the wrong situation is sometimes with this, because the whole thing is we do see Ansel coming into pit anyway, so it does deal with it that way. There is that whole thing of, like, when you see a sea of traffic ahead of you, everyone, like, jumps straight into pit lane, because they're like, I'm going to get out of this traffic. Yeah, brilliant. and then you just come out in a bigger sea of traffic, and you're just like, whoops. Like I say, it's potato potato. You may gain, you may lose. It's just how it goes. Either way, the WSR Esports ButtKicker car will take over the race lead once more, but does owe us a pit stop. Once they've gone for the pit stop, we'll try and give you a little bit of a rundown as to what the dealio is, with who's where and what's going on, and maybe we'll understand how close the battle for the race lead is as we see once again a move from the Cowboys.
Yes, indeed. The Ram Ranch team. There you go. Did it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I wanted to talk about Camaro Racing real quick, the 52 car. They lost 3 seconds to WSR Esports ButtKicker on that last lap before they went into the pits. BRT potentially, Altitude potentially could jump them in the pits, maybe? No, because Altitude Esports have dropped back 10 seconds. No, they haven't. The pit exit is strange at Silverstone. What I was going to say is Altitude Esports might be able to get past them, and then the pits on the timing tower changed, completely threw me off my train of thought. What I was going to say is Altitude Esports were a couple seconds behind. Kimura dropped back about 3 seconds on their in lap. Maybe there's something there. There is something there because now they're 3/10 off.
Yep, and Adam Watson might try and make a move on Jacob Jenner, who's now behind the wheel of the Kimura Racing car. One coming fairly soon. Oh my goodness, that is a big lunge down the inside going into Brooklyn. That was a proper send. I wonder if Jacob Jenner's maybe not feeling the most confident behind the wheel. I mean, just kind of open the door. I guess, yeah, when you're on cold tire, I don't know. That seemed a little easy for the Altitude Esports car. What do you think of that one? Progressive, isn't it?
I was a little bit distracted because I've just seen a protest come through.
That's be good.
Do you want to have a guess at what incident it is that's been protested?
Was it the one that we were talking about with WSR Esports and all that going down the final chicane?
It was, but do you want to know who protested?
No. No, don't tell me that, Dane.
No, do you want to know who protested it?
Was it?
I am actually in shock right now.
Was it? Which one are they? Then was it?
It was the United Sim Racing team. It was. The United Sim team protested the 123, reason not allowing racing room overtaking us as we were lapping GT4. Sorry, but there was a mile and a half on the inside of the corner there. I don't see this. I don't see it.
I will say, okay, not everyone on this grid is of the highest esports level as to what a lot of people are used to. So we'll give some room for that. But I can tell you what will probably happen with that protest is that by protesting it, you may end up getting a penalty yourself.
Maybe we'll see what the stewards think, of course, because we aren't the stewards.
That's true. That's true. If I were the steward and I was feeling kind, I might just throw the report in the bin and wait to see if any of the teams report it. Right? I might be kind. If I'm not feeling kind, I might just give them a penalty anyway. Just be like, look, it was your fault. Good luck. Good day, sir. This field does have a large disparity between the quality of driver from front to rear, and that is fine. I actually quite like that. I like that we have that. It's normally a bit crazy. We do have some of the best drivers in the world. Will Chadwick will be jumping behind the wheel at some point. Obviously, one of the greatest. Maybe. No. What do you think, Dane?
I don't know if he's watching or not. I don't have chat up. I don't know if he's.
I don't know. He messaged me. He messaged me earlier. He might have closed it.
He might have closed it. Do I risk it?
I don't know. Racing Instant or NFA. The 1, 2, 3 could have given more room. The 15 could have been tighter, but the GT4 in the mix as well. So it's a Racing Instant. Is what Race Control have said about that instant between the 123, the WSR Esports ButtKicker car, between, of course, the race leader in the GT4 category, the Sim Racing Collective car, and then the United Sim Team car. They classify that as a Racing Instant or NFA. No, I'm all right with that. As it is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a world in which the 1-2-3 car can get a penalty from that. But I feel like the stewards maybe being a little bit kind. Maybe it's in the rules, actually. I go back and take another look at the rules. Maybe they can't, if you protest it, you can't get a penalty from your own protest. The other team has to protest it.
Doubt.
I've seen that before.
I have seen that before as well. I have absolutely seen it. I've seen people say that they're, oh, goodness me, here we go. There's a little bit of battling going on. Of course, some of the cars that have been working their way back up from the rear of the field from earlier incidents, as we can see the 66, the PRC by Dapper Customs, first car into the pit lane to serve a stop-and-go 30 today. Now involved in a deep battle with the BPR Esports team. Ben Cooper behind the wheel of the PRC by Dapper Customs, and Sam Gunstone behind the BPR Esports machine. Quite a tight little battle here. All for just inside the top of the 7th position. They're all fighting for in the GT4 category.
Here's an interesting rule.
I was going to say, do you want me to keep talking whilst you're looking through the rule book? Or,
I found a rule.
Cool, go for it. Tell me.
Teams have a maximum of 5 protests throughout the race.
Interesting. They don't get them back if they're right.
It doesn't say that.
Okay.
It just says, as a team, you will have a maximum of 5 protests available throughout the race. Which I'm not condoning this behavior, but I think your brain might be going in the same place as mine here. Mm-hmm. Come the end of the race, and you know a team has made 5 protests.
Okay. Yeah, I know exactly where you're going now. Yeah.
I'm not saying any more than that, but
yeah, I mean, so I actually think I think generally speaking, I think if the penalty goes through and it's correct, if you report someone and then they get a penalty, i.e. you have reported something which has been correct in the steward's eyes, and then I think you should get the protest back.
like tennis.
Like tennis, which I think is a great system because it stops people just reporting anything random. If the 89 motorsport car gets its way past Ram Ranch and up the order they will go, almost contact between the pair of them, but still the Cowboys dropping back a single position, and the 89 motorsport car working their way back up the order now with a big dive. I think there is room for that. Like I say, I've seen it before where if you have the protest system completely open, people will get very petty with it.
And case in point, MC Sports round 1.
I don't know what happened.
We had a lot. We just were flooded with protests.
Right. Fantastic. That's your problem, not mine. I was sat in the comments booth having a great time.
Yes, exactly. None the wiser because most of them were no further action.
Yeah, exactly. Which I'm always like, look, if you're going to waste the steward's time,
Exactly.
then yeah, that's not cool.
At that point, you have a limit in place. So,
which I think is absolutely fair, as long as you get it back, if it's correct, as racing's going to put there. You have to get them back because like you may just have like again I don't want to start tearing the rule book to pieces, and especially considering it probably is the case when you do get them back. If you don't get them back, I mean, you can be involved in more than 5 incidents over a 24-hour period. That's why that you must get them back if they're correct. Surely.
do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go and ask.
I think we should guess and be wrong.
I'm going to guess that you don't get them back because that's how
it's written.
It's written.
Yeah.
Absolutely nowhere does it say you get them back. It literally reads, please note in all caps that as a team you will have a maximum of 5 protests in bold available to you throughout the race. That's all it says.
I am being told you don't get them back. Okay, I'm not going to comment on that one. I'm gonna climb back into my little box and not say anything more.
So I go back to my previous point. Come the end of the race, this is why what you're saying, I feel like makes a little bit of sense. Is now come the end of the race, and your team has been in a couple of incidents overnight, and you're battling against a team that's used all 5 protests. I think this opens.
It opens a nasty can of worms.
It really does.
And we'll leave it at that.
Let's hope we don't have to
I completely and wholeheartedly disagree with that, and we shall move on before we get into some serious trouble and start really irritating the people that have put on this fantastic race. 'Cause otherwise, yeah, we'll just we'll be whinging. We're turning into a couple of drivers here, just like chatting about all the rubbish. Should we start talking about BOP?
I actually don't know. I'm just guessing that they're going to they use in-game the iRacing bot. I don't think they have custom. Well, it doesn't say anywhere that they do. So yeah, no additional carbon. There it is. No additional carbon. So we can firmly blame iRacing for any BOP differences people might think. But I think the racing's been pretty close to all the cars. So
Yeah.
I don't really think it's. And to be quite honest, and this may be controversial, unless you are in the toppest of top world championship level of sim racing, the balance of performance does not actually make that much of a difference.
No, I think this was the whole thing of when it comes to the whole thing that we were talking about with IMSA, right? Because IMSA has a custom bop, as we'll see this again, another attempted move and navigation of traffic. IMSA uses a custom bop, and it is kind of common for a lot of elite sim racing leagues or whatever to use a slightly custom bop, right? And the reason being is that the highest level of esports driver drives the car differently. So if you are all the 2.5k I-rated drivers in a series and they use the normal I-rating bot, they might find that the Merc is the fastest car, right? And then you give the exact same cars with the exact same setups to the sim racing elite, as we'll see once again the Samsung Canaan car trying to work its way up the order. Yeah, you give it to the sim racing elite, and they might find that the Merc's actually one of the worst cars on it, and yeah, it's just how it goes. That's kind of the difference. That's why BOP in cars is really hard work.
And also, you'll find that they do it per race as well, because the cars will have different advantages at different circuits. So at Road Atlanta, you'll have a completely different balance of performance to what you have at what consent, because the cars behave differently, the tracks are completely different, and so you'll need to limit the cars in some places.
Whoa.
What is going on here? That was a opportunistic lunge by the number 10 machine.
Yeah, Ed Hope thinking, I don't want to sit behind this Merc anymore. Bye.
See ya.
Oof, that was very, very scary.
That came out of nowhere.
It was pretty bold and aggressive, but desperately to try to keep the rear end of the Samsung Canaan car. So I guess fair enough. See, I have, like for me in BOP, right, is that if you change it per race, that's fine. You know, as long as it's good, it's fine. If not, you change it. I've always said, like, when you open the entry list, right, as soon as you open the entry list, the BOP's locked, right? And the reason why is that even if, let's say, for example, the Lamborghini is absolute rubbish, right? If teams are in the if the BOP is locked from the start of the season and it does not change, and the Lamborghini is total rubbish, and then all the teams in the Lamborghinis complain that the Lamborghini is total rubbish, you just go, you had the same decision as everyone else. You had the choice when entry list opened, the BOP got locked. You had the same decision as everyone else, and you picked the wrong car. You've made your bed, now you lie in it. And that's for me. That's how I would want BOP in most of the champions, mostly because I like telling people they're wrong. It's really satisfying. But anyway, moving on.
These GT3s are getting real sketch.
Oh yeah,
Like real sketch.
they always are. Do you not think you could take it to them right now?
Probably not. I have not driven a GT3 car in many years, actually.
Good. The last time I drove it would have been for the Spa 24. In a car with Ewan O'Leary. Oh, there's another move coming in from Ed Hope, straight down the inside of Ed Mower. Mower, M-A-W-E-R. How do you say that?
It's a great question. We'll have to ask, because I don't believe
more. Every time I say it, it's like I'm trying to say Mora, but I've got really strong speech impediment. I don't know how to. I'm very sorry. The TSR car that has now just dropped back behind the Blocco Motore car driven by Nuno Costa. We're not very good with names in the comms booth.
No, it does take us a little bit of time and help. Just tell us if we are completely butchering your name. Just tell us. We're not going to get offended.
Yeah.
We don't know how to pronounce your name. If you tell us and then we get it wrong, then you can probably have a go at us. But let us know if we're saying your name wrong. Tell us, please, because it makes our life a lot easier and makes us more confident.
Yeah.
We know that we're saying it right.
My DMs are open on Discord or whatever. Just Lewis McGlade. Tell me what I'm saying wrong and how to say it correctly. Preferably with a video, so I can stick it like with you saying your name correctly. So I can stick it in a little. I've got a folder full of people saying their name correctly. There's only 2 names in it at the moment because I've had to, because they're the 2 that people get. I feel have the biggest arguments about for reasons I don't really know, which is Sebastian Job, right? Because obviously it's just J-O-B, and so a lot of people are just like, well, surely it's Sebastian Job. You're saying his name wrong, Sebastian Job. I'm like, he says Sebastian Job. That's what he says. He says Sebastian Job. And so I have a video of him saying, I'm Sebastian Job. Bang. Throw that one out there. Anytime anywhere. And the other one's bought a house. It's not Huis. We've passed this point. It's definitely not Boniface.
Okay.
We've gone past it.
I
have
agree.
a video of him saying his own name.
Oh, it's very close. It always looks closer from this angle, I think. It always looks like it's like even more sketched than it probably actually is. But yeah, that camera angle, the sun, I tell you what, that car has ascended.
Indeed. Sorry, my brain's like turning over a little bit. I'm trying to find a joke that works with Dadswell. Is your Dadswell? It doesn't really work because his name's Tom Dadswell. It's just there's something there. There's something there. Come back to me in an hour and 37 minutes time, and I might have a joke.
Okay.
With that,
Whoa.
But either way, he's firing it down the inside, going through Woodcote.
Tell you what, that Audi has insane traction out of left field, and that's not the first time. We've seen that many times from different Audis as well. Just seems to have an edge. Maybe it's because it's a mid-engine car. It has something to do with it. The Mercedes maybe just like plows out the corner a bit more with the front engine, bit of understeer, but Audi really liking that exit of the corner. I will ask you though, on the topic of names, Jeffrey Rietveld.
Yeah.
Is it Jeffrey Rietveld or is it Jeffrey Rietveld?
It'll be Rietveld. It will almost certainly be Rietveld. I actually don't know. I've known Jeff for over 10 years and I have no idea. Because the thing is,
a video to you.
The thing is, Rietveld and Rietveld, they are different, yes, but they're close enough that it doesn't bother him. In order, to be fair, Huis didn't bother Bono back in the day anyway. But Huis is so far away from House. I mean, Bonner House is not correct. Let's just go with that, right? We all say Bonner House, right? That's not correct. It's more like Bonner House, right? It's closer to that, but it kind of doesn't flow as well, right? But he's not bothered by it because it's like, it's close enough, right? And for the most part, it is close enough to do what it needs to do. It's not about getting everything phonetically like perfect. It's about getting it closer to where we currently are. Because let's be honest, we're pretty bad at just going, oh, let's just say every letter in this phonetically. Johan Harth is actually a really good example of that because it would be more like Johan, right? Because you wouldn't say the H. That would be Johan, not Johan. It would be Johan, and it would be Art. You wouldn't say the first H, and you wouldn't say the second H, because H is for the most part silent in French, and yet we still say Johan Harth. There's nothing that's weird. Most peculiar.
I've never thought of that, and yeah, I probably should have. But yeah, that's a good point. I'm not going to think about that anymore because that is.
I'm going to still call him. I still keep calling him Johan Harth. I don't care. He's French.
That's true. I guess. I guess the French drivers, especially from us, you know, they get a bit of stick, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. From us English. Yeah, definitely. I get along well with Johan actually. Or Johan. Although to be fair, if I say Johan, it makes it sound like we're really casual as we see Lee move to the inside from the Samsoid car. Just Samsoid Canard working its way past Sim Dynamics. Paul Allen behind the wheel at the moment of the Sim Dynamics Merc, and drops back the single position now into 10th. When Iku's going to turn around and say, like, no, you've been saying my name completely wrong for the last few years. And, well, it's tough.
Well, Iku has said we need more Finns in the races. That's a good point, though. What? Because I know there's a big Finnish sim racing team. There always has. They've always been up near the top. And there's like 3 or 4 of them that will always be up in the World Championships of various sims. And then they just stay in their own Finnish racing leagues. That is going to be sketch in a second. You know it's sketch when a GT4 is catching you.
Yeah, it's the old Turtles car trying to get around the outside, that bright green Lambo, trying to stick it around the outside. I mean, you can tell it's the old Turtles because it's got a big old turtle inside of it. As it gets down the inside. Red X on the outside with absolutely no red on the car, with the exception of the banner. It does have the banner.
Okay, that one has the banner. Okay, good.
Yeah, so that's
Don't
that
think
is
the Merc does.
that is important. Now, you know why all the Finns don't race F1?
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking.
It's because they don't like other people. Because Finns like to keep to themselves. Iku, he hates people.
I actually want to know Iku because, like, as commentators, we interact with the drivers, especially with the online stuff when we're not in person at an in-person event. 90% of the time, it's in interviews. If we're speaking to them on a voice call, right? It's in interviews, and the Finnish drivers have a reputation in interviews for not being the best people to interview. But I want to, do they have the same thing in Finnish? Because Iku does Finnish broadcasts. Oh. I really want to know. I want to know, how is this possibly going to end in a good way? Because that is so sketchy. Then now you've got the Audi 26 being boxed in.
Well, that was scary, wasn't it, for the TSR car? They've dropped a couple of positions, so they did get passed by the Fury in the altitude car as well. Now the Fury car's going to try and get around the outside into Stowe, and not going to be able to do so. Surely it is a thing. But I will say Finnish people are notoriously difficult to interview, because I remember Tuomas Tappinen struggling to get a few words out of him. As the inside line being taken from the altitude esports car. I don't know how these three are still alive. And that Cayman, that poor Cayman.
That Cayman looking in the mirrors at that coming at you, that's got to be one of the most scary things you can see as a GT4 in this race. It's just those drivers literally using the Cayman as a weapon to box in the Audi behind to make sure that you're not going anywhere, as the Cayman just decides to phase out of existence for a second in the background there. But yeah, using it as a weapon. Boxing the one car in just to make sure, you're not going anywhere. You are getting past now, and there is nothing you can do about it.
That's actually important to use the lap traffic. Sometimes as a pick to work your way through, or hold position or anything like that. It's a bit risky. Could normally end in a. It sounds like sometimes, rather, not normally. Sometimes it can end in a crash, and like I say, you've just got to avoid it as best you can. We've seen one of the altitude cars. We need to go to. I can't use the same joke twice, but I'm going to. A higher altitude, because second place is obviously the altitude esports car and the WSR esports ButtKicker. Very close indeed. The pair of them separated by a second. WSR esports obviously in the lead of the race again.
Yeah, and 123 back where how it was for the first hour and a half or so. Actually, almost 2 hours really, but yeah, a couple of incidents set them back a bit, but back out they go.
There's also been, this has been a switch recently. Is old Bert, the BRT. Bert's made his way up into third position ahead of the Kimura car, a bit further down the order, as we see the Ram Ranch car a bit further down the road. We've seen this car inside the top 5. It's Jack Jeffries behind the wheel now, running in that 7th position and having to defend from the DTW and the looming Samsoid Canaan car. Is David Sutton, by the way, still behind the wheel?
BRT, I keep thinking of like sandwich, which is obviously, it's now made me hungry.
Do you know, I love a bacon, rice and tomato sandwich.
Right, see, I was trying to think of what I could put there. I was like relish or radish. I don't know why I was thinking of those in particular. I really have a severe dislike of radishes.
Not a fan.
Not a van. No. Yeah. No.
Wouldn't
No.
want rice in a sandwich though.
Rice in a sandwich. I mean, have you ever had like an Indian curry?
Yeah.
Mixed
Okay.
it with rice and then put that on a sandwich or in a tortilla wrap.
Okay. Well, I mean, naan bread and stuff, right? Which is bread, but yes. As we'll see, TSRC straight on the inside of the TSR. Not teammates or anything like that. Just hilarious acronyms that are all really close to each other just to keep us on our toes. That's the battle for 15th position. Matt Acton down the inside of Ed.
I would actually just like to say real quick, a massive shout out to Arjuna Kankapati, because the only reason we do not have a timing tower filled with acronyms is Arjuna went and set custom team names for all of these, for the timing tower so they'd fit nicely. Otherwise, we would have had 17 acronyms all in a very, very small font because they don't fit properly in the timing tower. So Arjuna's done us a mega favor there.
Maybe. Don't give Arjuna any credit. He's not on this broadcast at the moment. He is doing a different broadcast with other people. In fact, he's with my son. So that's fun.
If you see, there's a good 20 people right now.
Yeah. But now think that I have a child.
Yes.
I do.
Iki's just pointed out that the DCW racing car, the full team name of this car is DCW Racing Chicken.
Yes, it is indeed.
And they all have interesting names, the DCW cars.
I mean, honestly, why not?
There's chicken and there's egg. Which one came
Which
first?
one came first? Which one came first? Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Is there a chicken on it?
I can't see from this angle.
No.
Here's a big zoom in. Oh, I'm trying to work out, is that chickens as the, the rear texture?
Tell you what, that one right
It's
there.
not, is it?
No, that one right there isn't actually the chicken car. It's the ARS car. Because there's 3 DCW cars and one of them is ARS.
You know what? I don't see a chicken on it, but I do like the livery, and also I do appreciate the number 42.
Oh no! Hang on. Sorry. No, they've got the wrong number because in the entry list, the 42 DCW racing car is a GT4. And
I still appreciate the number 42, but that's pretty bad.
And the number 20 isn't on the entry list, so I have no idea which car that is now.
That is a fine. That is an absolute fine, and there isn't a third one.
And there isn't a third. Okay, so what this is a fraudulent entry list.
Oh yeah, no, I think I've already been told to throw it straight in the bin. By the way, I don't actually have a son. It's just you and O'Leary.
It's just you and O'Leary. I'm going to clip that and send it to him. He's going to be devastated.
He's my commentary son. No, he won't be devastated. You know what he'll say?
Oh.
Why do I care?
That was not a bad shot at his accent.
He's just so northern.
Oh, Alpha G Esports and our race leaders. They are mighty close. And there is a car in front of them. I thought it was a GT4 for a second in Magus Vegas, which would have spiced things up. But it is a GT3, which won't hold them up too much, you would expect. Not through Magus Beckett's, and probably will get out of the way now, you would hope. Yes, does get out of the way. Yes?
It is. It's just pulled over to one side to let them through, but it might not let the altitude car go straight through. So WSR Esports ButtKicker will work its way past as the Aztec car will retake the apex going through Stone. Surely will hand over the track position as they work their way down into the club chicane. There is the look to the inside. He's having to fight for it a little bit. A fair amount is Adam Watson. Eric Grover, I will say, has been struggling a little bit for pace in the car compared to his teammate, running in the 2-minute 1 point. The lower 2-minute ones. Let's go with that.
Once again, the sun is making an appearance on the top of those cars as they make their way through the first sector of the circuit. You wanted Rice earlier on.
Oh my God, we're getting some Rice here. Now these cars are going to get turned to Rice. How on earth are they not in a barrier and buried and no longer a part of this? Dale Williams in the Sim Dynamics car. Of course, the number 39 there that was involved and embroiled in the battle with Steward Rice, as you were saying.
There's no damage.
I don't know.
That car is spotless. Sorry,
I'm
what?
just baffled as to what just happened.
They're both slow. I will just say because they had to take a slowdown because they've essentially they've cut Maggot's Beckett, and so iRacing has been like, no, I know that you spun, but they are both driving incredibly slowly right now. But
yeah, it looks like you're driving.
Cheers. No, what it does look like is George Morgan on the media day of the.
Honestly, I wish everyone had seen it. I wish everyone had seen it. As the 39, this battle is hilariously pointless.
It is really funny because they have like a 5-second slowdown. It is a hefty slowdown, but let's
see this bit. Let's see this bit. So of course the Sim Dynamics go over to the right-hand side as it will cut in here, which basically kind of goes there. I don't think they just kind of came together. I don't know. It's very bizarre.
Awkward angle, isn't it?
Yeah. By the way, race lead in the GT3. Racing in the GT3, we've got a new leader. The Altitude car has worked its way up to the front. It must have been a very slow exit for WSR Esports ButtKicker, departing Maggot's or Chapel.
There is a GT4 Cayman that was just behind them as well as they came out of Stowe. So that we've seen that a couple times already in the race. So odds on probably that. But they have caught up quite a bit recently. You'd expect the Altitude car possibly to have the pace advantage at this point.
Yeah, like I say, the WSR cars have not been super fast in it, which is fine. It happens in a 24-hour race. You've got teammates; they can't all be at the same speed. It's about just getting the laps on and not making any mistakes. By the way, to go back to the George Morgan thing, if anyone does know, obviously, I beat George Morgan in some brand new TCRs on a different platform elsewhere. And I beat him a lap around Spa. We got one out lap and one time lap. I beat him by 8 seconds. 8 seconds. Let's see how Eric Grove lost the race lead.
I think we are correct. I think we're correct. There is a Cayman slow, which means that he is now slow. Altitude is not slow. Altitude gets past, I think, is the
excellent. You're going for a nomination for the VCO Simi Awards, but don't worry, I've not got any friends on the panel anymore, so I can't win apparently.
Do you not?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know? I doubt that.
I don't know. The panel's enormous. No, to be honest, safer option. Avoid the conversation. But with that kind of commentary, you're aiming for a nomination. It's
perfect.
fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No worries. With our prediction game, with that, what we should do is have a look to the inside from the Fury car.
That was not. I'm calling it right now. I would actually love to see if maybe you can get a little replay of that from on board the Fury car, because I do not think that was an intentional send.
No,
I think that was damage control.
No way was that intentional, although this one may well be as we head our way down into Brooklands, and this time it will be an intentional move in the 142. Yeah, like I say, the first bit into the village loop section, yeah, no way was that intentional. Just like I say, you're kind of on your brakes there, the concertina effect, thinking, oh, well, I'm either going to go into the rear of you or I can at least dive it down the inside. Yeah.
He is proven to be an absolute legend today. Let's see.
It was a little less reaction than we thought. Matthias Tem, basically your future wife.
I mean, that is a significant difference. I'm not going to lie. There are 2 letters the same there.
Yeah, but well, I mean, technically, of the 3 characters, of the 4 letters that are in your fiance's name, I mean, at least 3 of them were active in that name.
No.
Well, yeah, because you've got a T, an E, and then an E.
But the E has an accent. That E
doesn't. That
is a different letter.
Don't get on that. It's not. It's just
an
E with it. It's an E with basically a bit of a hat.
We have GT4s on the inside. I've seen that before. And that went a little bit better, but still not perfect. There's a bit of contact.
Indeed. Is this your preparation for now? Oh, actually, do you know what? I don't care about how I'm going to sit here for 24 hours commentating.
I'm absolutely not sitting here for 24 hours commentating.
You're going to sit here for the whole 24 hours commentating.
terribly wrong. No,
Present.
I'm not doing that.
A day spare. When you get married, it's 2 days.
Monday, yeah. But what I am doing is MC Sports shooting tomorrow, which is
Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. What preparation?
Yeah.
What preparation?
Brilliant.
Goodness me. I would say congratulations. But I don't
No, you like me too much.
I definitely go that far. You're starting to turn into George Morgan. I think he's high on my list of people that get a Christmas card.
Might not getting a Christmas card.
No. No one's getting a Christmas card. Too miserable.
Fair enough.
I'd rather, to be fair though, I'm more likely to play a round of golf with George Morgan than I am with you. So there is that.
That's true, but it's all because I haven't played golf since I was 12.
Meanwhile, he's now a member of course.
Is he?
Yeah, he is. He said we've got it all sorted out the other week. We're not talking about golf. I think people watching this will probably be the same sort of people that were watching the Fuji 8 Hour, and they're like, "Oh no, this is he talking about golf again?" There's well, in a 5 kilometre radius of the Fuji International Speedway, there's about 25 golf courses. I think I might go on holiday there. 25.
If you did, would you do the track safari?
No, I'd go and play golf.
Would you play golf instead of doing the track safari?
Yeah,
Why?
because there's 25 courses, mate.
Exactly.
It would take so long to doing one a day. I'm out there for a month. I'm not going to actually do that. Because that would be really expensive. Golf in Japan is really expensive.
Is it?
But they have some funky stuff out there with their golf, including some beautiful irons that cost thousands and thousands and thousands. I ain't got that kind of dollar. I was thinking Portugal. Portugal, Japan.
Basically the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. No, I need to go on a romantic holiday with Cam and Roger to Scotland, back to Knockville.
Again?
Yeah. Yeah, March. Very romantic.
Better than Max.
Exactly. We're not going to visit Knockville though. Great track, by the way. We should do this 24-hour race there. It's great. Do you imagine that? 50 cars, GT3s, GT4s, Knockville.
I don't want to.
Imagine how funny that would be.
I mean, I did Porsche Cup there, and that was...
Whoa! What's happened here? Fury, one of the GT4s as well. I don't know which one it was. It looks like is that the submarine one? It crashed.
A second time.
How? It is the Yellow Submarine Squad one.
Is that the car that... I think it is. I think that is. I'm double checking because I don't know. Different car. Okay. I thought it was the same car that lost the rear end by not holding the brakes. I think it might be a similar team. This is not sketchy at all.
No, indeed. As trying to work their way through the Empire car of Joe Newman's put on some pretty special moves today. Matt Acton now down to 15th position. You've got the old Turtles car directly behind as well. Maybe there'll be an extra move coming into Stowe. Let's see. There it is. There's the look from the old Turtles car. Matt Acton taking a very defensive line. Almost contact between the pair of them, but still space given. Matt Acton just about able to hang on to what is 15th position at the moment. Watch out for the Red X car as well, and the Fury car closing in the background. Of course, the Fury car responding after that issue with Mike Gaff. As big slides coming off the penultimate corner, heading back out onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. It's too long of a name.
Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Yeah, it doesn't need to be that long, does it? Because none of the other driver-named corners
have the Sir as well.
Or
oh my goodness, Fury getting involved in yet another instant. The old Turtles car getting spun round courtesy of that. And it's 2 times in one lap where we've seen that Fury car involvement. So we didn't exactly see what happened on the first outing, but normally you could probably lean towards maybe in GT3 on fault, probably driving into the rear end. We're going to get an answer to that question as we head through Brooklyn. Is it going to be straight into the rear end of that Merc? Yes, it is.
Oh. Hello.
Naughty.
What's happened there? The second contact is the most confusing for me because
right. So that's the content that's the most confusing for me.
Oh, he's on the grass. He's on the grass. He's spun around. He didn't drive into the wall. He just literally did a 180 spin.
Oh, okay. So it's yeah, Jim Carner. Gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah, the second contact was just Constantine.
Travis Pastrami.
Travis Pastrami. Ooh, give me up. Let's run on board with the Blocko motor car.
No, there's so much time to see that that's happened. I feel like he wasn't making the corner regardless. I think he's been so distracted by watching the incident that he's forgotten to brake, because genuinely, he's not making the corner.
Now that's kind of amusing. Decently done. You know? No?
I'm surprised there hasn't been any protesting yet about that.
It was a few moments ago.
I don't know, if I was in that car, I'd be straight on the protest wall.
There's one thing that I absolutely hate as a driver: not reacting to incidents. I'm like, oh my god.
Is that Lamborghini crabbing?
It's a Lamborghini, and I think it might be in a couple of problems, as we've got a couple of Mercs going side by side, Aztec and, of course, the Prismatic car straight around the outside. They've got their way past the Quaterbass car, which is, I think, oh nice. Is it a lap down? Yeah, it is. So just going a lap down where Scoopers are not having to fight for it, and it doesn't look like it's crabbing. It's fine. I think you've just got wonky eyes, mate.
No, I think it was just a weird camera angle and.
Oh, now you're blaming Iku.
Oh
wow.
No. You misunderstand.
Wow. Just to clarify, whenever we're talking about Iku Mericalo, it's because he's, if you weren't joining us earlier, he's the one that's bringing up the production feed at the moment, and Dane is just trying to throw our poor producer Iku straight under the bus by saying he picked the wrong camera angle.
No,
I almost did earlier on.
He didn't, though. That's the thing.
You're the one that said it on broadcast, mate, not me.
No. Okay. I'm just gonna.
Got him.
I'm just gonna leave it there. Just it's not worth it.
No, it's not, because you just won't win.
No, I won't.
I can drop the IQ right the way down. Don't worry, mate.
Oh dear.
Look, my IQ's not locked to a single number. Don't worry about it. What do you think about the Olympus livery, by the way? The second car.
I know which one's the Olympus car, don't worry.
Okay, just making sure.
I quite like it.
At home.
I quite like it.
Do you know what ruins it?
Go on.
Logos.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I actually think the side of that car, honestly, like, I do like a car that has like art.
It's asymmetrical as well.
I just, the number doesn't fit the number board. Is what it really doesn't. Wow, that's way off. Like, it's not even close.
Okay, but actually, whose fault is that though?
Exactly. So I don't know. But like, and again, I don't know about the logos. Like, maybe that's not them.
Oh.
Big kicker poster. But the actual like livery, the design, I think that is art. It doesn't feel like a big, big racing car. But the design's great. Although again, they have broken my rule when it comes to asymmetric stuff, which is it's asymmetric on colour, not on design. It's the same design either side. Yeah, it's just the same design on either side, mate.
No, look at the back. It's all. Oh wait. Oh, hang on.
Oh, are you about to say, Lewis, you're right?
I would never say that. I would say something
Oh, look,
different.
there you go. There's the design. Oh, what's it on the other side? Ah! It's the same!
No, I'm looking at the back. But I think I'm not gonna say it.
What? Go on, say it. Say it.
Lewis.
Yeah.
Lewis, you might be right.
Of course. And that's why I'm a two-time PCA opening commentator.
I'm proud of it.
Thank you. And proud of it. You're absolutely right. Hashtag friends. But no, for real, It's a great livery. It's fine. It's fine. We'll go back to Matt Acton, of course, involved in this fight with the Red X Ferrari. You got the Fury car just off the rear, and who I think is probably awaiting maybe a penalty or two after some earlier incidents. We drop back to the RD Simsport car in the TSR, having the fight for 19th position.
I would just like to say this is why I don't get behind the mic as often anymore, and I normally am sitting pushing buttons in production and just sending Danny Chivichava to put a sign in your face saying I say hi. That's the only communication we usually have. Is because my eyes don't work 90% of the time. It's great. Oh, here we go. This is a lot of GT4s.
It certainly is, and not all of these are on the same lap. There's a lot of navigation of lap traffic within battles, within everything else. It's Team Heaps Together. Love that name. That literally is how I feel about my own life. So I should probably join that team. But either way, they just managed to, I say keep it on the road, but they got it back on the road and were able to keep going. Dapper Customs Pineapple Racing Club. Great name. Always. Work their way back inside the top 10. Obviously got a bit of pressure coming on their shoulders, but one of those cars is the Kimura car, which is obviously a lap ahead of the pair of these, and so they're going to have to get out of the way.
I don't actually have to get out of the way, do they? Is that in the rules?
Go and check the rule book.
I'm going to check the rule book because
I don't think they have to, but I think even there it's kind of like I say it's a sign of respect, but it's like it's the right thing to do.
I don't think it's covered. I think it's just iRacing decides, which means they don't have to move out of the way. But anyway. Let's moving swiftly on. Swiftly on.
Excellent.
Team Blue X.
Team Blue X and Team Yellow X. Yep.
Team Blue Chevron. It's not even an X.
It's not even an X. They're having to deal with the TSRC car straight on the inside. You're absolutely right. I hadn't even thought about that. Team Blue Chevron trying to hang on, and they're doing so brilliantly. Here comes Fury trying to get straight down the inside, who I swear every time I see this car it becomes there's slightly more grey on it. I don't know how they're doing that. Whoa, getting squeezed right over to the barrier as they come over to the pit wall, and the old Blue Chevron's desperate to hang on.
I tell you what, this is looking much more like reactive blocking than anything else.
Yeah.
The Fury car's putting its nose in, and that is from what we've seen prior in this race. You know, maybe something to worry about for the cars up front. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if that gets protested.
The defence.
Because it looked a bit Verstappen-y. For lack of a better word.
No. And we are in the land of Sir Lewis Hamilton. So we don't do that, sort of. Okay, right, let's cause that drama in the world and move on.
Especially not this corner. Anyway, that's
literally, we've just started a fire and have gone, okay, anyway, you deal with that, bye. No, I do...
Sorry, chat mods.
I do agree that the defence was very questionable, very aggressive, and like you say, very reactive, which is the problem. Defence should always be proactive, not reactive, because proactive is predictable and thus safer. Reactive is just asking for a crash every single time. Ed Hope trying to work his way up the order. He's got high hopes. This has already seen Will Hope in this race. We've got to get past Jack Jeffries, one of the cowboys in the race, currently running in that 8th position. Who had the bold idea, by the way, to enter a team called Ram Ranch?
Well, I guess ask chat, and we'll see if chat will let us. Maybe one of them will around the outside. Hello. Inside for the loop for number 10 machine. Very nice. Gets ahead. The switchback is on. Have they got alongside? No, they have not. I think this will continue into Brooklands, but we have got a lot of people chattering away. That is one of the good things. That the drivers in these British series always seem to just love nothing more than being in YouTube chat whilst the race is going.
It's having a jolly good chin wag.
It is.
You know?
And
I laugh that I just heard from EQ.
Yeah, because I think EQ's not used to having people in chat. Probably I would imagine
I don't think that was the problem. I think it was Jolly Good Chinwag, which was the was the problem.
Going to hear him chuckling away and finishing.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, to be fair though, Chuckles in finish is literally just. You know what I mean? That's all it is. There's nothing else to it. And it's why we love the finish. It's not interviewing them. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's always an interesting time. You brought up Thomas Tattel earlier. No, that was genuinely, I felt so bad for you. But no.
Love Thomas, but mate, please don't ever put me through that ever.
It was so bad. But apparently, according to Nico, it's the same in Finnish. It's not an English thing, it's just the him thing. Or I guess Finnish in general, because we all know Kimi Räikkönen. We say Kimi Räikkönen, but in F1, he's always, you know, when he's interviewing for F1, he's always like
a bit more chatty than people would say.
A little bit more chat. But when he was getting interviewed for NASCAR and the NASCAR press tour that he went on, he was having the best time.
Because he didn't care. He just thought, I'm just going to do what I want to do. Good for him.
I love it.
It's the important bit. You know, do what you want to do.
Oh, that's a lot of cars. That's a lot of cars. That's a massive amount of cars. One of the cars is off.
Is that the yellow?
Oh, it's the yellow chevron, yeah.
Yellow chevron. Yellow, it is the. Is it the yellow chevron? It's very hard to tell.
Yeah, it is.
It is the yellow chevron. Bye. Just trying to get out of the way. It's got the Team Red X banner on, which is great because it doesn't match any other livery on the grid that has. Everyone else has the banner. Are we just? I feel like this is just us throwing shade at people just for 3 hours, and it's going to continue for an hour more. Fine. Anyway, we will have a. Oh, have we got? I think we've got an interview. We do have an interview with Thomas Cope. Dave, do you want to do an interview? Dave's not. It's fine.
No, sorry, I was reading a message from Gibber in the YouTube chat, and I definitely blanked out for a second. I think you should have a chat with.
We'll go with it. We've got Thomas Cope from the number 31 here in the comms booth. Of course, one of the Olympus esports drivers. Talk to us about how the race has been going for you. It's been an interesting run around the opening 3 hours of the ButtKicker Britcar 24-hour of Silverstone.
Yeah, like I say, it's been very interesting to start with. Grant's in the car doing best job he can do. Just getting to the race day today has been a milestone. We just love doing the little fun things and little fun events, and we're making the most of it today.
What are your goals from races like this? You know, were you coming in like aiming for the victory, or is it literally just sort of like, let's go endurance spirit, get to the checkered flag?
Well, we've got two mindsets. We've got the two teams on track. So we've got the number 50 car, which is sort of aiming to try and get a win. They're doing everything they can in their power to go and win the event and do well and get the name out there. And then we've got the 31 car, which I'm a part of, which we were just happy to be able to race. We've got kind of a funny one. I currently don't have a rig or racing gear due to technical issues, and I've had some issues during the couple of weeks. So I'm actually racing from one of the other lads' house, who's quite local to me, so we're kind of sharing the rig. So we had to work a strategy around two drivers on the same racing rig.
Now, what's it like, you know, kind of being able to sort of like jumping, I guess like, yes, it might be a bit of a negative, you know, not having your rig at home, but at least going like to see your mate and you have a chat and kind of like almost like an instant debrief, right?
Yeah, we can almost chat and see how the racing's going and talk about all the incidents as well. Plus, it's a completely different rig from mine. I have to race in VR in his place, and I normally race on monitors, so it's really tricky to say the least, but we're getting on with it. I mean, a top 10 for us right now, we're more than happy, and we're just going to try and keep it clean and get to that checkered flag.
On the topic of keeping it clean, I'll ask you one further question before I let you go and have a little bit of a breather and get yourself ready. GT3s, racing around with the GT4s, how's that been? It's looked a little sketchy at points.
It is definitely sketchy. It's hard being in VR when you're not used to it, working on the traffic management as well. But the guys really helped me out in the traffic management, but it is mad. Those GT3s have such a closing rate, and before you know it, they're on your tail and they're following you through a corner, and then they're diving you as well. So it's madness, but we could just about manage it for 24 hours.
Well, Thomas, mate, we'll hopefully catch up with you a little bit later on in the race as well. But yeah, best of luck.
Thank you very much, guys.
There we go. Thomas Cope, one of the drivers from the number 31 Olympus Esports guys. I think we've built up a scream from Dane and a replay maybe from Iku. Let's see what happened on the replay. We'll see what happens here first. See if the prismatic car can make its way past the Aztec car, Mr. Dane.
Yes, I did think I was muted. Apparently, I was not muted. So yeah, that didn't work too well. Onto the grass almost for the 46, deciding to stay really tight to the inside despite it already being blocked, and all that's done has allowed the Audi behind to try and make a move. Dives down to the pit lane anyway, so it was all for naught, and the 46 will move up into what is 22nd position.
Yeah, indeed. We'll jump into the replay and see exactly what the dealio has been. This is with the Fury car. And this is heading into the final corner. We've seen them have 2 issues with lap traffic. We'll see a third one.
Oh wow!
Okay, now that's quite silly. That's the one where I'm sat here like being like that's stupidity incarnate.
I mean, yeah, that's not great. I mean, you can't really go on the outside of a car that's on the white line.
The GT4s go like it can only go to one place. It's always gonna wash out to that point. Just breathing the throttle and going for the up and under means that crash doesn't happen, and it's so easy to do. Maybe for some of the drivers on the grid, this is the first time that they've been racing in multi-class racing. I don't know, but that's the third time that we've seen a bit of lap traffic problem from that car, and it's just a little poor, shall we say. We're 3 hours into the race though, and at the moment Altitude Esports are leading by a second in the GT3 category. Meanwhile, Prismatic are under a fair amount of pressure from the DCWR car. The battle for the race lead in GT3 is pretty close. Of course, we've seen a driver swap in this category. We are expecting pit stops from them in the fairly near future. Adam Watson currently leading the way from Eric Grove, who's actually found his feet quite a bit in this stint. Of course, in the GT4 category, it is the Sim Racing Collective leading, as they've done since the start of the race, over the number 50 Olympus Esports car. Kimura also in tow, and those three separated by around about 20 seconds. Still 21 hours of racing left to go in the ButtKicker Britcar 24-hour of Silverstone as we begin the third pit lane sequence, Prismatic being one of those first to come in the GT3s.
And the pit cycle continues to go around a bit. I'm interested to see how it works out with 123, the 123 car, because they just seem to have, at least in the first couple of stints, insane fuel mileage. So they were doing more laps than anybody else before they had to make a pit stop. Has Eric Grove been able to do the same thing and save that fuel and make up that advantage? Because he's got on the offensive in the last couple of laps and has started to close back in on the Altitude Esports car in front.
Yeah, I say we'll have to wait and see. And to be fair, even then, I think maybe it doesn't matter that much, like as much as it would do, when it comes to his teammates. Rather, like every team's going to have a slower driver in the lineup. Most teams will start with their fastest. Not every team will start with the fastest driver, but most teams will start with their fastest driver in the lineup, or at least the most competent kind of thing. A bit rude, but for Eric Grove, I'd say since losing the race lead, I think it's actually done an excellent job at keeping that car within, I was going to say within arm's length, but no, to be fair, that's finger length. That is like keeping it right there. Save the fuel, keep the mileage going, and play the right cards. At the moment, it's like I said, it's fantastic driving from Eric Grove.
Oh, it definitely is. I'm just wondering if he's been able to do the same fuel saving. If that's their tactics for all the drivers, or if it's just Alexander that's going to be doing that. So interesting to see what the sort of strategy is
with that one because they're moving up towards their sort of pit window in these GT3 machines. But he has closed down that gap considerably, about a second almost, in the last couple of laps. So maybe looking to try and sneak ahead, or sneak ahead at least in the pit window.
Got 54 minutes of Lulu and Dane in the console. Do you know who's taken over from us?
I don't, but I can find out very quickly. And the answer is, after us is Nolan and Derek. So what that is a significant downgrade.
Oof. I don't. Oh, I don't.
No,
I
I
don't know
wouldn't say
about
that. No, I wouldn't say that. Nolan's in the chat is the only reason I said that. I would just like to make that clear.
No, the main reason why it's definitely not a downgrade. I mean, like, I don't think there is down from there, is there? From a genuine point of view, is there down from here? I don't think so.
I am not going to comment. I genuinely don't know.
Gina and George Morgan will be a pretty big downgrade. So fair enough, there is down from here.
Nolan's in the chat now. Yeah, he's not happy. It's understandable. That's fair enough.
It is understandable.
But Nolan. I have a question for Nolan in chat. Is Porsche German or Italian?
What?
No. Just, Lewis, keep an eye on chat. There is context behind this.
Oh, I mean, this is going to go back to the whole, like, what? Sorry, no, no. What?
Okay, so we're doing an IFA broadcast at Bathurst, and he's talking to Nolan is talking about Porsche, and then he asks Lorenzo, Lorenzo or Justin, I can't remember which one it was, but he asked Lorenzo, genuinely, is Porsche German or Italian? And he asked the question. I then started laughing, and Arjuna messaged me and said that's the second time he's asked that question on a broadcast.
Where has that come from?
I don't know, but there we go. So everyone can now... I love this. The chat is now absolutely
I'm so
going
confused.
in on
I
Nolan.
don't know where this has come from, though. I don't... What? What do you mean is Porsche German or Italian? Italian? No, it's what? I'm honestly, I'm baffled. Anyway, we've got cars in the pit lane. Pit lane in the cars. We've got Altitude Esports. Let's change the topic. Just get off this rubbish. Altitude Esports into the pit lane. So Nolan asked a question. Can we get honestly, Nolan, mate? Can we have a serious answer, please? What?
He did answer. He did answer in the chat.
Did he?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said German in all caps.
No. I didn't want to answer. I didn't want to know the answer to the question. I know the answer to the question because it's obvious. Was it Lorenzo that asked? Was it Nolan that asked?
Nolan asked. I think it was Lorenzo that he asked.
But why did you ask the question? That's what I want to know.
I think he was talking about Porsche and Lamborghini at the same time. And then he said something like they're both Italian, and then...
Okay, asking Lamborghini, are they Italian or German? That's a slightly more interesting question, because it's a little bit more sketchy than people think, because obviously it is an Italian brand, but all of, like, the underpinnings of the car is German. So maybe... Nolan, see if you can follow that logic. Maybe that's what he was trying to ask. I just thought Porsche instead, because brains. I'm just really baffled by it.
No, I know that's what we all were, and that's why it's forever in the quotes of our comments. We always have like a list of famous quotes,
Porsche
and that's one of them.
BMW.
Was it Porsche and
definitely
BMW,
German.
and you said both were German, and then you thought, wait, is Porsche Italian or German? I think that's what happened. But
honestly,
no, the reason I bring it up is because it is that baffling. Because it's what? Yeah.
My respect is definitely that. Okay, I will say it is a downgrade. I've just got to say good luck everyone listening to that.
That's also like that's on the same. But we got Ewan coming up later on. Ewan wants Sebring to be repaved. So I mean,
Ewan does want to. No, you see, Ewan does maintain that Sebring's not a very good racetrack, which I'm like, I don't understand.
But it's a fantastic racetrack.
I agree with the thought experiment of what if you repaved Sebring? Would it be any good?
In the background, I've just seen a car go off. It is our friend in the very, very bright pink
SOP car.
Oh dear. So it's the GT4 Symphony of Pistons machine, as there is a move from the inside from the RD Sim Racing car, and the Quatermass guy had to get out of the way. Old Turtle's dropping the position. It's all starting to kick off a little bit. And like we say, Symphony of Pistons may well have had a little bit of a problem. They're now back there with the Olympus Esports car towards the back end of the top 10.
Oh wow, I've seen a great comment in the YouTube chat. You can daily drive a Porsche, that should lead to your answer.
Yeah, exactly. Ain't Italian.
That's a good one, I like that. What happened? Here we go.
Quatermass behind him. You've got the Symphony of Pistons car come through. And the
Is it the curb?
Oh no, it's just solo. Oh,
so sketchy.
That's a bit scary. It's a bit scary.
They had another moment as well, just coming out of the corner, trying to get back up to speed. They had a bit of a twitch, but yeah, that was.
We're live on YouTube.
Oh wow! I will kick you from this broadcast. There we go. Way, right.
I would never come back. I'd go and watch the Arsenal match, mate.
Would you? Did you get what I just said?
Oh,
because I'm. Yeah, there we go.
I don't.
Right. I had to explain it. Anyway, side by side, two Lambos.
Yeah. You just have to say, did you get what? Yeah, okay, it's fine. As soon as that's said, that's fine. That's really good. But yes, anyway, Old Turtles getting their way through.
Big Old Turtle.
Big. I mean, to be fair, I quite like it. Although this car is, I was going to say it's missing a little bit on the side. Do you know what this feels like? It feels like a Need for Speed paint job.
I see that.
You know what I mean? It's in that kind of vein. It's just like, oh, just a bit wacky. Just stick that on the side of the car and off you go. As Bert is in the pit lane.
Yeah, the sandwich car, the
bacon, rice, and tomato.
Yeah.
What other food begins with R? Because honestly, I'm only thinking of rice now.
I got radishes earlier.
Relish and radishes. Yeah. Anyone can think of any other food?
Ravioli.
No. Absolutely not. How many carbs do you want, mate? The rice. What? I don't know. Ricotta. Bacon, ricotta, and tomato. That might actually be quite good.
You're going to have to do that. Don't let Lorenzo know, though, because he will call us food criminals.
Yeah, but he's probably the kind of guy that snaps spaghetti, so he puts pineapple on pizza.
He's called me a food criminal ever since I took off the pepperoni from that pizza that we had in Katowice. In the airport.
Yeah, no, fair enough. That is brilliant. To be fair, I still think the biggest criminal when it comes to pizza eating is Jennifer by a countryman.
Have you seen Jarno Opmer?
No, I've not seen Jarno. Does Jarno Opmer?
He ate it from the crust.
From the crust, yeah, which is that's not as uncommon as you think.
I've never seen it.
I don't like it.
But what did Jamie do?
He makes it into a. Oh God, I'm so angry by it. I nearly dropped some big expletives. I was so angry. Gianmarco Fiducci, Italian.
Oh no!
Took one look at him eating a pizza like this, and he was just sort of like, what? No. Basically, he gets 2 slices of pizza and makes it into a sandwich.
Yes. Okay, no, because what I've done is, you know those tiny little deep dish Chicago Town pizzas? You get a box of 2 of them in it.
No.
No. You don't know where I'm going with this yet, though.
Okay, good.
You make it into, you make a burger. No. You make a burger, and and you make a burger with that. There's the Old Turtles car going off, and Watson making his way by. But you make a burger with those pizzas as the bun. I would also like to clarify, because people are flaming me in YouTube. He got my ears saying no. I've seen people in the chat flaming me for my pepperoni. I didn't know what the pepperoni was going to be like, and it was a type of pepperoni that I do not enjoy eating, so I just took off the pepperoni because I didn't want to eat it.
I didn't get a pepperoni pizza specifically to have a pizza without pepperoni, which is what people
he
seem to think.
He just really likes extra oil on his pizza.
Commentators unhinged, yeah, sure. It's 3 hours into this 24-hour broadcast. I've still got 4 hours of production. Just wait until that.
I just don't understand why you would make a burger.
Do you know what? It was the first thought I had in my brain when I saw those pizzas for the first time.
Two problems with that. Number one, that is far more expensive than just getting a bun.
Yeah, but that's not the point.
And also, just
save
the
money.
amount of molten cheese. No, thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, that's not a good burger. That's
Commentator was unhinged. This is now my favourite YouTube chat ever.
That's just gross. Anyway, there's 45 minutes left of this stint.
And then you'll be gone with us. You'll be for the rest of the.
No, I'm leaving RaceSpot.
Oh wow.
I'm leaving
That's
RaceSpot. I'm
such
I'm sick. Of
terrible
people,
shame.
People like yourself. Absolute nonsense.
Oh no.
I could have been sat back watching the Arsenal Wolves match rather than talking to you and having a great time.
I wouldn't be saying you'd be having a great time.
So it's 17 minutes in. I've seen the score. I'll be having a great time.
I actually haven't.
Because you don't really watch football, do you?
Oh wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Not massively.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair enough. Everyone, all of the. I don't know. They're probably not any Arsenal fans.
What do you mean there's no Arsenal fans?
How is WSR doing so many laps? And that is a fantastic question. I genuinely do not have an answer for you because both of their drivers now are just extending the fuel window by 3 laps. That is not the ideal line through that corner.
Just the extension of the line. I've got to say, so especially with this stint, Eric Grove was sat behind the altitude car for literally the entire stint. Right, so was able to save quite a healthy amount of fuel in doing so. But I think they've got a good setup on it, and they've got a good strategy with how to attack Silverstone, and they've got the lift and coast down. It's kind of one of those things that's been said before with iRacing, particularly more so than most other sims, is that when you're doing your practice or whatever for whatever league or official race or whatever, try and lift and coast. Genuinely give it a go. Because I can't explain why, but sometimes if you lift and coast, you're faster.
I can explain why.
Go on then.
It's tyres. Oh, that is sketch.
But on a lap-to-lap basis.
Yes, so basically, when you're driving, if you drive your car at the limit, just under the limit, right, at the limit, your tyres will be a certain temperature. The hotter your tyres are, the less grip you have, and that's just how it works in iRacing. That's just a fact of life, is that you will be slower when your tyres are warmer. By lifting and coasting, 2 things you're doing. First of all, you are never, even slightly, accelerating and braking at the same time, because that destroys your rear brakes, and therefore your tyres overheat. And you're just easing the car through the corner a bit more. You're just being a little bit gentler to your tyres, which gives you significant gain in the long run. You are able to extend your fuel window as well, which means you'll save time in the pit stops. And all round, it is just quicker.
Yep. And there is the other thing, which is the more psychological element, which is by lifting and coasting, you're doing something more actively in the race, which is keeping your attention in the race, and you're having to be perfect with what you're doing. And when you are doing so, generally you're going to go faster. That's how they've been quick in their runs. They've been lifting and coasting, just doing it far better than anyone else. Been very impressive driving. They should be in the pit lane in the next couple of laps, but still, as we head back to the Team Blue Chevron. Nick Mercer behind the wheel, and of course a position up for grabs also.
I mean the car in front looks more like a Red X than the Team Red X car. Anyway, that car has been significantly slowed up by the GT4, and so now bit of a run in towards Stowe, looking for the outside. We've seen this work a lot, looking for a cutback actually it seems, which again works a lot. You get the overspeed in towards the chicane. It's looking tasty, looks towards the inside, back to the outside for the defense. Not gonna be a move just yet, but definitely knocking on the door.
Yeah, Sim Dynamics able to hang on to 14th for the moment. as we'll see Nick Mercer again try and make that that move. Probably going to come maybe into turn 3, if not down into Brooklyn. I think it's a little bit too far back to do it into the Farm Village sequence. Might be a bit of a lunge, but it's quite an easy one to cover off. Like I say, breaking in the middle of the road, very close once they get to the apex. But that might have actually been too close, carrying a little bit too much speed into the corner. There might well be a move coming down to Brooklyn, especially with the Symphony of Pistons Merc, the GT4 car, which is directly ahead of them. Probably not going to be passing into Brooklyn, but most certainly into Luffield. Here comes the move then. Let's see if Mercer can get the move done. Defensive move being taken from the 22, and no way to pass. That red X car, by the way, has not got the number board. We'd say it's got the banner. It's not got the number board.
It doesn't. You're right. It doesn't. The banner has a spec map on it as well, which is also interesting. It makes it a little bit more
confusing,
metallic, even though it's in the window. But anyway, making their way now through. There's like less than car lane separating them as they make their way through Cops and in towards Magnus Beckett again. No GT4s this time to help them. They're going to have to get past organically as our GT3 leaders are in the pits.
Yes, indeed. So they finally make their way into the pit lane. Kind of makes sense. They've been going about an hour and 5 to an hour and sort of 6 minutes, hour 5 hours, 6 minutes, which normally equates to about 33 laps a stint. They've just been ticking it off quite nicely indeed, and like I say, it's been very nice for them. This completes the 99th lap of the race. So despite the pace difference, we got this move around the outside. No. There was contact as well, and that will be the Red X car going for a big slide over onto the grass. Will rejoin the race circuit, trying to get around the outside of Stowe there.
I tell you what, that was one of the slowest, longest spins I think I've ever seen.
I think he doesn't know about the legendary 2-foot hack save. It's not actually a hack, but if you're ever sliding like that and you want to correct the car, slam both pedals down.
I've never understood why you slam both down.
But it works.
I know it works.
But also, just to clarify, is you might go, oh, it's an iRacing thing. No, it's not.
Works.
It works on all of the sims, and I don't understand why.
I genuinely don't understand the physics behind it. However, it does work on all of them, so there must be something. There must be something.
Yeah, exactly. I simply don't understand. It also works on F1 2010, but don't.
Oh, why do you know that, Lewis?
I'm playing it recently on my YouTube channel. Plug. No, it's seriously, it's a painful game to play. But no, yeah, I've never understood why it works. I'm sure there's some scientific thing, physics. It's probably called physics. If you can figure it out, don't tell me. I like not knowing. Do you ever have that way? It's just like I like not knowing something.
I'm just caught up on the fact that you played F1 2010. 2011 is a significantly better game.
I know, but I need to go through 2010 to get to 2011.
Oh, is this an exclusive? Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone on RaceSpotTV exclusive that we're getting a 2011 game as well?
Yeah, that's the whole point of the series.
I didn't know that.
You go through F1 2010, then 11, then 12,
to be
then
fair,
14, then 14, then 15. It makes sense, nah?
Yeah, it does make sense. I haven't watched any of them. I've only seen.
Of course you've not.
Seen your tweets about them. I've seen your tweets about them.
I know. It's fun. Even Cam has. Cam's like my biggest fan now.
Is he?
Yeah, he is.
Your only fan? Whoa.
Yeah. I mean, he pays a subscription.
Okay. Let's move very, very swiftly on, because we've got the filling in our sandwich in P3 of rice.
Jeez. The triple break. The Rice was the car that was in the barrier a bit earlier on. As here comes the move. Empire battling it out with the Cowboys as they once again work their way through Luffield, and Sam Colgrave just trying to hang on for now. That Mercedes has been up and down the order quite significantly over this race so far. I mean, it's only been 3.5 hours. Maybe up and down, up and down, up and down.
There we go, Fury car on the inside, 3 wide with the GT4 on the outside into Brooklyn, side by slide.
and making that move very nicely. Just about gets full car ahead as they make their way through Luffield, and very nice move.
Yeah, just like I say, just tidy. A little bit scary with the lap traffic, but alas, they've worked their way through. That lap traffic though was one of the ones that was a little further down the course. It's the pineapple. I always forget because it says on our live timing, it says PRC by Dapper Custom. I can't remember what it is. Pineapple Race. I can't remember what it is. It's got a ridiculous name, and I love it. But alas, it's a solid car as we go back to this.
That was netcode.
Leak.
That was just, there was no contact there. That was just a little bit of netcode. Very unfortunate. But yeah, I think there was like a full foot between those two cars. It's just going through that part of the circuit side by side is always a bit sketch.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, with the contacts there, also we've not seen too many netcodes, so we'll hold fire on that one. But as in, I definitely say that one wasn't like criticising too much. It's one of those things. A little bit of negative ECU. We're right on board with the old Turtles car.
Oh wow, closing speed.
Yeah, getting around the Red X car, holding it over to the left-hand side, bringing it back over to the right, and that was where the contact was. That's kind of the whole thing of like, I think there was definite contact, and there was like, again, whether it was netcode or whatever, we don't know. But he turned the windscreen wiper off, so at least that works.
Yeah, that does work. That was, I believe that was actually added accidentally, but we'll see now, again, through the left and through the right. Yeah, you can see that there is, like, the car acts as if there was contact, but I think it might have been a bit of netcode. But as you were saying earlier, I think that's the first netcode we've seen. As
people like Arjuna always say, to be fair, in time of that, yes, there was netcode, but to be perfectly honest, there probably would have been contact anyway, if I'm perfectly honest. If you look at the trajectory of each of those cars, it's a bit of a pill to swallow for the old Turtles car, but alas, it is what it is. You kind of always have to accept that those kind of moves, they're all a bit risky, and sometimes you are rolling the dice, whether that is on car contact, whether that is with netcode or whatever. Kimura get their way past the 89 Motorsports cars. It's not been an issue for the 89 Motorsports car. There has been, and a significant one indeed. Losing the rear wing. There was one of the cars, one of the GT4 cars off with them as well. Now, I'm not 100% sure as to what has happened here, but I'm assuming there would have been some pretty big car contact.
I mean, that is significant contact because there's like the front of the car is badly damaged. The back of the car is also badly damaged. The sides are also badly damaged. Not this right-hand side. I mean, just a little bit bent. But the left-hand side, very damaged. That is... Oh, so you know it's bad when you're getting overtaken by a GT4. That's what I'm going to say. Let's have a look.
So it's the TSRC car, I believe. Sorry, the TSR car... No, it's the TSRC car they're trying to get around, which was one that was stationary after this. So the TSRC car goes out a little bit, and they both end up in the barrier, and it even went onto its roof before righting itself.
I think that's just a tricky one where 89's moved over to the left, thinking they had more room. GT4's probably thinking they're running a bit wider. They kind of met in the middle.
And do you know who that was? Their race leader.
Oh.
Or should I say ex-race leader?
Oh.
I did wonder that they were, when they were stationary. So this is the 99's the one over the left-hand side. It was in the race lead. Bit of a late look here from Zielinski going into that first corner. Then goes around the outside. This is where the contact is. Ends up being sent straight to the barrier. Race leader from the GT4s also into the barrier with them. Although I think somehow they've got through it without the hugest amount of damage. This car will have to come straight back into the pit lane and use their second fast repair of the race. The TSRC car of Jack Southfield, who's been in, I believe, since the start of the race, remains behind the wheel. I don't know, but I think they actually avoided hitting the barrier. And I don't understand how. I wonder if we can
get a replay on board the 99. They've got damage on the right-hand side of their car, but that looks like it's just from the car contact rather than more contact. I really hope we can see that again from on board the 99, because that would be some kind of miracle. So coming through the left-hander now, goes out to the middle of the track,
on a bit of a tighter line.
I think the car stops them from hitting the barrier as much.
I think you're right, and there's a bit more contact, but because they're facing the wrong way, the contact is on where they've already crumpled it a bit, and I think that car, that somehow they don't have that much damage, but you can see there is a little bit because their right front wheel is sticking out a bit.
Who's to blame?
I would say it's a racing incident. I think they've just both gone for the bit of the track.
Yeah.
And also, Southfield's also been pushed a bit wider. You can see here, he's been spooked wide here because of a bit of a half lunge by the Ferrari in the begin with. He's on a much tighter line than he would normally be. Yeah,
exactly. Like he's trying to keep the car's grip.
That is nuts.
I kind of agree. What year was it? Was it 2016? I think we saw this with LMP1. I believe it might have been Tandy. Might have been. Going around the outside of one of the GTEs in that very corner. It ended up actually flipping the LMP1. And it was regarded as being on the LMP1's fault. Like, it was their fault. Like trying to go around the outside there is it's risky business. Maybe
and if you're going to do it, you've got to leave more space on the inside, I guess, because that's the natural line of the corners. You can't hold it to the inside in a GT car like that.
Exactly. Again, well, that's definitely one for race control to think through. But either way, Olympus Esports now find themselves as the race leaders. And now Austin Farr will be trying to get down the inside in the 620, or around the outside rather, in the 621 car, whilst battling with the Prismatic Motorsports machine. This is all for 26th position, with Austin Farr will take over. Still 20 hours and 28 minutes left to go in this one. I do like reminding people that there's that long left in the race, because it's always the oh yeah, we're still in the very, very, very early stages, aren't we? We've got a very long one left to go in this one. As you can see, the Toblerone sponsorship. So that's legit. I was actually thinking about picking up a Toblerone from the airport. I love a Toblerone.
I mean, I can't remember when the last time I had one was.
I can tell you when the last time I had one was. I came back from Zandvoort in October. And when we were going through customs, we had 2 hours in customs, like just waiting for our train because we were going to Eurozone, and we were like, right, let's go into India, go get some food, and just got 2 of those pretty big old Toblerones. I got an orange one. I've not had a chocolate and orange one, so I got a chocolate and orange one. I got an original because you've got to get an original. Ika Miracala absolutely loves Toblerone by the sounds of it. But I'm not sure too many would approve the chocolate orange one. Not too many people like. I feel like chocolate orange it's less like than I thought, as there's contact here. I think that's the TSR car going straight on. Oh, so Symphony of Pistons. Of course it is.
And gets back onto the track and does cut the corner. I was going to say that is probably the smart move there, because you have the cars behind that were coming through at a bit more pace. Does the same thing again here. Will suffer the consequences in a rather large slowdown. And now to the back of that car as well. To your previous point, it was Brendan Hartley in 2016.
Brendan Hartley, of course it was.
It was a very different incident, though, because the closing speeds between an LMP1 car and a GTE car are very different, and the car was already on the outside of the corner. That's why he ended up getting the blame for that one. His side-by-side... Pastor Maldonado, I think.
Of course. Obviously, you can see here straight into the rear end, and that was what sent Phillips off, unfortunately. Big shame. Was it actually Pastor Maldonado?
Yeah, it was. It was Pastor Maldonado. Yeah, he's gone for a move already on the exit of turn 2, and that's why that's been given his blame. Whereas these guys were sort of side by side the whole way through the corner, and they met in the middle. Brendan was like wheels on the grass when they made contact. So a little bit different.
Yeah, same idea though.
I think it's a racing incident, to be honest. But we'll see what the stewards think if it does get looked at, and it does get looked at, and it is Southfield that has protested it. So we will see. In fact, they've protested each other.
Yeah, I was going to say, which, to be fair, when they're protesting each other, you're kind of like, oh, well, yeah, maybe it is a bit of both, isn't it?
Bit of a racing incident. And yeah, they've both protested the incident. So we'll find out shortly what Race Control think about that one. Personally, I think it's just a racing incident. They were both going for the same bit of track in the middle of the track. You can't really blame either driver for doing it.
I can kind of see it going a little bit either way, as we'll see the RD Silverstone car try to work their way back up and straight on the inside. Lovely, just a nice and simple move from Sigdart. So I've got to say this with, like I say, Racing Instant. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I can see it kind of going both ways. Although I will say, and I'm not saying that this is the occasion where I would use this in my mind, because I don't believe it should be in here. There are occasions where I've seen two drivers do some incredibly stupid stuff. Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, and the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix in 2021. Great example. Where there were so many incidents between them. Everyone's like, oh, these are all racing incidents and stuff. And I was like, no, they're both to blame. Like, yes, it's a racing incident. I was like, no. You can give them both penalties. If they're both doing something stupid, you should give them both a penalty. And that's the same like with, if you happen to be drivers in an incident. For me, I'm like, if they're both to blame for it, they can both be penalised. But alas, I do not believe that is going to be the case on this occasion.
No, yeah, I agree with you with the penalising both drivers, but I think in that situation, I don't think it was either their fault.
Oh, in the one in this race, right? Yeah. No, I agree. What you going to say?
But yeah, that was just
that they both should have been DQ'd from the race in my book.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't good, was it?
Oh,
racing
is indeed Aztec against Toblerone. Toby Larone trying to work his way in the 24th position. That's not the driver's name, don't worry. But, would be great. It would be great if your name was Toby Larone and you were driving a Toblerone. But alas, that is unfortunately not the occasion. Is of course the lead poor car, Austin Farr behind the wheel, getting down the inside now. And Farr trying to send one through. Big jink back to the outside from the Aztec car to get more speed going through Stowe, and then back out the short chute down the hill towards the club chicane. And of course for Austin Farr it will be a little bit too much of a centre to try and go around the outside. Going to try and set something up, less so into T1, more so into the village loop section, I do believe. We lose him a little bit behind the wing. You can't do anything into Abbey. He's definitely going to have a look though, and I'm not sure as to why. Oh my goodness, that was. I've got a slight overspeed, and you know what? I'm just going to go for it. That was brave.
Bold move for 24th position, and that they made it clean, but I feel like they only made it clean because it was very much facilitated.
And I was going to say, if the Aztec car was going anywhere near the apex, or to be fair, even a car width from it, I believe Matthew Shepperton was going to get absolutely sent off into Narnia. I will say that wasn't the nicest move I've ever seen. It wasn't the cleanest or the best, but it was at a bare minimum, it was pretty brave.
Being told, by the way, you're being told off here, this, the Toblerone is a legitimate partnership.
Is it a legitimate partnership?
It's a legitimate partnership.
Can I have a Toblerone?
They are affiliate partners. That's a question then.
I am going to join this team. Sign me up. Apex Racing Team said no to me. I fancy some Toblerone. Sign me up. What a fantastic partnership.
That's one of the better ones I've seen in sim racing.
Yeah, well, yeah, because it's chocolate. I did once. There was a team back in the day that were sponsored by Milka. Cool. But Toblerone, woo! Give me some of that.
Someone needs to get a Lint sponsorship, is what they need.
Huh?
Lint sponsorship. No.
No.
Lewis.
I'm not super bothered by Lint chocolate.
No.
It's like, it's good, but it's not. Ferrero Rocher. Now we're talking. You know what I mean?
Iki is talking about some Finnish brand of chocolate, I think, in my ear right now.
It probably has like tree bark or like licorice or something in it. You know what I mean? It's Finnish, isn't it? There's something weird going on with it. I've never been to Finland. Now I'm not invited. Oh dear. What one was he saying?
A team in Finland has a pizza chain as a sponsor.
Oh.
It's pretty good as well. Nice little switch back there from Team Radline. And his team Radline.
Yeah, nothing to do with Redline.
What's Redline?
What is Redline?
What is Redline? We only have Radline here.
Exactly. Exactly, and that is not the correct way through the corner for the number 69. And DCWR is going to try and get around the outside and punch it out through Luffield to kind of remain alongside. Obviously, you do have the Pineapple Express. Again, I've completely forgotten what the name is. It's got like 5 different letters and stuff. But that car there, which I will now call the Pineapple Express machine, is just kind of just a little bit in the way. There's no pineapple on it.
Is there not? Is there no pineapple?
There's no pineapple to it. I don't believe so. I mean, again, you can take this is where we're just literally getting EQ to take close looks at cars to see what they're actually missing, courtesy of their name.
I love that he has a zoom in button for that purpose. It's great.
It's good. You can like really take a look at the details on the car and see what they are missing. So that's at least solid. This one does at least have a turtle on it, so it is following its namesake. Nearly getting into the rear end. Just a touch. Of course, this one being which is in this fight for us. It's 19th and 18th position. Obviously, you've got the Sim Dynamics car ahead. Paul Allen being the one behind the wheel, and I say ahead. Now they are indeed behind after that move from Dan Breakers.
And I know we were talking about it earlier, but I do like that livery on the Turtles car. We'll see what's working here. It's different. There's a lot of same old looking liveries. Something different.
Man, if you're making a
they're three wide.
Three wide here. No way.
No, not a chance.
Radline working their way through then. DCWR dropping back behind. That was almost going to be a total disaster, and thankfully it wasn't, as they drive once again past the BRDC clubhouse and through Brooklyn's school. Yeah, 3 wide going into Aintree. I can tell you how that's going to end, and that's going to end with 3 cars taking a swift visit into the escape road on the exit.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it happen where the leaders went 3 wide through that part of the circuit at the start of a race, and literally the entire field ended up in that wreck.
It's where I caused my first ever crash in sim racing, is that then?
You remember your first ever crash in sim racing?
Oh, yeah, I do actually. It was, I can tell you the date as well. It was July 2nd, 2013. It was around here. It was my first ever event. I finished 14th in the first race of like 37. By overtaking Jack Nichols into Stowe around the outside on the last lap on an Xbox 360 controller. Have it! And then in the second race, I lasted all the way into Aintree when I decided it was a good idea to try and go side by side with a guy called Scott Cervic. And to say we crashed, a bit of an understatement. I did take out quite a few cars in that crash. Probably on board 20 somewhere. Quite impressive.
Oh, we have a decision for that incident.
Okay, interesting.
In turn 2. Interesting is the word. Interesting is the word. It's been ruled as a 30-second stop-go for the 89 machine. That's the GT3 that was on the outside of the corner.
Really?
30-second stop-go penalty. Now,
really?
Wow.
That's interesting. That is interesting. I mean, like I say, I thought maybe it can go either way, but that's aggressive. And to be fair, it's put the Sim Racing Collective's race in the balance. They were the races in the GT4 before that incident, and now they find themselves down in second position, 4 seconds off the race lead. They've been dropping back bit by bit, courtesy of the damage. I think they're just trying to survive to the hour mark, because we've got the move here. Fury getting down the inside of the Sim Racing Collective car. Just working their way through. Yeah, no, I wouldn't have called it going that way that aggressively.
No, that's the harshest penalty that we have seen.
Yeah, like I say, I guess they did kind of instigate it with the look into Abby, the half-hearted look into Abby, and then kind of like, yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, what they've said, what they've also said mentioned is the fact that the GT4 line goes there, like that they kind of need that space that the GT3 is just taken away from them, which is fair enough. But
got a lap cleanly.
Interesting.
Very, very interesting indeed. Yeah, so we'll see which car was it again? The 89. Yeah, it was the 89, wasn't it?
Yes, it was the 89 machine. And the 99 machine.
And that is the second stop-go 30 we've seen from them today?
It is. The first one was for the unsafe pit exit. In fact, it was a very similar looking incident, just they came out the pits the first time.
A very different incident, but similar looking, yeah. If you took a picture, yeah, fair. Yes, the 89 has been will have been in pit lane 2 more times than everyone else then, because, well, 3 more times than everyone else, or most of us, because it obviously came in for a fast spur, it came in for a stop-and-go 30, now it's coming for another stop-and-go 30. It's been a disastrous day for a car which has actually been pretty quick, and we're only not even 4 hours into this thing yet.
No, we are not. There's still. This is always the thing with these, like the 24-hour races specifically. You'll be driving for a while. You'll do a couple stints. You'll look back, and there's still 16 hours left in the race, and you're like, wow. And there's always a point, for me at least, when I'm driving in these races, where it hits me, like, oh wow, there's still so much time left.
Anything before, and it's for me, it's the 18 to 14 hours left to go.
Yes.
Because you've completed a really large portion of a race and there's still so much left to go. Once you start getting past sort of like the 12, the 8 hours left to go, that's when things start to get a little easier. But for me, that's sort of like 18 to 14 hours. That's the point where I'm just sort of like, can someone bin it? Because I want to go and do something else.
I have got 2 bits of news.
Talk to me.
First one is Ram Ranch.
Ram Ranch.
They've had a disconnect.
Oh, yeah, they have. I see them come back. It's a shame. They were inside the top 10 for so long.
Which is a great shame. They were doing great. They've given us some good racing. They put on a good show for us.
They have indeed. Ram Ranch has been putting on a good show.
And yeah, that's very disappointing. So yeah, it's very unfortunate that they've had that disconnect. Second bit of news is that let's see, the car 390. I can't see exactly which car it is. The Aztec Racing.
Yeah.
Have a stop-go penalty for causing collision with car number 1. Which happened a few laps ago.
Yeah, there's one there.
So,
yep.
That was just into the back of them. So yeah, that's happened. Apparently, it's a power outage that caused the Ram Ranch driver to power outage of the ranch. Damn, that's honestly, really sad.
Honestly, it might be a blessing in disguise, because seriously, if this broadcast has progressed in any sort of professional manner after we're gone, you can't have a team like Ram Ranch. It's just a no. They are back on the road, we're being told. But yeah, wow. Here's the Toblerone sponsored machine, trying to get past Radline. You've got DCWR behind as well. All these cars with slightly similar colours, different shades, one gold, one orange, one yellow, but they're all kind of not a million miles away from each other. But thankfully, they're all different vehicles, so it's okay. We're not too confused by this. Also, one has Toblerone in letters on the side.
Yeah.
How many letters is Toblerone? It's 10 letters, isn't it? No, is it 9? It's 9.
It's 9.
And I only remember that because of an 8 out of 10 cats discount on. Because obviously Toblerone. It's fine. It's quite long, isn't it, to put on the side of the car?
Yes. That's the problem, because you have limited space and the number board takes up like right in the middle of that. That is the most unfortunate position for the number plate to be in terms of putting a long sponsor on the car, because it's right in the middle of all that usable space.
Yeah, I mean, look, the only way that you could do it is if you had it go up and slightly over the rear wheel arch. Like if you kind of planned it to go up in a diagonal, but it looks kind of rubbish. Yeah, but I will say, it's lovely to have a Toblerone sponsor car. Please send them to me. I love Toblerone. Thank you.
This is the thing, is you can buy Lewis McGlade's...
Silver Crew, you absolutely can.
Yes, I absolutely can. Either by sending a T-shirt, a team shirt.
Or chocolate.
Or chocolate. Just send him Toblerone. He will forever be grateful, and he will make sure that your team gets adequate representation or something along those lines.
Yeah. There's a driver in GP3 last year, and somebody on the season as well. His name's Jared Waberski, and every time he's South African, every time his mum came over from South Africa, would always bring a load of chocolates for me, Jonathan Pierce, and boy, was it appreciated.
Peppermint Crisp?
No.
No idea?
I just ate them.
Fair enough. Nolan has asked in our commentators chat, because we are very close to a commentator switch over, if he sends you a Toblerone, will his Porsche German mishap be forgotten?
Nope. No. Again, to be fair, can we just clarify? I gave him the perfect out. Because I said, like, you were talking like, Porsche, Lamborghini. Obviously now we know it's Porsche and BMW. Porsche, Lamborghini, I was like, oh, maybe you were leaning towards the Lamborghini side as to whether it's German or Italian. Because at least there's a bit more, like, understanding. And then, oh no, let me just correct you. I was talking about Porsche and BMW. And it's like, that's just like, there's no, what? How?
We'll have to ask him when he joins us in a couple minutes.
I don't want to speak to him.
Oh, wow.
I don't want a word.
It's going to be a silent... It's going to be a silent handover.
It's going to be an aggressive cut-off on the handover, as we see Radline and DCWR continuing the fight down into Stowe. Yeah, no, it's going to be very aggressive. Passive aggressive.
Out of here!
Literally, it will be like that. I'm not joking. You think I'm joking? I am not joking.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
I am 100% serious.
If I'm digging my own grave, I'm cuddling in it. Fair enough.
Yeah, no, that is fun. Do you know what? Like that earns at least some respect. That you,
I've just noticed something, but I have to cut you off. Look at the side of this car. It says Aston
Merton. Yeah, no, everyone's pointing that out.
I haven't. I've only just seen that now.
There you go, Aston Merton.
I love it.
Because
I love that.
Car.
Yeah, because it's a cow. I know. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's my new favourite livery on the track right now.
Yeah. There was a friend of mine who did race and win a championship in a cow liveried car, which was interesting. DCWR trying to get to the outside here on Radline. Before going maybe for an up and under, trying to leave something here. We're going to have to go once again on the exit of Luffold. We have seen the R8s do tend to get quite good drive off here, but then when you're basically piecing it against a car which is almost basically the same, it's a little tricky. We quite like the Audi myself. How about you, Dave?
I personally not a massive fan, because I used to be terrible as a driver. Now I'm just mildly bad, and I just couldn't control it when I was in my GT3 peak. I much prefer driving the Merc until they ruined the tyres on that thing for a brief period, and I like driving the BMW Z4.
Oh, I like driving it. I didn't like the car.
It looked so strange, but I did enjoy driving it, and it made a good sound. And then they replaced it with the M4, which also doesn't look good, and it's a terrible sound.
It does make a terrible sound.
In sim. In real life, it sounds great.
No, it doesn't. Nope. It does not sound great in real life. I've had to deal with it for a year now. It sounds really 2 years now, actually. Sorry. It sounds really. It just sounds like apathetic. Going around, it's like, oh, all right, I'll get up to speed. All right, I'll get up to speed then. It's like, God, why does it sound so boring?
I suppose.
It's not an exciting noise.
Okay, I see that.
Ewan O'Leary loves the Z4.
Does he?
He loves it.
I don't know. I don't know, but he also wants Sebring to be repaved. I'm sorry, but I can't get over that.
Do you know what the first track for the R8 was?
The first track for the R8?
Official circuit for the R8 program.
Sebring.
It was Sebring, yes.
Did you say in iRacing, right?
Yeah, in iRacing.
Yeah, because I remember Daytona was just it was just the McLaren and the BMW Z4, and then they introduced the Merc and the Audi at the same time. Oh, contact behind. Was that contact?
There was almost certainly contact.
Yes, there was.
Kimura's gone round, and that is the Kimura GT3 car that has gone for a little spinny spin. That, of course, is 8th position now for them. That would be a little bit of a disaster there. Yes, no, it was neat to be. I remember racing it. I remember going quite well around there. And I can tell you what the second circuit was as well, because I have very differing memories, which was
Bathurst?
Sonoma.
Oh dear.
And I remember I did 2 laps and went absolutely not. This is them trying to work their way past some of the TSRC.
Oh dear.
Oh, just go straight into them.
Yeah, that was a bit too hot on the entry, and the car decided turning is overrated.
Almost called the car ahead. I was like, oh, the grid and go car. No. It's Team Loose Spurwing. Because let's be honest, if you put the grid and go car next to the Team Loose Spurwing, they would look very similar.
Isn't the grid and go car slightly green instead of slightly blue?
No, it's more of a noticeable blue. The blue on the Team Loose Spurwing car it's a very dark blue, whereas on the grid and go car it's more of a noticeable blue. I think there's a bit more green in it. You're right, but same as like the yellow. The yellow has a little more green in it rather than just being straight up yellow. If I'm correct.
Gotcha.
Right, I've commentated on grid and go once.
I have
Maybe
never.
twice.
So there we go.
I have a 1-up on you.
You got 2 1-ups on me.
Oh, I do. I have friends.
You have friends. You have friends. See,
Sorry, that just sounds so.
it sounds so bad.
It's good. Which is good. Right, we've got 4 minutes left to go.
Slowly descending into chaos.
Exactly. Before we depart this place and hand you over to the trusty hands of Donovan and Derek, which we'll have to wait and see on that one as we get the Symphony of Pistons car and that all-black machine work its way past the TSR Audi. Obviously, this all being behind the Prismatic Motorsports Merc at present. We've had quite a few battles, we've had quite a bit of excitement. We've had quite a lot of issues in lap traffic. I did avoid telling one story, by the way, of me doing some lap traffic around here. I'm just going to tell it now. Well, I've got a little bit of time.
Go on.
In my first ever, the Silverstone race I was talking about in the LMP1s, where I straight-lined the chicane. The Magnus Becker's jump straight-lined it. Through the middle of the stint, I was doing all right. I was leading by like 40 seconds or whatever. Whilst lapping some of the GTE traffic, there was one guy's name who kept coming around every now and then. I thought his name was really pretentious. And because his name was pretentious, I thought I'd make his life hell in traffic. I would always dive him down the inside at really awkward corners. I was a horrible person. Turns out that person became my team boss a few years later. It's a guy called Edmund Trevelyan Johnson, who I thought his name was very pretentious. And it still kind of is. And I genuinely went out just because of that to ruin his day. And I know EQ's gone onto this guy. I have not thought of a joke that goes with Dadswell. I'm very sorry. I've not thought of one. Any luck from your end?
No, nothing from me, and nothing from chat as they get a bit close together, the Audis. They're going to go 3 wide. It's all very sketchy. And yeah, Derek and Nolan are going to have a good time with these drivers because they have not failed to provide us with action pretty much throughout this race so far, the first 4 hours. I mean, it's been pretty
it has been
good.
A lot of race. And we've got the races in both categories for the lead are still very much on.
They're both visible.
Yeah, I mean, look, 6 seconds in GT4s, 3 seconds in GT3s, and to be fair, we don't really know which way it'll go. For the WSR Esports ButtKicker car, it might go a little bit more in their advantage, depending on when Eric Grove gets out of the car. He's been a little slower than his teammate, but not much. Very impressive indeed, isn't it? What have your final thoughts of this bit of this race been thus far? Give me it in detail.
Traffic.
That's not detail.
No, so the traffic has been really important. I think it will continue to be as well. The GT3s making their way through the GT4s has actually made a lot of difference in terms of the positions, not counting any incidents, but just the way that they progress through the track. And I feel like that's going to continue throughout. And yeah, we've had our fair share of incidents, but I feel like for the most part it's been pretty clean. I'm very much looking forward to seeing the rest of this one. I won't be commentating on it, and neither will you, but I will be producing a little bit later. I'll be taking over from Miku in about 3 hours' time. But yeah, it's been a good first 4 hours.
certainly has. Of course, WSR Esports ButtKicker lead in the GT3 category. The GT4s presently being led by Olympus Esports. It's been a fantastic start to the race here with the ButtKicker Britcar. 24 hours of Silverstone from me, Lewis, from Dane as well. We'll jump out of the comedy box and hand it over to Nolan and Derek. Good luck, lads.
Thank you to Lewis and Baird, of course, for their hard efforts over these first 4 hours. But boy, oh boy, Derek, it's been a first 4 hours indeed. And we've got one heck of a battle here heating up for the number 6 spot in the GT3 category. The Team Loose is currently really trying to fend off Altitude Esports after making that pass down to the turn 2, courtesy of some lap traffic a couple laps ago.
Yeah, it has been a great race so far, right? It's just been really fun here to see how this is going. We're 4 hours in, and there's lots of stories to develop as nighttime is soon coming.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we're looking at, what, about 4:15 in sim here, so nighttime will indeed soon be upon us. I'm willing to bet the sun is probably going to be dipping below that horizon within the next 2-3 hours here, give or take. It'll kind of depend, of course, on how deep we get things in. We might still have a little bit of daylight left by the time we get to the end of our own stint, but so far it's all been very exciting on the racetrack, and you see one of the Lamborghinis working its way around the circuit right now, down into turns 2 and 3. That would be Peter Sikdar in the RD SimSport machine. The 555 currently runs 14th on the racetrack overall, and I do believe they were just making their way in through pit stops just a little while ago, and currently out on the racetrack and trying to regain some of that lost ground. They're among the batch of cars that currently sits one lap down.
Yeah, as you said, sorry, pit stops are soon coming here. We're seeing as we're coming here through turns 8, or through 6 and 7, pardon me, here on this track. There's Eric Grove in the car. It's WSR Esports and the ButtKicker sponsorship. And this is a beautiful racetrack, Nolan. It's our first time commentating it today. I love this track. So much history just paved in and built in and cooked into this track, whether it be the different F1 races, the MotoGP races, or just different stories everyone seems to have about Silverstone. What an iconic place to host a 24-hour race here. This is a very cool race here for Britcar.
Oh, no kidding. I mean, this has long been a track that's been in the hearts of many, and we've got one car stopped, we've got one car spun, Tom Dadswell, and then the Altitude Esports Audi has gone all off, and just as I was mentioning that, the Olympus Esports Vanguard Porsche GT4 is stopped at the final chicane as well, so it's all kicking off just, what, 4 hours into a 24-hour race. It seems to have been one of those races where there's been 2 settings, off and high, and you've just seen we've had that swap for that number 7 spot as well, with Dadswell having spun his car around.
Yeah, and you know, what's going to cause some of these moments here to see some great side-by-side racing, Nolan, is a couple of factors are going to be in play. Let's watch this replay first here. This is Tom in the car. Let's see him come through the corner here. Get up. Oh, it's not going to be ahead of him. Oh, looked like there was a slowdown ahead of him. He was trying to avoid, and just that contact right there. Wow, that's a hard hit here.
Hey, mention
you again.
So you mentioned the slowdown. Oh, right up there you can see, I think that was one of the Ferraris, might have been the Team Loose Spurwing machine that had a bit of a slide into turn 2. Managed to save it quite well, but that, of course, stacked up the GT4 traffic, and, well, around Altitude Esports Go, that's part of one of the hazards when you get to a track like this, especially when you're trying to lap somebody, just as get everybody trying to take those different lines all over the racetrack here.
Yeah, that is one of the hazards, and now you see him in here. He's right in the middle of this traffic here. You see him flashing his lights. He wants to get around the car ahead of him and is begging for that opportunity. We'll see if he gets it. Now, a couple factors are going to come and play in the next hour. Whoa, there's a car well off the line there in the back, it looked like. They're going to come into play, Nolan, in the next hour or 2. The track's going to start to cool down more and more as nighttime comes in. Right now, it's 80 degrees Fahrenheit as the track temperature. The second thing is we're probably about to see our next set of new drivers come in. Typically in endurance racing, you'll do 2 to 3 hour stints at a time and you'll hand it off to a teammate. Well, being as how we're just past that 4-hour mark, I'm expecting to see a wave of new drivers who've not touched this track before.
It could very well be the case. That, or we could be seeing drivers that only have 2 alternating back and forth, hopping back into the car. So it's one of the 2. And I think you might be right. We could be seeing some new drivers hitting the racetrack for the first time, and that always throws some wrenches into the mix when you have to try to navigate those new drivers working their way around the racetrack. They have to try to figure out how the car's developed. If you have damage, all of a sudden you've got to get a real big handle on how that car will handle it with that damage, and quickly. Now, that being said, you do have 4 fast repairs over the course of the event, so if you're ever going to use them, I would say driver swaps would probably be among the best times to do it, so that way the guy hopping into the car isn't so caught off guard.
Yeah, but that's the game of luck you're playing right here, right? Of when to use that fast repair. Because in the grand scheme of things in an endurance race, 4 is not that many. Now, granted, in most endurance racing, you get 0, but still, 4 is not a lot. You want to really be stingy with those. You want to be selfish, and you want to be careful when you use them. I understand the point of giving your new driver a new car, but you can only do that so many times. I would think a fast repair use here would be for like a really, really like broken, slow car. Oh man, there's a side-by-side there through this corner, and almost 3 wide here, Nolan. Wow, that was incredibly close.
That is the battle for the what is right now the 23rd spot on the racetrack. It was for 24th a little while ago. Sorry, this is for the 24th spot right now, and this is of course Rachel Conkley in the Prismatic Motorsports Mercedes trying to chase down Adrian Borden for SOP Esports Racing in his #1 Ferrari. Now, these guys have been battling back and forth like there has been no tomorrow for the last at least an hour or so. Ever since I tuned in, we've been seeing this battle develop, and they have not been able to get disconnected from each other whatsoever. These two are going to be locking horns all the way through the remainder of this stint, and no doubt well into the next stint as well, if they can keep close to each other throughout these pit stop runs.
Yeah, Rachel Kokoli has done a great job here just sticking with this and staying in this battle. Now we're going to come down here through Stowe, down to Vale, in turns 16, 17, and 18. By the way, Nolan, for people who think only American racetracks seem to put letters in their turn numbers, can I introduce you to Silverstone? There's an 18A and an 18B. And don't get me started about why there's letters in turn numbers.
Oh, no kidding. Sonoma and VIR would like to have a word with you on that one. As to the inside at Abbey will go Conkley for Prismatic Esports. Sends that Mercedes up into the next position just as you see a whole host of traffic leaving pit road just behind. So once again, the Hornet's Nest rumbling to life as we dive through the loop and in towards Aintree. Right now, Peter Sikdar for the RD SimSport machine, one of those cars that's just trying to work his way through. Now, RD SimSport is a lap ahead of this battle for 24th in front of him, so it is going to be paramount to that 555 that it gets by these two drivers in front of him quickly. But how do you get by two drivers that are actively in a battle for position in their own class?
Maybe you don't need to. Maybe you are comfortable sitting behind these two drivers. It's not your battle. Don't get involved in it. And wait to see if they mess up somehow. And hey, listen, if you sit behind that battle and you pick up a little bit of draft here, a little bit of draft there, and maybe you squeeze some more fuel out of the car, this is a win-win. Part of endurance racing, and maybe part of any motorsports racing, is that key to patience of knowing when to push and when not to push, when to be involved in something, when not to be involved in something. You don't need to be involved in every battle. You don't need to be up in the Hornet's Nest for all 24 hours, putting yourself at risk. So that would be my advice, is stay out of it. Let these guys race and see if maybe they bump or they lose the track or, accidents happen, and then just kind of wave as you drive by later.
We can't afford to wait around for too long because he's got Philip Ansel for Kimura SimSports, who I believe is going to be fresh out of pit road just behind, and that is what is going to be sending RD SimSport in a bit of a rush to get by SOP Esports and make quick work of that run down the Hangar Straight and in towards Stowe. So Sikdar will continue to drive away as Philip Ansel slides a bit further back. He's trying to work that Mercedes up and around that #1 just up the road. Philip Ansel, of course, started this race off and ran that first stint all the way through until about that 2-hour mark. Then we saw Jacob Jenner in the car. So Philip Ansel, the driver that started this race, back into the driver's seat. This is one of those teams, right, that's got 3 team members. At the moment, though, it looks like they're only utilizing 2 of them, as Mert Mendurez is not currently in the session. So I'm willing to bet that's going to be one of those drivers they're going to be putting into the car for the overnight hours.
Yeah, that's the way you got to schedule it sometimes, especially in a three-man team. That's a grueling 24-hour schedule. You've really got to schedule in a way that you make sure everyone gets a little bit of sleep. And so typically you save one driver and keep him fresh right about the 6-7 hour mark. And then you start to alternate those short naps. I don't know about you, Nolan. I'm a fan of a 4-man team for a 24-hour race. So the 3-man team, it's hard for anyone to get any sleep.
No kidding. I've had to do spotter work in a 24-hour race before. It was the Daytona 24 a couple of years ago. Now, not in the real world, obviously. This was the iRacing Daytona 24. Let me tell you what, after 16 hours straight of being awake, even just as a spotter, not having to worry about driving a car, those eyes start to get real heavy after a certain point, and that's something that drivers are always having to keep an eye out. It's very easy when you get deeper into these races to fall into an autopilot mode, right, where you just kind of drive around, but when you get into an autopilot mode, you oftentimes miss these little changes in the cars as they go along. You miss stuff like the tires falling away. If you got some damage, it could catch you off guard. If you hit a bump just wrong, it lowers your reactions for races further down the line. So it's always something drivers have to keep in mind. Peter Sikdar takes the RD Sim Sports Lamborghini into pit road. We'll be seeing if that 555 car will also be throwing a new driver into the seat.
Yeah, you're right. After so many hours, it can get exhausting no matter what you're doing, whether you're spotting, whether you're crew chiefing, whether you're driving. They all come with their own challenges. But here's a challenge right here. This is Dan Weber in that DCW car. And DCW doing a great job there. And that's Bartek Solinsky behind him in the number 13 position here. So doing a great job. It's a nice line of cars here. And that is a beautiful blue and orange pattern there. Nice livery on that car. And doing a great job here at this moment in the race.
And of course, they ended up getting a 30-second stop hold penalty earlier in this race when they collided with a GT4, actually coming through turn 2, and they both slammed into that the driver's left side wall. And I believe it was that Ferrari that, if I remember correctly, that may have been the Ferrari that ended up tipping upside down. But obviously, that's one of those incidents where you use that fast repair, right? You get the car into the pits, you get fast repair, get the driver back in, and then you get back up and rolling. But because of that incident, they've now found themselves a lap down with that 30-second penalty. And at this point, they're just in survival mode, trying to make sure that they'll be able to pick up whatever pieces fall off from the rest of their field, as drivers slowly but surely will make mistakes further up the road.
And listen, as a teammate, whether it be a driver or whatever your role is, that your job right now is to convince your teammates, listen, you know, it's a 24-hour race. We're barely 4 hours into it. 20 hours left. Who knows, right? We call it endurance racing because you have to endure what's going to happen all day and all night long. Just because you're a lap down right now, like I believe it's not in the best, spirit to root for bad things for your competitors. But stuff happens, man. You race, you see what happens, and all of a sudden you're a lap down. Maybe you're lead lap again. Maybe you're not leading ever. But, man, a lap down in the 4 hour mark is not in no way the end of your race.
He is slowly catching up to Daniel Den Weber and the DCW Racing Chicken Audi, and I do believe that will be for position up the road. So we are about to have ourselves a battle picking up for the last spot in the top 10. So this could be big news for Solinsky and the 89 Motorsports team, as they'll be looking to, again, regain that lost ground. Now, Daniel Den Weber, I do believe he is on his second lap in the car. That 42 machine just came down into pit road. He is taking over from Patrick Falconer earlier in this race. And this is Daniel's first stint in the car in that 42 machine as well. Paul Busby started this race. So you can tell Daniel's a bit slow right now, but that's fine, right? He's trying to get his bearings, get the feel of the car and the track underneath him. And you also have to remember getting those tires back up to temp as well. But all of that is allowing Bartek Solinsky to reel in that gap. Solinsky has already been in the car for a stint. Now, that said, I'm not so sure if Solinsky will not be back down into pit road before too long. He is off cycle, courtesy of that rollover that they had in turn 2 a while ago.
Yeah, and as you said, this is one of those keys here. This is Daniel Dan Weber's first laps in the car. You know, he had Patrick Falconer and Paul Busby in the car before him. So this is the third teammate for DPW. Doing a great job. He's now getting used to the track. He's going to get past the inside here. This would be through Ruffled here. That's turn 7 coming up into turn 8. Great pass right there. Attempt was made, but was not completed.
Yeah, tried to go for that double apex, swing it out wide, and then cut back in to get the maximum run possible down the backstretch out of Woodco. Unfortunately, cut it in, swung a bit too wide. So when he cut back in tight, Zielinski was there. That 89 car looked like it had to kind of jump on the binders a little bit to avoid running into the door of Daniel Den Weber's machine, but disaster is avoided for the time being. This battle will continue on the exit of the Chapel Curve from the Maggots and Beckett's complex back down the Hangar Straight. One of the longest straights on the racetrack, and still not a long one. Looking to the right will be Zielinski, trying to send this one to the inside at Stowe. Will dive to the bottom, and looking like DCW Racing not going to fight that one too hard, and that's going to send Zielinski up into the number 10 spot.
Yeah, right. Not going to fight it too hard. Maybe they know what you know, which is that this team is off cycle. If a team was off cycle, there's no point for Weber to be fighting these guys. Just let him go. He's probably going to pit in a few laps. Smart racing sometimes says, you don't need to fight everything. So let him go now in a couple of laps. He'll pit, and you'll be back where you were to start with. And right now, even maybe you pick up a little bit of draft here from him. But right now, a great job here as we're now coming up here through Village. And in my least favorite corner, I think the hardest corner, the loop right here, Nolan. This is a big, wide corner.
That's a big wide corner with a widening radius. But of course, remember, you have to cut it back in for entry as well. That left-hand kink working onto the Wellington Straight of the drive up to Brooklands. Now, while the Hangar Straight may be the longest and widest straight on the track, I actually think the Wellington is the most crucial one because it leads into the hardest braking zones at the end of any of these straights down at Brooklands. So if ever you're going to go for a dive bomb, it would be there. That or into the bus stop chicane, like we're seeing this battle again starting to develop for the 22nd position as Nick Horvath for Lead Paw Racing trying to get around Jack Bolton and the Ram Ranch crew. Now that car suffered a power outage earlier on in the about an hour ago now, and they suffered by dropping a long way back. So Jack Bolton has taken over from Jack Jeffries as a result. That car's back in the running order. They have not given up. They might be 2 laps down, but still very much battling for position. As here comes the DCW Racing Egg Machine, driven by Just Baumeister. That is the number 20 Audi that is just fresh out of pit road, trying to get out of the way.
Yep, there's our second DCW car, and I feel like we have answered a time-old question here, Nolan, because Chicken is in P11 and Egg is in P13. Those, of course, are the two DCW cars, pardon me. So I think we've now figured out that the Chicken comes before the Egg.
The logic stands. I see sound reasoning in that one. I'm happy to concur with that one. The Chicken does indeed come before the Egg. You see Nick Horvath getting up and around Baumeister. Excuse me, that was actually 4th position as the DCW Racing Machine on the same lap as this battle up the road, but of course wasn't able to fight it out too hard with those cold tires. Baumeister as well, fresh into the car, taking over from Michael Seal, and Seal was driving the second stint of this car. Baumeister started this race as well, so back into the race car for that number 20 machine. Horvath and Jack Bolton in the meantime will continue to scrap it out just up the road for what is now the 21st position, now that Baumeister has come down and made that stop. Could jump back up to this Mercedes versus Audi fight. The pair of German manufacturers working through Brooklands and now down into Luffield, and all the while Daniel Den Weber trying to keep Eric Van Spijker at bay in the Bioka Motor Mercedes. And I do believe Spijker, again, fresh out of pit road, 4 laps ago, taking over from Nuno Costa. So this pit stop being made just a little while ago with that last run of pit stops. To the inside of one of the Porsches, that's going to send Weber wide on the exit of Copse. And now we're going to be 3 wide as they split the GT4 traffic down to the Maggots and Beckett's.
Wow, 3 wide. This is one of the few tracks in a road course-wise I would feel comfortable being 3 wide. Maybe not through this part of the track, though. We see here that is going to now single file itself back out. But there are parts of this track here, including this one right here, down the Hangar Straight. One of the few road courses I would feel comfortable being 3 wide. But that was definitely a scary moment there. And you see that car in the back there just backed out of it and said, no, you know what? I'm okay. We'll live to fight another day.
It was one of the Olympus Esports Porsches, so I'm not sure it had too much of a say in having to back out of that one, but definitely wise not to really force that issue. I think may have lifted a little bit on the exit of cops, and cannot say I blame them at all in doing so. So the battle for 11th will rage on as we are now 4 hours, 20 minutes deep into this race. A very nice number, if I'll do say so myself, but Eric Van Spijker continuing to hang on to this battle for the 11th spot. Now, the 10th place driver, Bartek Solinsky, is still a good ways up the road, so a ways to go for them. Meanwhile, I believe this is the fight for 14th here. Stephen Place in the Team Radline machine trying to run down Josh Millington in the TSRC. Sorry, the battle for 13th in the Sim Racing Collective 19-9. Doing a fine job on hanging on to what is usually a fairly cursed number.
Yeah, a fairly cursed number indeed, right? A lot of myths or whatever you would call it about number 13. So obviously they're doing a good job at it so far. They probably want to get out of it though and get up to 12th or 11th or 10th or on up the number here. They're doing a great job with that P13 number. So right now, I'm trying to get some numbers. If you give me a second, I was trying to see when the sun's going to set. I think we're only, 2 hours away from sunset. I'm trying to double check that.
2 hours away might be the unofficial call, quote unquote, as I believe one of the Altitude Esports machines seems to be dropping down the order down to the 6th spot now. So it's interesting that would be because Brian Loinez for the Altitude Esports GT3 Blue 38 Audi has just taken his car down into pit road. So that is exactly why they are dropping down the order so much. But Millington did a good job on trying to hang on as it stands in his machine. Now, Stephen Place, the Team Radline driver just behind, is off cycle by a few laps and will be looking to be pitting here within the next, I'd say the next 3 or 4. We've seen them pitting before too long. And just behind them, another big battle picking up. This, the fight for the 16th position as Matthew Luke for Fury Simsport trying to keep a charging Old Turtles Motorsports Lamborghini at bay, driven by Max Dalladen at the moment. To the outside, contact between the two of them as they run through Stowe. And looking like Luke might just hang on to that one, nudging that 73 car up and out of the groove. This is a fierce fight, though, picking on up. Both of these two drivers fresh into their stints.
Yeah, what a great battle here going on here for P6. That's Matthew Luke, as he said, in Fury Simsport. Of course, we've seen Fury Simsport in other races here live on RaceSpotTV over time. So familiar with the team and get that beautiful black and green livery running them down all over the back bumper here. You know, one of the things that impresses me, and I think it's because this track isn't the biggest track we ever do endurance racing on. I mean, it's only 3.66 miles. There's never a moment as we get side by side here and Fury holds on to that lead. They're going to try the undercut here. They might get him into the next. Nope, he gets a good job getting in front of him. There is never a moment here, Nolan, where there's not something going on. This is not like Nürburgring when you can drive for hours by yourself. You're always close to somebody here.
You're always doing something. There's never a dull moment, and that's no doubt something that Luke is really sympathizing with at the moment. As boy, Dalladen is really piling on the pressure of that number 73 car. And this is now a three-way fight as well, as you got the Team RedX.com Academy 701 Ferrari just behind these guys, driven by Dominic Hameder at the moment, also fresh into his stint like the two above. So you've got now a 3-car battle for the 15th position as you work your way through cops. And they are approaching GT4 traffic at quite literally the one spot on the track you never want to hit it at.
Yeah, there are definitely some spots you don't want to hit lap traffic at because it just feels incredibly difficult. Look at Olympus Motorsports here, just by accident holding this up. And oh man, if that wasn't contacting that back bumper, I don't know how it wasn't. But now Fury and the others are in a tense battle here getting around Olympus.
And we're about to go 3 wide in the battle for 15th, and I hope they're going to back out, and it looks like Matthew Luke will, as Dalladen will shoot his way up and into 15th. Contact, and that's going to shove Hameder off the track. The Team Red X 701 pushed off the circuit at the exit of Stowe. That got messy in a hurry as Matthew Luke able to hang on just for that 16th position. But boy, that got physical right there. That's something you might see more akin to a stock car race instead of GT3 endurance racing.
Yeah, a little bit of tires is better than a 4 is the analogy we use sometimes, right? But Old Turtles Motorsport is now up beyond that battle and now looking ahead. I want to come back and correct what I said. I said that a couple hours. Turns out Sunset will be near the end of our stint, Nolan, right around about 1940. So that's when we'll see the sun start to set. So it'll be a couple hours away, but the track will continue to cool off as you get closer to it. But man, that was a tight battle. You see the headlight flashing there in the back of your screen. It means there's going to be a pass back there, an attempted one. And there they go. Now into this corner. They've all made the pass cleanly. No contact this time.
Cool. Well, I think we can finally take a bit of a breath here, at least until Dominic Hamader gets back to the back bumper of Matthew Luke and his Fury Simsport machine. Old Turtles Motorsports has been driving away from this battle for 15, so it's really now a fight for the 16th spot. And I can tell you right now, that 701 car might not be showing a whole lot of leniency when he gets back to the Fury Simsport Mercedes here because of what went down in Stowe just a few turns ago. So it's, again, it is all kicking off over here in the Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. It's always a race that throws up excitement every single time it's held, and boy, it is ever throwing up a lot of excitement for us here today. Making sure that, even though it might be a 24-hour endurance event, there's never a dull moment on the racetrack.
No, and that's the kind of endurance racing I love. I love moments like this, whether it be at a place like Silverstone or maybe even the Glen, where it feels like you're always racing someone, right? When it comes to endurance racing, I'm not a fan of your longer tracks where you can be out there, laps by yourself and never see anyone. So I love this style. Look at the 701 car, though, planning his move. It's like, I don't know if you... I think you're old enough for the reference, Nolan. It's like you can hear the Jaws music in the background. 701 is plotting when he's going to make this pass.
I may not have seen the movie. I have seen more than enough memes, though, referencing the movie.
You've never seen the movie?
Never seen horror movies in general. Just aren't so much my thing. But I definitely know exactly what you're talking about. So we'll be seeing if that'll be a battle that'll close in at all. And it's not the only one that's hearing some Jaws music right now. Is Nick Horvath sending it in the lead paw racing machine around the outside of Stowe. He will pick up the spot from Simon Edwards at the Team Radline Lamborghini. And now being held up by the AI RaceSummaries.com Porsche 718 GT4 Cayman Club Sport at the moment as we work through the final couple of corners to the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Horvath to the right will charge through. Simon Edwards trying to set up a run for turn one, but it's not a turn he can overtake into, and he's going to get cut off as the Mercedes sweeps across the nose.
Yeah, Radline really came close to making contact, or having contact made with them, I should say, by Lead Paul when Lead Paul closed that door on them. Of course, Lead Paul is a team that has incredible LGBT representation across their team, a very welcoming and inclusive team, so always glad to see them out on the track here in events such as Britcar. But Simon Edwards now knows that these Lead Paul drivers will make a move like that, so now he's going to see if it's worth making the pass attempt again, or if that rattled him, maybe he's upset right now. That can happen to a driver. But he's not backing off here. He's going to try to get up there again. And I bet the next time he makes a pass attempt, he'll make sure that there's no opportunity to close the door on him.
Simon Edwards is a driver that only pitted about 2.5 laps ago. Nick Horvath already out for a good, we're looking at about 10 laps just about on those tires now. So Edwards might be the newer driver in this car, and I think that might be why we saw Horvath able to make that pass, as Edwards still looking to try to get those tires further up to temp here as things move along. But he's doing a good job on keeping at least pace with Horvath, and I think that might be what he needed, right? Sometimes when you're fresh into a car, it can help to have a bit of a reference image, and that's something that I've actually found has helped me a lot back when I used to race officials on a pretty much daily basis, right? I would be really slow on my own. All of a sudden, I'd find about a second, 2 seconds worth of pace when I'm following somebody else, because you have somebody to use as a reference point when it comes to braking points, turning points. It cannot be understated just how much that can be helped. Of course, you don't want to be following forever. You want to be the one doing the overtaking eventually.
Yeah, that reference point is important. If maybe sometimes because it shows you that maybe you're not as fast as you think you were. Maybe you thought you were, blazing laps, and all of a sudden you're not. But let's come back here to DCW Racing. This is all the way back for P26 over. This is Juiced in the car. And a little bit of traffic right here. There's TSR with Thomas Gatto up in the car. Look at that beautiful, that bright blue-green aqua colored car he just got around. That's an incredible livery. But nice battle here as they come back around here and back into turn 1, I believe. And now TSR has got a little bit of lead here around these cars that are side by side behind you.
And of course, it's always a stressor, right, to have all those cars side by side around you, and you can tell that it might get to some drivers, but it certainly hasn't been getting to Thomas Gadd for the time being in that GSR machine, still keeping it out in front of Juice Bowmester in the DCW Egg Audi R8, and just behind them, that's Adam Locke in the Qatar Mass Motorsports number 63 Lamborghini. Now, Adam Locke is a lap down from this battle up the road, so theoretically that 63 car shouldn't be looking to get involved in any of this until this battle breaks apart a bit more at least. The last thing you want to be is that lap car that is starting to break up a lead lap battle. Now, if you're faster, you're faster. I mean, that's just how it goes. Eventually, you'll have to make that overtake eventually because you can't just ride around behind them for an entire stint if you're trying to make up time. But splitting up a battle in front of you, it's not necessarily the most ideal. I think the one exception would obviously be if you're overtaking a GT4 battle, in which case you're not left with much of a choice in the matter.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I would agree here. We're going to take a look here. There's a team in the pits. This is going to be WSR Esports ButtKicker. This is our overall leaders right now in the pits, Nolan. And per the time on the clock, that's confusing to me because typically GT3s do about 1 hour stints. And we are not near the 1 hour mark.
Well, Eric Grove has been saving a lot over the last little while. And in fact, Eric Grove at the moment, the lap that he is on right now in terms of actual lap numbers is 134. They last pitted looking to be at about lap 67. That is an astronomically long stint, and it is leagues longer than anybody else that they managed to get onto the racetrack with. They'll fire out right in front of Nathan Foster in the Empire Motorsports machine, along with Thomas Gadd and Bo Meester and more. So that's going to really break apart this whole battle. You got about, 8-9 cars there under a blanket as you work your way coming around through the loop and in towards Aintree. But right now, Alex Simonik still on his long, he's actually on his one of his first stints into the car, taking over from Eric Grove, who took over from Alexander Davidson. They're looking to definitely, I think, be the favorites overall to win. If they can keep that excellent tire and fuel saving strategies up throughout the night portions of this race.
No, you're right. That appears to be an incredible amount of saving happening there by WSR. And the really incredible part about that saving is that they're doing it while leading, this field at the pace they were before the pit stop. So if that holds up all night, they have currently found a winning strategy. We'll take a look and see how it goes. But man, they pitted out at the most unfortunate of times because they really came out into that big herd of traffic, but they're not fully around yet. And when you're a leader who's been leading by the gaps they have, Nolan, there's nothing scarier than being in that herd of cars and just kind of hoping nothing horrible happens to you.
I mean, they've been doing a fine job so far on keeping that car out of trouble and proving that they still have the ability to rise above and beyond the rest of the competition. So we'll continue to keep close sides and see how this battle will develop as closing up on one of the GT4 Mercedes. That's Daniel Marshall in the PRC by Dapper Customs machine. Simonik makes quick work. Oh, or does he contact? And that's with the race leader as Daniel Marshall right into the door of Alex Simonik. Now, how much damage is that just given to the 123? Doesn't look to be that bad, but in GT3 cars, looks can often be deceiving. I'm not seeing a whole lot of wiggling around so much. We'll find out over the course of this next lap, though, if there's any lost pace.
Yeah, we'll find out. My suspicion right now, instantly, Nolan, is that the damage is more on the mental side and less on the physical side. Right now, for Alex Simonik, what it's probably done is really just frustrating him and made him a little angry. Let's watch the onboard here. Let's be from Daniel Marshall. He's going to come right here.
Just outbraked himself.
Oh, there was some contact there. You're right. I don't think any damage, but you're right. There definitely was some contact there in that moment. But yeah, the damage is probably more on the frustration level. It can cause you to drive angry, miss a corner, miss an apex, miss a braking point. It takes you a moment to kind of shake that off. and not just be angry, you know, at the marshal. I mean, obviously not something, you know, truly intentional. Was no ill intent there. Just maybe not the best move in that moment.
Well, I think what happened there was Daniel Marshall was just outbraking himself, right? And it's very easy to happen. I mean, you get that target fixation when a car ducks around you, and all of a sudden you find yourself braking at the same point as the cars in front with the GT3, so the stronger brakes out of all of these cars on the racetrack. That's what leads to incidents like that. But looks like he may have just gotten away with that one, and a good thing, too. Allows us to look back up to this battle right now for what is a three-way fight for 21st back through 23rd. Simon Edwards for Team Radline leads the way in this one. Jack Bolton for Ram Branch Racing is in 22nd and 23rd. You've got Rachel Concoli over here for the Prismatic Motorsports machine as well. And there's a lot of damage to the front end of Jack Bolton's car. Has that always been there? Is that new? Or have I just never noticed that yet before?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and find out. Let me just take a look at that. You know, something I love here about this little battle we got going on here with Team Radline and Prismatic in the car between them. You're a little bit early braking that car in the middle there. Is these are cars. Sometimes when you see a car livery, Nolan, you have to guess what the team name is or who are they. Look, Team Radline has their name right on the side of their car, and Prismatic has that awesome prism on the side of their car. There's no questioning who these teams are.
No questioning it at all. It makes it very easy to distinguish, which no doubt will become invaluable once we get to the night hours. And when it gets a little bit more difficult to discern scheme names. So this damage is semi-new. So that is the reason why Jack Bolton has that damage and why we haven't noticed it before. It occurred not even 10 laps ago, but he sent it to the inside of a Porsche, much like he just did there through Cops. This was down into turn 2, of course, and ended up careened into the door. That's why he's missing that front bumper now, but not looking too bad. I mean, the pace doesn't seem to have fallen off too much, and you had seen, I believe, one of the Olympus esports cars off and into the sand trap, but in fact, 31 cars taking the tow back to pit road, so problem potentially for Christopher Stephenson's number 31 as they are currently getting towed back to the pits. Interesting news on that front. You can still see Jack Bolton, though, keeping this one out in front. Meanwhile, Rachel Concoli, along with Simon Edwards, both still in that big battle for now 22nd. That's Concoli trying to see if she can hang on. Edwards has dropped 2 spots in just this one lap.
Yeah, a couple of a drop here. Let's watch this again. This will be Jack Bolton here. Watch this replay here. Going to have a pass on the outside of that corner.
Right there.
Oh, little contact, oh, wow, big trouble here through that corner. See some car parts coming off and a big pileup right there in that corner. And Jack Bolton, wow.
I was back on their lap 137. They're currently on their lap 135. So that was about 8 laps ago, just about down in the turn 2. Good job on our producer for being able to catch that one. I thought that would be one we would just tell the story of. But I'll give credit for being able to go back and find it so far back. That's why they get paid the big bucks. Rachel Concoli still working this fight, still trying to keep it up and trying to get back up to Jack Bolton now in that 21 Mercedes. Listen, this fight might be able to develop a bit more. I'm curious how much that damage is impacting Jack Bolton at all. If I'm willing to guess, it wouldn't be so much on overall handling. I'm thinking maybe top-end speed. Surely that'd be affecting some of the aerodynamics of that Mercedes.
Yeah, it definitely probably is, right? I would agree with that assessment 100%. But now we come back to that conversation you and I had about 20 minutes ago now, which is being, stingy with his use of fast repairs. Right now, yes, we're down on top speed, but is it horrible? Is it fast repair worthy? Because 20-ish hours left, 19 and a half hours left. Who knows what's still in our future? Maybe you say that fast repair and, and a couple hours later you get another contact. Now you can fix both of them with a single fast repair. So that's when you got to be thoughtful about how to use these things here. You see Rachel peeked to the outside here, not going to do that. And instead, oh, man. Tried to pass on the inside, but got cut off massively there by that car in front of him. Now a little bit of check up here. Oh man, this is getting icky right here in this part of the track.
That's again catching GT4 traffic at the worst point, and that's the boosted Aston Martin that they're trying to duck around. They managed to work their way around as they hit the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight once again. Rachel Kukali still trying to close up to the back of Jack Bolton, and looks like has the run this time by through turn 1, out through 2, into the braking zone of turn 3. Prismatic Motorsports trying to take that spot away from Ram Ranch Racing, and job done. Rachel Kukali up on the 21st.
Finally got around him and made that pass, and now I'm sure Rachel's breathing a sigh of relief in that car, knowing that now, for at least the moment, that battle is done. Well, let's peek back a second if we can. We'll go back here to, like, trying to find a car number. I'm losing my spot here. The 63 car. Want to give a shout out to the YouTube chat. Apparently, Nolan, it is Quatermass.
Oh.
It is a reference to an old British sci-fi show. So I doubt you nor I have seen it, but it is Quatermass. That's the car that Adam Locke is driving. Thanks to YouTube chat for pointing that out here in that beautiful, bright livery. You know what? When nighttime falls, Nolan, that car will still be visible.
It's going to serve them well, right? Because if that car ends up facing the wrong direction, you want to have a nice, bright car. I've seen it before where some drivers have careened right inside of parked cars on a racetrack during a night race, for the sole purpose of the car's pretty much pitch black in terms of the paint scheme. How are you going to see them if you can't see the taillights or the headlights because they're facing sideways?
Right, yep. So this is maybe one of the benefits of a bright car here, as that will be there. So we'll see how that fares as nighttime gets closer by the second here. Now we're going to go up in the grid and watch a battle right here in front of them. This is going to be the BPR Esports. It's part of our GT4 category. Of course, Nolan, this is a multi-class race. We have technically 2 or 3 races happening at once, but here's Quatar going to make the easy pass to the inside and get around this battle. So we have the GT3 race. Now it has about, 34 cars in it started today. We have a GT4 race with a good number of cars. And of course, there's also the overall battle. We don't talk about that one as much, but it is there. Typically, the GT3s will beat the GT4s unless there's some damage or some bad luck involved. But this is a multi-class race, and you've said many times already, catching that traffic in the wrong place can be very detrimental to your race.
The BPR Esports machine got around David Barnes' TSRC crew for the number 2 spot in GT4 early this lap, down into Still as well, making quick work right when you had seen the Quatermass Motorsports Lamborghini duck by as well. So Adam Holloway doing a fine job on keeping that car looking forward. And good thing, too, because their competitor, David Barnes, just a bit further behind at the Aston Martin, just got swallowed up by a big pack of GT3 Mercedes as well. So that's put a big gap now between the second and third place runners in your GT4 field. So Holloway pulling clear with that number 2 spot, exactly what you want to see. So we'll see how things are going to end up working throughout the duration of this race. And I got good feelings about how things are rolling so far, and I think we could be in for a great showing later on.
Yeah, this does appear to be so far a very great race and a great run here by RD Simsport back in 14th with all the possibilities here in that bright black and pink style livery.
Guy Edwards keeping a strong footing as it stands in his RD Simsport Lamborghini, trying to keep in front of that Ferrari just behind. This is, again, one of those age-old battles that's been running for a while. That's Dominic Hamader that's trying to get things sorted. As well as that, the battle for 20th is picking up as Nick Horvath to the inside at turn 1 for Leaderboard Racing. And, in fact, will be overtaken by Rachel Concali for Prismatic Motorsports for that number 20 spot. So, Rachel Concali making good progress as it stands in that Mercedes, breaking past Nick Horvath, and that'll put that 46 back up into the top 20. It was a pass back. I'm hearing from our producer that this took place at. So that car going back into the number 20 spot. So again, the battles just never go away, do they? And the pass was initiated, looking at it now, coming off of that final corner, and that's where we saw Kakali make that move down into turn 1. Not a place where you typically see a lot of battles taking place and coming to a head, but every once in a while you manage to get that momentum.
Yeah, and momentum is quite important here, Nolan. That momentum of, getting through these corners correctly can really matter as far as if you can stay with someone or get around them here. And Nick Horvath is doing a great job here, just barely riding the curbs, trying to keep a line, be patient here, and keep right on the back end of Prismatic.
Like this is another battle that might be breaking apart for the time being. Although I say that, they catch one of the GT4 Mercedes, and oh boy, which way do you go? Kakala will duck over to the left, and I don't think Mike Gaff made that decision all that easy, and now holding up the 621 to boot. So just not something that's not something that's going quite the way so far of the Elite Paw Racing crew, but we sometimes get the chance to speak to some drivers over the course of this race, and we do in fact have one of the drivers standing by to speak to us right now from the Boosted crew. The number 35 Aston Martin currently runs down in that number 7 spot in the GT4 category, and we have Toby Ward from that team able to come on up and give us a bit of a chat now. Toby, welcome to the RaceSpotTV broadcast booth.
Hey, yeah, it's good to see you all. Yes. Good race so far for us. But as well, we've had a bit of a rough year in terms of endurance racing. We've been taken out early into races before, but this one seems to be going pretty well for us. But we've all had a stint in the car at least, and yeah, looking to crack on really.
Currently, you guys are sitting, I believe, 2 laps down as it stands in your guys' class. There's a bit of a nut right there. In fact, one of the Porsches trying to get around, but. I was actually going to mention, it's been such a difficult race so far in terms of lap traffic, with GT4s often being caught in tricky spots like we see right here. How's it been having to navigate all of those challenges so far to keep that 35 pointed in the right direction?
Yeah, it's been pretty tricky, especially as right at the start of the race, obviously we had a bit of a spin, put us right to the back of the field. Mike did a great job navigating some of the earlier traffic, put us back into 5th. Obviously dropped back a little bit, we've mostly been focused on managing incident points because it's really easy to pick them up around here, If you take an apex just slightly too tight, you can pick up another off track, and there's obviously only so many off tracks you can have in a race, and we're really keen on not picking up penalties. And it's particularly difficult, dealing with GT3 cars, which obviously have a lot of aero. They can take lines through some of the faster corners that a GT4 car just cannot take, and so there's sort of a bit of a communications battle, when you're in a GT4 car, trying to make sure that you're getting the line that you absolutely need through the fast corners, because otherwise, you could very easily end up off track or out of line and perhaps cause an incident, that kind of thing. So, we're just trying to take it easy, not massively trying to set the fastest lap time, for instance, because we know realistically at this point we're not going to win the race, but we think we can do pretty well. I'd say we can definitely get like a top 10, something like that in our class, and yeah, it's mostly just a case of keeping it on the straight and narrow.
It certainly has been going well so far for that number 35 machine, keeping it on the straight and narrow, and again running 7th, so that's definitely not something to shrug off despite those early race struggles you were talking about. But strategy-wise, that's where it all comes to life when it comes to the endurance racing. It's how you navigate the strategies, even with driver swaps, without giving away too much team strategy, of course. What so far has been the game plan? What's worked? What hasn't? Has there been any experimenting throughout the course of the race so far?
Yeah, we've got a plan so that a couple of our slower drivers, but perhaps safer, which includes me, are going to be taking things throughout the night. I think a big challenge for a lot of these cars is going to be how the track changes, because at night, for instance, the cars are generally a lot more oversteery, and I think we could actually see some issues with cars spinning out, that kind of thing, especially in like the pitch black, because it's really dark around Silverstone. If you you know, it's such a different way of driving. It's really easy to miss apexes. So we've put our safer drivers in, you know, during the night, and then we're targeting like sort of the evening and the morning for fast drivers, because I genuinely think that's when the car is feeling the best. So you know, it's a balancing act. You know, you're trying to set up your fast drivers so that they can crack on and perhaps take a few more risks, instead of, you know, being restricted by, say, the amount of incident limits we've got or the amount of damage we've got, that kind of thing.
Well, thank you as always for being able to come on up and give us a bit of a chat. Obviously, it's looking good right now for that 35 car, and there's still a long way to go. Lots of time to make up spots. We'll hope the safe and sound strategy sees you make up a couple more positions throughout the course of the night. Thanks for taking the time.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys.
That was Toby Ward from the Boosted Motorsports number 35 Aston Martin GT4. He's been doing a fine job so far in his car. He was in the machine for the middle portion of this race, ran that for about 30 laps, give or take, and now finds himself out of the car watching on as Sean Gardiner currently works that machine around. And they have a few drivers in their team, and in fact they've had 4 so far, and none of them are repeats. Mike Horter started off this race, John Roberts was the second stint, Ward was the third, and right now Gardner makes for number 4.
Yeah, that's one way of doing your scheduling, right? Because then it makes sure that your first driver gets at least a 6-hour gap before they're back in their car, and that can be rewarding. Now, some drivers love a schedule like that, where they want, you know, a big team and they only want to do a few hours, and then some people really do want to have like only a 3-man team and they want to drive every minute possible. So it's very much about the drivers you have and what kind of schedule they want. That can help dictate how that goes here. But look at this beautiful 4-car battle we got going on. And we're coming here through the corners again and doing a great job here to back to the front straight here. But yeah, how a team dictates. The one thing that stuck out to me though that I think is different across teams, Nolan, when we were talking to Toby a second ago, he said their plans to put their slower drivers in at night. I know teams who would be just opposite. They want to put their faster drivers in at night, let those faster drivers use the cooler track to really throw down the laps. It's just different and interesting how different teams plan this out.
The strategy always tends to be something special when it gets to races like this, and I know for a fact that these drivers are going to no doubt be they're going to be in for a heck of a time when we get further into the racing action. You know for a fact that these people are going to be pushing as hard as they possibly can to see if they can get themselves up and working into this field. You know that it's going to be maximum effort throughout the course of the evening hours and even into the wee hours of the dawn. You can still see, though, a lot of drivers, they're trying to more focus right now on survival as opposed to on-track battles. I think that's a safe bet. I mean, you're in the middle portion of this race right now. You've still got, what, we're talking 19 hours to go as you see one of the Audis go off. That's the Aspire Racing team driven by Adam Grevison at the moment, spinning off at turn 3. But again, you have 19 hours to go. Why force something that might be able to wait for an hour or so here at this point?
I mean, I agree with you, right? Why force something at the same time? You know, a lot of drivers look at this as a bigger picture of, you know, force it now and make up the spots later. But yeah, I agree with you. You know, why push something right now and you can have a bad thing happen to you like we just saw. Luckily, Aspire got that, you know, fix here. Let's watch it again here. The corner and just probably braked a little late, I'm guessing. Looks like maybe he stabbed the brakes right there. Just got missed his braking marker. And luckily no one behind him, or that would have been a massive hit right there. Whew. Those cars would have been right there. He'd been T-boned and had much, much more damage if he has any at all.
I don't think he had any damage apart from some smoked tires there as he slid to a stop. He didn't hit the sausage curbs or anything down at the inside of the racetrack, which that's a conversation in and of itself that I could go on and on about. Eric Van Spijker, though, still in his own little battle. It is for that spot for the top 10. He's got Josh Millington just behind in that 199 TSRC. So right now, again, a battle that's been going on for a while. It's kind of ebbed and flowed. It broke apart for a while, and it's really started to reel back in. Now Millington trying to look for the left down into the club chicane. Not able to get there, and Dale Williams will let them through in the Sim Dynamics GT4 Porsche. So we're going to work our way back around to the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight out of the final corner. And right now, Blanco Motor doing a good job on keeping that 83 car put up front, but with how hard Josh Millington's been charging, you wonder how long he's going to be able to hang on to it for.
Yeah, that's always the question, right? How long can you hold on to it for? And watching this great here with Eric Van Spiker here in P10 overall, an 83 machine, doing a great job here. Really just being calm and patient. You don't see anything out of the normal about his corners. You know, no smoking the tires, no erratic movement, so just keeping it very calm here. We're about another hour down, Nolan. We're about 1 hour into our own commentary stint, so we're about the 5th hour of this race completed. And overall, we've seen some spin, we've seen some contact, but for how tight this racetrack is, mostly a pretty clean race.
Clean races, yet exciting races, are the best kinds of races because it means you get the maximum number of cars on the racetrack, creating the maximum amount of entertainment. Because when you get a not so clean race, you get cars stuck in the pits and you get battles that get separated. It's entertaining for a few minutes at least, but well, then you realize it kind of drops off once more and more cars start to retire. But again, these guys are doing a great job. We're still at minimal incidents, as you pointed out, throughout the course of this race. Ever since we had the stop-go penalties earlier on towards the end of Lewis and Danes' stint earlier on in this race, we haven't actually seen anybody put in any protests. Now, granted, that may indeed be because you only get 4 protests over the course of an entire race, right? Which means you can't afford to protest every little incident. It's much like how we talked about the fast repairs. You have to really pick about which ones are really worth it and which ones are like, okay, we lost a couple seconds, but it's fine, we'll regather, we'll go about it again another time.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, right? The 4 protests. When I was reading through the rules this week to kind of get ready for this event, I was wondering about that myself. Like, man, how would I use those? Or in that moment, how do you determine what is and isn't protestable or what you want to go fight for? And obviously, you know, for our American viewers, it's like the NFL, 2 challenge rule. You kind of need to know your right before you put the red flag out there. But man, the 4 protests, I don't know how I would use those, because ultimately, most protests, what's going to happen is more so a bad thing to the car you protest. It's not going to really maybe benefit you in the same positive manner. I probably would use them as an incident happens, though, because, protests, I don't know. Like, if something happened right now in hour 4, hour 5, I would just use it. I wouldn't want to save my protests. I would, because, I was trying to think about this over, and that's a great battle here. This is SOP Esports Racing with Leon Seeley in the car in that side-by-side battle. But I think I would use my protest the moment something happened.
You mentioned this GT4 battle that we're keeping tabs on right now, working through that final chicane and back around to the front straightaway. This is Leon Seeley trying to close up in the SOP Esports Mercedes. At the back end of David Barnes, the TSRC Aston Martin. Looks for the inside down into turn number 1. Tries to send that lunge in and completes the pass. So great move there. That'll put Seeley up into the 4th spot in your GT4 category. But falling back onto our little protest discussion, I think I would save it depending on how bad the incident is, right? Like, if I'm forced wide in a corner, and we're talking like full-on physically pushed out wide by like a lane and a half, it is annoying, yes, but at the end of the day, I lose about a second, and I know I'm faster going to be able to get by him anyway. It's not worth it at that point in time. Now, in the incident where we saw that Ferrari getting flipped over about almost 2 hours ago now, fair enough. I could see a protest being put in for that, absolutely. So it's, again, pick your battles. Like, I'd say if you haven't lost too much time, you have no damage, don't even bother. Like, it's not worth it. You might have something that happens later on down the line that you could use it for.
So about a half hour ago, we saw an incident, I think in turn 1 if memory serves, where we saw a car get about half spun, and it really checked up the field behind them. That car kept running. There was no real damage to the car that we saw. Would you have protested that as a team owner, or would you have moved on?
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? I mean, if you're like at a half spin, even a full spin, it depends on how much time's lost. if you end up getting involved in a massive incident and you get tipped up and over, fair enough, I would understand wanting to put it to protest, or even if it was like a lunge from really far back. So say you don't have a lot of damage, but the driver threw it in from like 3 car lengths back, I can see that being a protest. I think, though, in that instant where we saw the Ferrari pushing somebody wide through snow about half an hour ago, I don't think that would warrant anything. It might lead to a penalty, yes, but is it really worth using one of your challenges when you've lost virtually no time?
I understand. I do. Yeah, that's probably a harder one in my mind to use rather than the fast, rather than the fast repairs. Because in the fast repair, you can instantly see the cause and effect of a decision, right? Hey, you know, whatever, we're down, you know, a second a lap, 2 seconds a lap due to top end speed. You can instantly see the cause and effect, and you know what you're getting or not getting by using the fast repair. But when it comes to those protests and only having 4 in a race, yeah, that would be luckily I'm not in that spot to make the decision. And hopefully, ultimately, is nothing happens to you and you don't have to think about it, right? There will be cars in this race who will never file a protest. And then, unfortunately, there will probably be a team, just by the way that, you know, Murphy's Law works, where they're going to have more things they want to protest than what they have protests for, and they have to pick and choose.
It's how the luck of the draw falls, right? And the urge to protest something is burning, no doubt. Whenever something goes wrong your way, you get frustrated about it. That's why it's always helpful to just take a moment, step back, breathe, relax, recollect, and at the end of the day, you might see not so big of a deal. But that is all discussions for when/if we get another protest within our stint. We've actually gone over an hour now without having one, so who knows, we might in fact go the rest of our well, at least another hour of our stint without having one as well. It's been a very clean hour of racing so far. They've gotten all the action in that first stint. We got a lot of it in our first hour, but it seems to have tapered off for the most part. That's not to say the battles aren't close. You still have this battle for the 10th spot that's picking up between Eric Van Spijker and Josh Millington that we've been seeing developing over the last 5 or so laps of all of this, as they're working their way past a pair of the Aztec Racing cars, one of those a GT4 and another a GT3. These 2 drivers that we're seeing on track as well, remember, they came into the pits only about 4 laps separated, and both of them are back into the race cars after having put in the laps to start their races early on. So you got the #1 drivers in both of these cars, which means you know these guys are fairly evenly matched on pace. That seems to have been the case so far, at least in the most recent minutes of this race.
Yeah, I would agree with that completely here. And watching Eric and Nat, and pronounce that Bloco motor. How are we pronouncing it, Nolan? I'll let you take the bullet for this. Say that, so if we said wrong, they can address it to Nolan Rimple on their favorite social platform.
I'm thinking either Bloco Motor or Bloco Motore. It'll be one of the 2.
Okay, so you're confident on Bloco, though?
I'm confident on Bloco, yes.
Okay.
And I know I'm going to eat my words about this later on.
Yeah, YouTube chat will tell us in about 5 minutes how wrong we are, probably. I've already gotten a couple of those today, and that's okay. I appreciate that. We can do it correctly and represent the teams correctly. But yeah, I figured I'd let you take the bullet on this one.
I'm already taking the bullet on Porsche being German or Italian. I don't need another one.
Yeah, there's still that clip floating around out there, isn't it? Yeah, that's not your best moment.
They were real confident saying the quality was going to go down when we stepped into the booth today.
Yeah, you know, sometimes how's that phrase go? Past performance is indicative of future performance or something like that. What does that quote say?
I wouldn't know. You're talking quotes that I have no idea. Got a pass going on, though, in the battle for 10th. Josh Millington trying to force this one the long way around Copse. Now, we've seen how this goes many a time before, and it's looking like he won't force the issue. He'll try to back out and go for the over-under.
Yeah, it's a great moment there to back out. And that's the thing about this track that I found interesting this week, and watching a couple races here and commentating on another one, is that when these corners go back and forth, like a right-hander, left-hander, right-hander, left-hander, it's hard to set up a pass in these corners, Nolan, because yes, you might have the inside corner for turn 1, but then on turn 2, you're on the outside. And when you have these sweeping corners here, it becomes hard and difficult to gain momentum through a corner in that kind of back and forth style.
And there we see Josh Millington pulling down into the pits right on cue. 5 minutes, well, 4 minutes after the turn of the hour. Our next pit stop window commences. Josh Millington pulls his TSRC 1-9 down and into pit road. Already Adrian Borden and Nick Horvath are both into the lane as well. So we're seeing pit stops start to kick off in earnest. Alex Simonik, though, if they can keep this fuel strategy up, I am not expecting them to be pitting for, I would say, at least an hour yet.
Yeah, right. We just saw them maybe a half hour ago. So they're obviously off cycle. I don't want to be brave enough to take a guess at when, because I don't quite understand the fuel saving that they're on, but it's going to be a while for that fuel saving before we see them come back down again. To Alex Simonik here doing a great job here, leading this race and dealing with this traffic here. And I think that's one thing about endurance racing that doesn't get enough practice and talk about, is how you deal with lap traffic, because that's something that's hard to practice and get ready for for a moment like this, because that lap traffic can slow you up, it can frustrate you, it can hit you, it can do all kinds of things, and it's maybe the hardest thing to simulate during race week.
No kidding. It's difficult to simulate, but it hasn't stopped their progress at all, and they have been by far one of the big teams to watch in terms of the strategy and the saving game so far. It has really paid off big time at the moment for the WSR Esports ButtKicker crew, of course, coming off with that little bit of a break off from the Pure Sims team, right? So, I mean, these guys have been putting in a lot of effort, and I think they have shown that they have absolutely got the ability to win this race. I mean, they have been on absolute fire right now. They still stand with just under a 9-second gap to the Altitude Esports crew to take their race win here tonight. Now, still a long way to go, but 9 seconds, that's not an easy gap to surmount.
No, it's not an easy gap to surmount. You really got to focus in on it. And of course, in the world of endurance racing, what may happen to you if you were Altitude Esports back there, 8-9 seconds back, is you're hoping later when Alex gets out of the car that maybe someone joins who's not quite Alex's pace, and that's how you run them down. Sometimes those driver swaps can cause battles to close and open and decrease and everything in between, because of just lap times from the driver. So right now, if you're BRT or Altitude and behind, you're hoping when Alex's teammate hops in that maybe he doesn't have the pace that Alex does.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't bet on it, to be completely frank, considering a good chunk of this 9-second gap was built up by Alexander Davidson and Eric Grove, two drivers that have been, again, on absolute fire and borderline mistake-free all race long. I mean, this car has been on easy street from the get-go, and it's not one that's going to be one that's going to be easily overtaken. And in fact, just to prove just how good this team is, Alexander Davidson has so far set one of the official fast lap of the stints on the second to last lap of his own stint on lap 65. It was a 159.251. There was a 157 just a lap later, but considering it's not being logged as an official fastest lap, I'm willing to bet that was gained with a bit of off-track excursions.
Well, in the end of the stint, typically will give you your faster laps as well, because the car's almost out of fuel. You're not carrying all that weight around. And so typically the end of a stint is where you'll see a driver set the fastest lap. Yeah, if it's not being counted, that probably means he touched the grass or a little too much of a curb or whatever got it off track, according to an Irishing term, which would DQ that line from being valid. But you're right. I mean, they're doing a great job here, but yeah, what will cause that gap down? It's opened up, actually. We're talking, we said it was at 9 seconds. It's now 10.5, by the way. But now we'll go back to Philip Ansel back here in P5, trying to get around this car. And man, that was a scary moment.
Oh, that's a brave lunge around the inside of Maggots and Beckett, and that's Philip Ansel in the Kimura Sim Racing Machine trying to break around the 11th Racing team in the battle for 5th. They're side by side through the entire complex, and it's now a drag race down the hangar straight up towards Stowe. And I think somehow Ansel's going to be able to hang on to this one. How they did not wreck this beyond me, and Elia going to back out in that 32 Lamborghini. That is not a place where you typically go side by side and it goes your way, and Philip Ansel immediately ducks into pit road.
Yeah, and that's the part of the battle that confuses me a little bit, Nolan. You know, maybe that was not a scheduled pit stop. Maybe they just kind of wanted to get him cooled off and said, hey, let's pit now. We're almost at the hour mark or just past the hour mark. But if you know you're pitting, man, that battle feels like high risk, low reward in a moment like that. Those are the ones I don't quite understand as a driver. Like, you fought me that hard for a lap, and then you pit me.
Just to prove the point that I can get it done, and now I'm going to leave you on your own to let you think about that for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's right. You know, like maybe it is just a matter of, I don't have a nice way of saying that, but just, you know, as you said, proving it, you know, putting my cards on the table and showing what I can do. Here's Jack Bolton again. Let's see what's going to happen here. Going to get past on the inside and contact. And I'm going to tell you right now, Nolan, that I think is Jack Bolton trying to close the door and stop a pass. That would be a moment I would probably protest if I were the other car.
No protest filed as of yet. We'll wait in a few minutes to see on that one. That was the Esports Racing Machine. Now we get to the big question, right? Of was he fully alongside? Was Adrian Borden fully alongside, or was it a dive bomb? When they were braking for the corner, he was not alongside, but they definitely were by the time they made contact. So that's back to that age-old discussion of at what point are you entitled to the racing line? And every series does this differently, right? I mean, a lot of series can disagree and differ on that one. I think I'm not entirely blaming Jack for that one, because when he started to turn in, they weren't alongside. It was a bit of a lunge. I don't think Jack can be expected to correct a line that suddenly when you're committed to a hairpin like that.
Maybe we can see it again in the replay again, but from my view of that, when we saw it the first time in the replay, he was trying to close the door in that car, you know, in a moment where that just felt unsafe and unwise. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously that's the race steward's job to decide, you know, and to figure out what to do with those protests. You know, they have said they want to be kind of hands off a little bit. Let's watch this again here.
Oh, this will be a great view, actually. On board with Adrian Borden himself. He's closing up there. Watch. Here's when they break, and, hell, I don't know. I still don't think Adrian
That's
was...
not a dive bomb. I'm sorry. Like, Borden was there in the corner. Now, maybe you could say what Bolton did wasn't intentional. Maybe he just really realized there was a car inside.
No, I don't think it was intentional at all. I don't think it was far enough to have that be considered his corner yet.
This is where I struggle with these kind of decisions. Is that, you know, as we're going to look back, and we'll come back to that topic here. But here's Leo right here, Garable in a great three-car battle here, trying to get ahead here, and he's done so. That's Guy Edwards in the RD Simsport, that black and pink, kind of that T-Mobile looking machine. That's what I think of when I see that car every time. But man, this part of the track here is thick with traffic, as he's going to get passed on the inside here again by the number 89 car.
It's a big pack as one more car, the RD Simsports Lamborghini, takes to pit road, and oh boy, nowhere to go for the 89 Motorsports Ferrari. Just nearly careened into the sun of the Olympus Esports Vanguard Porsche as well, and that Porsche's got an Aston Martin in his own class that's trying to get around them as well. You see the furiously flashing headlights from behind from the Commuter Racing Aston Martin as well. But Giraboli will be working his way up and around. The 89 Motorsport Machine currently into ninth, got around one of the Lamborghinis that had just ducked into pit road. Now, the two GT3s in front of him are not for position. One of them was a lap ahead. That would be Jim Perry, and the Altitude Esports Machine runs third. The other is Nick Horvath in the Elite Paul Racing 621, and that car runs 23rd and is currently 2 laps down. So now you've got the case of 3 different cars on 3 different laps condensing into the same point on the racetrack. And it's looking like Horvath will just swing out wide to at least let the lead lap Lamborghini through. I think that's a wise move. You're not battling for anything. You're not losing anything in an instance like this. Now we'll see if he'll be so kind to Leo Garibaldi when that 89 Motorsports Ferrari catches up.
By the way, we'll come back to Nick Horvath for a second. Been kind of reaching out and finding out. I've been saying it wrong. It is lead Paul Racing. Like they have a lead Paul if they want to go fast. So it's not lead Paul like I thought it was. It is lead Paul. So I apologize to those guys for making me aware. And I was getting it wrong, but they are an awesome community, and maybe we'll get to talk with them in a little bit here. But now look at that battle there with Leo Garibaldi back there in 89 Motorsports. And a nice battle right there with the car behind it, but he got it clear. And now down this straightaway, let's go to set up the next corner. Maybe he can catch Horvath here in the next lap or two.
That Ferrari continuing to steadily march up and around as we are an hour and 15 minutes into our own little stint. We are a quarter past the 5-hour mark at this point in time. So again, this race slowly but surely marching onwards as 89 Motorsports catch it up to the lead Paul race machine of Nick Horvath in the 621. And I'm imagining we'll look to make this move down into turn 3 to lap that car. Sure enough, to the inside. Makes quick work of that machine. Fair enough. You got to make those moves where you can get. Now we'll fall into the tow behind Tim Perry for the Altitude Esports GT3 Silver Lamborghini just a little ways up the road. So time continuing to steadily creep along as we work our way through the Britcar 24 hours at Silverstone. 18 hours and 44.5 minutes left to go in this race, and a good number of the battles looking like they are breaking apart over the racetrack, and that no doubt courtesy of pit cycles.
Yep, pit cycles will do that, of course, and there's different pit cycles going on because of the two classes. They're going to have different, stint lengths they can go before they have to pit. So at a certain point, maybe about halfway through the race, maybe a little sooner, it's going to kind of feel like someone's pitting, right? Because teams will get off cycle because of maybe a penalty or maybe they had an incident where they need to pit early. There becomes a point in an endurance race where there's always someone on pit road. But for right now, we're still kind of at that point where you can kind of time it out. Where, right at the 1 hour mark, you'll see, typically your GT3s maybe a little less than a 1 hour mark. And about, 5-10 minutes later probably, you'll see the GT4s come down. And, that's one of those jobs as a spotter that's important, is to know who's spotting, who's pitting and when, so that when you come around that pit exit part of the track, your spotter can tell you, hey, there's a guy coming out here. Because the pit exit right here it's not scary. There's definitely scarier ones in motorsports, but it does seem to put you right out in the middle of traffic.
And of course, in this instance, it's not like stock car races, right, where you have a dedicated spotter for your team. In this case, a lot of the times when it comes to actual car-to-car positioning, they'll just use the iRacing spotters, and they'll just use the other drivers when it comes to calling out pit strategies and the like. That's the thing, right? I mean, while yes, these teams sometimes have, they only have one in the car, and they'll often have at least 3, possibly more people rotating out in shifts. You usually have at least 2 people in the sim itself. Now, this is helpful for 2 reasons. One, again, you can have that additional person who can be your eyes to the sky, keep an eye out for any big highlights on the racetrack that you need to be aware of, like, for example, when your competitors are pitting, if anybody's pitting out around you, any incidents up the road or behind you, so on and so forth. They can update you on your lap times, your fuel numbers, and so on. But it also helps to make sure that should you have a technical problem, like we saw Ram Ranch Racing have earlier on when they had that power outage, that other person can be the backup to jump right into the car immediately once they're able to do so, once it gets towed back to pit road.
Yeah, and coming back to a topic, that's why I'm a fan of 4-man teams versus 3-man teams, because typically in a 4-man team, it is more likely that you're going to have someone there in your Discord or your TeamSpeak or whatever sitting there with you, kind of talking you through it, keeping you calm, but also ready if something does happen, whether it be a power outage, whether it be, the pedals don't feel right, or something happens at home you need to take care of. Like, you have someone there for you. That's an important factor of that here. But Guy Evers doing a great job here with a little bit of gap ahead and behind him here in the RD Sim Sports machine, and doing a great job here. Now going to come down through the corners and is slowly creeping up on the car in front of him. But yeah, that's why I'm a fan of bigger teams, because I like to plan for the what ifs. I'm a plan ahead kind of guy. I'm a worst case scenario kind of guy. So that's why I prefer the slightly bigger teams.
You mentioned Guy Edwards of the RD Simsport with a bit of a gap to the cars behind, but he's going to be forced 3 wide with 2 GT4s. That gap has just shrunk back to Matthew Luke and the Fury Simsport Mercedes. It's about, what, 0.6 of a second, give or take, just off of the back bumper there of that 555 Lamborghini Huracan. The cars are getting around were the Olympus Esports crew and the TSRC number 99, who were looking like they're having a scrap of their own, just trying to have a disagreement over when the actual position of lapping somebody was going to take place there. That's an argument that's still ongoing on the racetrack, in fact. But they both did a good job to navigate around that. Now, Guy Edwards, at this point in the race, looks like he is just a little bit quicker than Matthew Luke. Luke's ability at the moment is he's been catching lap traffic at more ideal points on the racetrack, so he hasn't been slowed up at all by this. That said, there's a long way to go to the next GT4, so this could be the time that Guy Edwards needs to start to pull away in that battle for 16th.
Yep, definitely starting to pull away, and maybe one of the bigger gaps you could find on track, it feels like, because no matter what camera view you use here, whether it be a blimp, a chopper, anything, it feels like there's just always someone somewhere. So this has got to be one of the bigger gaps on track that I could think of. So now what this will do is it will kind of maybe calm Guy Edwards down a little bit, let him run his own line versus being forced to run someone else's. And that can be pretty massive here when you're able to kind of run your own line, have open air, versus being forced to use someone else's braking points. It can be a big difference in how you behave in the car, how comfortable you feel, and whatnot here. Now, Nolan, the story that we're coming here is another hour is, halfway over. If we could look at the track details, the temperature is dropping, and that's going to make these cars feel better here. We're now down to 24 degrees Celsius or 75 degrees Fahrenheit. That is a 5 Fahrenheit degree drop from when you and I took over 90 minutes ago. That's going to make these cars have a lot more grip, right?
It should, in theory. Now, that said, it might not be too helpful when you first change tires, right? Because it's going to take longer to get those tires into an optimal working temperature. But once they're up into that working temperature, you are going to be able to really put the hammer down. That's why most of the fast laps really come in the nighttime. And oh, hello, that is we have one car that's lost the front clip and is very slow on the hanger straight. That is Klaus Martin here working into. He's lost the back end into Brooklands, I believe, and was that Spiker in the 83 Mercedes, I do believe.
That was a hard hit, what that was, and really that's so frustrating as a driver. It's just one of those very long, slow spins. You feel like you can never really get a grip on, right? You're trying to prevent it from happening. You can see it happening. It's like the worst slow-mo replay happening in real life for you when it happens. And you just know something bad's going to happen to you, and you just somehow you can't stop it.
I feel bad for the Eric von Spiker because they were having a fairly good battle of their own, and they were just minding their own business, trying to catch back up to the TSRC crew for the 11th spot, and they just were left with nowhere to go. I mean, it's one of those cases where you're not sure where they're going to go, so you just point and shoot, and unfortunately, he didn't turn far enough to the right to avoid that incident, but that's not something that I think was too avoidable. Oh, we have another spin further down the road. That's also in Brooklands. That is Matthew Luke, the Fury Simsport Mercedes, who was just trying to close up to Guy Edwards.
Yep, we'll wait and see what happened to him here. Could be as simple as this missed a braking marker, but we'll wait and see when the replay comes in and what happened to him there. Do you want to go back and say you were correct? That was the 83 of Blanco Motor, who did make contact with the 101. You called that correctly. So nice job there. And we'll wait for the replay in a moment here. So now Matthew Luke just needs to get his bearings back under him, take a deep breath inside the car, and kind of shake out whatever happened and say, okay, you know what? 24-hour race, I got this.
So Matthew Luke is going to keep things rolling. We'll take a look at the RaceSpotTV replay here, working down into Brooklands. He hasn't made contact, and It looks to me like he's just carried too much momentum in the back end, just swung around on him. I wonder, maybe clipped the orange curb on the inside, but I don't think he got that far down where they would have had an impact in that spin.
So my initial thought about it was actually a little bit different, which was that, you know, he's come up on an Olympus car, that GT4. And at first I thought maybe he got spooked by the closing rate and kind of stabbed the brakes in the middle of the corner. And when you stab the brakes in the middle of a corner in a road course race, you really throw off the weight and the balance of the car, and the car really behaves poorly. Man, speaking of, wow, that was close. But I was wondering if maybe he had stabbed the brakes there, and that's what kind of threw the back end around on that car.
Quite possibly. Well, it could have been the case indeed, but at this point, who knows? The good news is nobody hit him, not a lot of time lost, so he'll be able to gather that up and get back rolling. This is the battle for third in your GT4 category, and it is a battle that has come to a head. They actually made contact down in turns 1 and 2 as Leon Seeley broke by Donovan Dyer at the moment. So Kimura Racing will fall to the SLP Esports Racing Team Magenta Mercedes-AMG GT4. And they are looking to try to drive away with that number 2 spot, or the number 3 spot at the moment. But Dyer at the moment not letting Seeley go, and the draft might not be a lot where you can really reel the cars in with GT4s, but it's also much harder to break that draft as well because of the same thing.
Yeah, it can be very hard to break a draft here, and that can be one of the frustrations here for Leon in SLP Esports Racing, is that you're probably not going to break the draft here, right? It's going to be a little bit of how you get through a corner here, or maybe you have a faster lap time, which doesn't really appear to be the case. Only ways you're probably really going to break that draft here in that moment, but maybe you don't need to. Maybe you just need to keep racing, and you know, those can be the things you worry about that get in your head that can cause you to, you know, to mess up from time to time. Now, for some drivers, Nolan, of course, there will be some very experienced drivers in this race who've done endurance racing multiple times, and there'll probably be a few drivers who are treating this event as their first time of doing an endurance race of 24 hours. Do you remember your first 24-hour race?
I do not, because I have never driven in one. I have spotted in 1 or 2, but I've never driven in one. Ooh, oh, hello, boy. Okay. Luke getting a bit argy-bargy, trying to get around Leon Seeley there.
Interesting. I remember mine. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of nerves, a lot of jitters that goes into this. Because unlike, you know, maybe a regular road course race or a sprint race or, you know, anything else, the actions you take now are not just yours. You know, the actions you take are responsible for, you know, 2, 3, 4 people in a race. And so when you make a dive bomb into a corner, or you back out of a corner, or, you know, whatever you do, you have to remember now that you're affecting 4 people's day with every action you take. And for some people, that's a stressful thought to really put into their heads.
There's a lot of preparation that goes into these races as well. I mean, we are talking, especially for the big events like the Nürburgring 24 and, of course, the Daytona 24, there are people that will practice for months upon months in order to train up for those races. The team that I usually spot for, they have been practicing already for Daytona since October, and they are still practicing. I think they're practicing actually as we speak right now. They put a lot of work into it, and a lot of teams will do the same thing. They'll take one big event, and they'll focus all of their effort to preparing for that one big race to try to do as best they can get. And to a lot of the teams that are just kind of starting this off, and for some teams that might be a bit new to the endurance racing community, the goal is to not even make it to a win, is to make it to the end at all. As you see Richard Sandor in AIRaceSummaries.com Porsche duck by Donovan Dyer.
Well, and listen, if you were to, you know, those two things could be simultaneous, by the way, making it to the end and winning. Like, that sounds silly, but if you take a snapshot of a top 10 in hour 4, and you compare it to a top 10 at the end of hour 24, it can be vastly different sometimes, right? That list can look nowhere near similar, just because, you know, a team endures these 24 hours and they survive and they crawl into the top 10, top 5, top 3. Maybe they didn't really have the initial opening pace to do so, But just by avoiding the calamity, they get there. Speaking of avoiding, that's a great job at 89 Motorsports to avoid that contact when getting through that corner. But yeah, part of endurance racing is seeing where you finish if you do finish. I've seen multiple drivers surprise themselves with podiums simply because their car finishes.
And same situation, I'll use that team's little strategy again. They elected not to start the race with the main pack. They decided not to qualify. They decided to start from pit road because they knew the first 3 hours or so, everybody's going to be pushing a lot harder than they have to be, and they're going to be able to pick up a lot of the free spots. Sure enough, they had gone from being in about 37th in the GTD category. It was a GTD-only race that split up the Daytona 24. They had gone from being 37th at the start of the race, starting from pit road. By the time it was halfway through, they were in third. They ended up finishing in fifth because they had some technical problems. But it again goes to show that you don't need to necessarily be fast. You just have to be consistent and make sure you can keep it on the racetrack. And that alone will make you up spots in the long term.
Yeah, I definitely will. As far as practicing, I mean, I know you said the team you worked with started in October. Last week in the Irish officials, the IMSA series already went to Daytona, so I know some of our teammates got some practice in. And we'll begin practice after week 13 when the update kicks in. Listen, we know there's a new car coming from iRacing. Who knows what else is coming in the forms of upgrades and changes. So we sort of take the mentality of not putting too much practice in until we know that iRacing is not going to make any more big changes before we get some practice in. But I agree, practice is necessary. And really, as a proper team manager, making sure that your team manager has done some form of a schedule so that you know who's driving daytime, you know who's driving nighttime, so that those drivers can practice in the appropriate times of day settings.
You see Alex Simonik working his way around some more GT3 traffic. The overall race leader now stands at 1 minute and 14. Now that is an inflated figure because, of course, the pit stops are still ongoing as well in this race, and obviously they're on a very different strategy compared to everybody else. I believe that'll close out to still be about 11 seconds-ish by the time they cycle their way through pit road. They just got by Stephen Parker Hamilton, the MRC Team 494, and the Mercedes just behind, and they are in a battle for the 30th spot at the moment with Luca Munro for the United Sim team. These are for spots near the back of the GT3 field, but they are battles nonetheless. And you got the 7-1 Ferrari trying to get around the two of them here. And it's looking like Munro will take that move around the long way from Stowe.
What a great job there by the United Sim team. Made that pass happen on the outside. Not a comment you make too often, it feels like, making a pass happen on the outside. But here they come around. They're going to continue to secure that lead and keep it right there. Yeah, what a great moment for them.
A great moment indeed as Munro now looks to the inside, quickly makes short work of Dale Williams' Sim Dynamics 39 Porsche, not wanting to waste too much time. Again, cannot blame him, especially with how volatile it's been lapping traffic so far over the last little while. We haven't seen too much in the way of actual incidents since we kicked things off, so I think we've brought some of the clean quality back to this race at the very least. I think that math checks out in my mind at the very least. So we'll see if that'll ring true, and I'm willing to bet, based on my luck over commentators' curses in the last few months or so, I'm going to live to regret those words by the end of our 4-hour stint.
Yeah, maybe so. We'll have to wait and see here. But here's Team Red X. Here's Dominic Hammeter in the cards, all the way back in P15. And now he's going to try to make a run here at this United Sim team car. I thought he was going to dig into the corner. He backed out of it, though. He's going to be a little bit patient here, which is a good thing to see. Because this Team Red X here obviously wants around, and they want to see if they can get around here quickly. Right here about the 18.5-hour mark of this race. So obviously we're at a very historic racetrack, not only in Silverstone, of course, used in F1. It's used for MotoGP for their form of the British Grand Prix, and used multiple times over. Do you have a favorite Silverstone moment?
I do not. I mean, there have just been so many over the course of the years, and I mean, it's a track with a lot of history, right? I mean, it used to be a World War II airfield, and the first layout in 1948 used actually the runways when they were racing here. And in fact, the hangar straight is called that because it runs by one of the old hangars. And I mean, it shared a very unchanging layout for a very long time as well. A couple chicanes out here or there, all the way up until 1991. That's where we really got to the layout that we could see the recognitions of it here before. And of course, the main big layout that we see today was first introduced in 2010. And the start-finish stretch was moved to its original to its place now in 2011. So it's a track with decades upon decades of Grand Prix racing behind it, and it's known as, I think, one of the greats. The atmosphere I've heard when you go here, I haven't had the chance to see it myself, but I've heard the atmosphere when you're at this place is electric, especially for the Formula One events. And I can see why. I mean, it looks like one of those venues that just invites just parties nonstop. And if there was ever a Formula One venue that I would go to, I would say this would be a very close second behind the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, both very iconic racetracks, right? Of course, that F1 calendar is getting, very full of iconic experiences, whether it be, of course, Vegas, Miami, Spa, Silverstone, very iconic for different reasons, but very much an atmosphere and very much an experience. So very fun to see those happening. And now, of course, one of the benefits of the teams today, since this is an FIA Grade 1 track and it is used for F1 races, there is plenty of runoff here. If you do happen to get your car, wide in a corner or get spun around, there is plenty of time to get this car turned around here and fixed before you find the wall.
That is true. There is a lot of opportunities where you can do that. And, of course, what helps that as well is the fact that iRacing, of course, remember the last build, they remodeled all of their grass physics. So before it used to be you were basically on ice when you would hit the grass, and there was no stopping you once you would slide off. Nowadays, it is a lot more grippy than it used to be. And, in fact, I've seen some cases in stock car races, most notably at the Kansas Speedway a few months ago, where a car spun sideways into the infield, and the stopping force of the grass was so powerful, it nearly tipped the car up and over entirely, like it was digging into a sand trap. So that, no doubt, helps a lot as well when it comes to the racing action that we've been seeing here and keeping cars out of the walls. And that's a great thing for endurance races like this because it allows for us to keep more cars on the racetrack with as little damage as possible.
Yeah, there may be some debate in the community about, is the grass a little too grippy currently? I'm sure that's something that will get looked at and fixed and whatnot. You see that dapper Customs Pineapple Racing Club car, that beautiful purple car right there, got past it very quickly here, and that's, of course, a GT4, so sometimes that's going to happen where cars are going to blow by you just because of the faster classes, but that is a beautiful car.
Well, not only that, David Brown got wicked sideways coming out of the final corner there. Had to practically Formula Drift that Mercedes out of that final corner. That save impresses me because usually when these cars break sideways, you're not saving them. They're going around. Traction control, stability control, and all of that within these cars really dictates that. That's not necessarily too ideal, but hey, I'll take some lost time over a spun race car. So he'll continue on, and we'll keep this race moving forward. We spoke to one of the boosted drivers earlier on, and of course there are some others that will look to give us a bit of chat here throughout the course of the day. And in fact, we've got one of the folks from the Lead Paw Racing crew. The 621 Mercedes currently runs 22nd on the racetrack. And Derek, I'll pass this one down to you.
Awesome. Yeah, so we're going to have a moment and sit here and chat with Marlon Jones. Marlon, of course, the team owner and a driver for Lead Paw Racing. And Marlon, thanks for stopping in here today and having a talk with us during the 24 Hours of Britcar. How's your race going so far?
Hey, yeah, thank you for having me. Race is going good so far. We're having a little issues with the tires during the first few stints, but I think we've kind of figured that out. It's mostly just that the tires are pretty hot around here, but the race so far is going pretty good. We haven't had any major incidents, mostly just staying safe and getting through it. So
So the interesting thing you told me privately, unless I misread it, was it's only your front tires that are giving you problems, right?
Yes. So they're not. It's not really giving us a problem, but they are pretty hot. We noticed that the first pit in, it was pretty low. I want to say it was maybe like, if I recall correctly, 15% on the tire left on the first stint. After that, it's been about 30-35%. So still pretty low, but not as bad as it was before. So we're still having a little bit of issue with it, but not as bad. We're starting to get used to the car and starting to get used to the to how the tires are reacting.
Is that just a factor of maybe backing up the corners, or what are you doing to help with those front tires?
So right now what we've been doing, we've just been backing off the corners a little bit, but we have still stayed aggressive. So it's just naturally starting to I believe as the track starts to cool down and as we start laying down more rubber, start laying down more rubber on the track, it starts just naturally becoming better. But we have been laying the braking zones back a little bit to save on that.
So right now we're watching on screen here as we're watching Nick come around here and turn some more laps. And right now, only himself and Austin Farr have been in the car. How many drivers are you fielding in total today?
Right now we're fielding 4. So there's Nick, Austin, another Nick, and then me. So it's 4 total.
All right, awesome. Well, I know that you guys are, of course, a well-versed team. You've done many races across, Britcar and other special events. But for people who don't know you, you want to tell the community a little bit about your team, who you are, what you represent, kind of introduce yourself?
Yeah, so just to start off, we're Leaderboard Racing. We were founded in June of 2021, and immediately once we were founded, we started competing mostly in iRacing and then some other sims as well. We started competing in Apex F4, and we actually took a amateur class championship in there as well. This is our second year in the 24 Hours of Silverstone through Britcar. Last year we did the same event in the Honda TCR, so this time we're returning in the Mercedes, and we also have done a few other series here and there as well in LMP3, GT4, and GT3 as well.
And of course, you're a team, sort of not solely based on, but definitely based on, inclusivity and diversity, right?
Yes, so we're not solely based on that, but the majority of our team do have some sort of LGBT representation, and it's honestly a great thing to have that, and it's one of the things that we do want to try to bring more to sim racing, not just LGBT representation, but just overall representation in general. We have people of color, we have physical disabilities, we have many things that we're trying to, bring closer to the world of motorsports and sim racing, and it's honestly been a blast doing it over the last 2 years that we've been active.
Awesome. Well, listen, I know you're a lap or two down currently, but 24-hour race, anything can happen. So good luck the rest of the day, and maybe we'll talk later.
Thank you.
All right, that is Marlon Jones. He's the team owner and driver for Leaderboard Racing. I did get that correct. I said it wrong earlier, Nolan. It's not Leaderboard, it's Leaderboard. But always great to have the drivers and owners come in and share a little bit of time with us.
While all that was going on, things got a bit hairy on the racetrack. A few seconds ago, Jack Bolton had a huge scare down the Wellington Straight as, of course, we get back to race action. Now we've actually had them all spun around. That's a big parking lot down there right into Brooklyn, so something huge has gone awry. At least 4 cars have been spun sideways, including Daniel Den Weber, who was in a battle there. Adrian Border was in a battle. Dominic Sharp of GT4 was just collected wrong place, wrong time. So there's been all sorts of manner of chaos going on. And that all started working our way onto the Wellington Straight when Jack Bolton got put onto the grass.
Yeah, we'll wait and see the replay of it and see what happened here. But you're right, that turned into a parking lot massively right as the interview ended, almost on time, on cue almost. Let's watch it again here. And that's Jack Bolton in the red and white.
Watch this here as he's going to try to overtake the Olympus Esports Porsche on the right side. No room, though, to make it work. get by there, and then lunged down and just turned in once and then twice. That time, I will say, that's definitely on Jack Bolton, and that just caused a massive stack up.
Yeah, that's becoming unfortunately a common name we're seeing, and not for the good reasons, right? Jack Bolton involved in that. Look at all the cars and the calamity all around here, and that's the frustration of endurance racing. Is you could run a perfect race, a perfect stint, a perfect lap, and then an incident happens in front of you like that you just can't avoid, and that's where those emotions will eat at you and frustrate you, and any other word fester inside you might be a good one to say, and really just get you angry.
Now that one I would actually be surprised if it was not protested at all in this race, for the sole purpose of just the number of cars that were collected in that one. I mean, that's one of those things where you would think surely somebody would say something about that one, but again, we'll have to wait a few minutes to actually see if that's going to be the case. On board with Matt Camelio here again on the replay, and he saw all of this going on right in front of him. I believe he was the Ferrari that got spun around, as there's the first hit, there's the second hit, and just nowhere to go, and he just barely got hooked and then was spun into the Olympus Esports Porsche GT4.
And honestly, that whole incident begins a little bit, as you saw right there, where I understand that Bolton's in a faster class car, but making a pass in the Olympus car and going on the right through the grass to make that pass is ill-advised and not what the spirit of motorsports racing is about. So that incident started right there and got more and more dangerous as we get closer and closer to that corner. Yeah, you're right. With only four protests in a race, maybe those teams need to get together and decide who wants to draw the short straw and file the protest, because that something needs to be said about that.
Oh, sorry. In fact, we have a protest, but it's not the one we think. Apparently, some other incident has gone down in the midst of all of that, involving the 89 car and the 89 Motorsports crew, driven by Leo Garibaldi. Apparently, was forced onto the runoff area down at the Maggots and Beckett's complex around the same point when all this was going down.
Yep, so a different incident there, and man, those scary moments, maybe just that camera perspective. I thought that was a close pass there when he was turned sideways. That may have just been the perspective and the depth perception of that camera that sort of did that. But yeah, he got turned around there, and lucky for him, keeps it moving.
Indeed, able to keep that one moving just fine, and of course you had seen the 997 Lamborghini get spun around as well in the midst of all of that. So all of a sudden, we were going to have such a clean race, and now it has all fallen apart. And Dan Blackwell ended up spun by Jack Southfield in the TSRC number 99. So again, that all kicked off in a hurry, and I was mentioning about, oh yeah, it's going to be such a clean race. Well, look where we are now. All of a sudden we've had, 3-4 incidents in the span of 5 minutes, if that?
Yep, and that's how endurance racing goes. It can kick off here, and it can really excite some drivers, and now the numbers are crunching, and it's like, hey, maybe we can get this spot, or maybe we can get that spot, or they're going to have to pit, and that comes to other fun management side, or all the drivers start doing in their head, that hypothetical driver math of the if-thens start to go crazy here. And we see the headlights flashing in the back here, so we'll see a pass back there in a moment. You see a lot of teams here, by the way. Something I was impressed about today in this race, using those, the wing, using the ends of the wing here for their different purposes. You've seen of course, the UK flag here. We saw some pride flags earlier. A lot of teams getting creative in how they're representing themselves with these liveries.
You can see as well just how unique some of these paint schemes are, and it really does allow us into these great runs. So that's going to be something that, again, we will no doubt keep track on as well throughout the course of this entire race. And pardon me, I'm just kind of looking at the little notes here that our producers giving to us. But again, the SLP Esports Racing crew, they did get a stop-go penalty for that lunge down into turn 4 that we saw a little while ago. Now that was this was some time ago. So that was the SLP Esports Racing machine that has been given a stop-go penalty for causing vehicle collision and damage. That was with that was against the Ram Ranch Racing Crew as well, or the Ram Ranch Racing Crew was the one that protested that. So that was that incident that we couldn't come to an agreement on. Remember, Derek, the one where we had seen that car dive down the inside into turn 4. We weren't sure if Jack had turned down into the corner. Well, Steward saw it your way. The Steward saw it my way with that one. The one was indeed the driver at fault, didn't have the corner is what they're saying.
And that's what the stewards are there for, is to make those decisions that, frankly, I don't want to make. Being a race steward, I can tell you, is a thankless job where you're making decisions that you think are correct based upon, hopefully a rule book you established and how to assess penalties and when to assess them. And it's a long, long, thankless job that can happen here, in the 24-hour race, where you have to be ready for anything and taking a look at multiple looks. And those guys really are the unsung heroes of any well-run events, whether it be 24 hours or a NASCAR race or anything in between. Race stewards make everything happen.
And we've just had word as well on the prior mentioned incident with the 4X Racing and the 89 Motorsports crew with their little protest about being forced wide. Just a warning, no further action from there. Warning to have patience when lapping the GT4s. It's more than fair. Nobody got spun. It was just a bit of a shot to the shorts. So they're going to just let him off with a slap on the wrist there. Just slow it down, be patient. It's a very, very long race. We'll have a replay for that in just a little while, but for now, we'll take a rundown top to bottom of your field as we are almost 6 hours deep, and we'll kick things off, of course, with Alex Simonik in the WSR Esports ButtKicker crew. They still have a lead of now 21.5 seconds, and it is only continuing to grow. Further down the field, you got Altitude Esports GT3 Silver runs in the number 2 spot in their Lamborghini. The Kimura Racing number 52 runs in third. BRT closes out in third to run out the podium as, of course, pit stop's currently underway. Kimura Racing is down in fourth as it stands. Further down from there in the number 5 spot, you've got Samsoy Kanan Esports, and that leaves the last car on the overall lead lap. That would be the 11th 10th Racing crew, currently driven by Gianluca Elia. Runs in 6th. First car 1 lap down, that would be Team Loose X Spurwing. Their Ferrari runs at the number 7 spot as it stands. They are up 16 positions overall this race, the most spots gained out of any car on the racetrack. So good props to them. They're going to look to continue to rise throughout the course of this race. Altitude Esports is up 7 in the meantime. They run in the number 8 spot. TSRC's 199 machine, driven by Josh Millington, runs back in 9th. Also up 12 positions in the 10th spot. A ways down the field is the Bloco Motore machine, driven by Eric von Spiker, still also sitting 1 lap down. The 89 Motorsports crew that just got a warning for being patient around GT4 traffic runs in the 11th spot. They are down 7 right now. They, of course, were overturned a while ago, and they're doing a good job of getting that car back up into contention. They're looking to just gather things up and get back to it, and I can give them huge props for not giving up the fight after that one. Empire Motorsports 997, driven by Dan Blackwell, sits in the 12th spot. In fact, they're one of the only cars that has not moved at all from where they started this race. Started 12th, they run 12th, 6 hours deep. 13th place holds the TeamRedX.com Academy 701, driven by Dominic Hamader. 14th spot holds the Old Turtles Motorsports machine, driven by Max Delayden at the moment, and that brings us back to RD Sim Sports in the number 15. In the number 15 spot, they are driving that 555 car, still looking to be making good progress. Fury Sim Sports 142, currently down 2 positions from where they started this race early on, trying to lap one of the Aston Martin GT4s. One of the bigger losers of the day is Sim Dynamics. David Hornsey currently down 7 spots. They run in the 17th spot as it stands. Bring us back to the Prismatic Motorsports crew, down in 18th. Further down the field in their Mercedes AMG GT3, and that will then lead us to Project 88, driven by Stephen Titz at the moment, running in 19th. DCW Racing, another big loser on the day, down 11 positions. They run 20th position as it stands. Team Radline is down in 21st, down 2 positions. Now, Nick Horvath, we talked to their team boss earlier today for the Lead Ball Racing crew. While they may be in 22nd, they are still running up 6 spots. So, hey, that's still in that game. That means overall a win on the day. DCW Racing Egg is currently running down in 23rd. The Aztec Racing GT3, driven by Jake Pitt, runs in 24th. Bring us down to TSR, driven by Thomas M. Gadd. They are down 18 positions right now. It's been a crushing day for that Audi crew as they run way back at 25th. The Aspire Racing Team runs 26th, driven by Adam Gremison at the moment. A bit further down behind them, you have SOP Esport Racing's Matt Comelio. We are now down 3 laps in the running order, running in 27th. Ram Ranch Racing's Alex Kite, they had that car had a power outage earlier on. That's why they are down 20 positions, running down 3 laps. They had the position to be in the top 10. Such a big shame for that crew. Quatar Mass's number 63 entry runs at the 29th spot. United Sim Team, MRC Team 494, and Driving Miss Daisy round out the 32-car GT3 field. That, of course, takes us down now into GT4 after a very extensive run in the GT3 category. And leading the way currently in GT4 is the Olympus Esports Titan crew. Sophia Ridpath, currently in full control, sits a minute and 15 seconds above the number 2 car for the BPR Esports machine, driven at the moment by Samuel Hooper, up 4 positions as well in this race. AIRaceSummaries.com's Richard Simnor's number 16 car rounds out the podium in your GT4 category for the time being. Fourth place holds SOP Esports Racing Team Magenta, driven by Peter Brett. The pole sitter on the day for GT4 TSR C99, driven by Jack Southfield at the moment, is down 4 positions and a long way behind the GT4 crew, down in fact a lap from the race leaders. How far they have fallen from their qualifying effort. A little ways behind them by about 28 seconds is the Kimura Racing GT4 machine, driven at the moment by Eliza Seville. Boosted Motorsport Virage's machine, driven by Mike Horter, runs in the 7th. 4X Racing Pink is in 8th. They are up 6 spots. That is the biggest gain so far made in the GT4 category, running in that number 8 spot. Jonas Janum brings up for TeamRedX.com and their 523 machine, running in 9th. Rounding out the top 10 will be the Triple S Racing Team Morton machine in that cowl machine. Going to be running down in the top 10. Still love that little play on words there. Sim Dynamics GT4 is going to be down at the 11th spot. Then we'll be down into the 12th spot for the Olympus Esports Vanguard machine, driven by Dominic Scharf. I always love the word Vanguard. It's just a fun word to say, and it sounds amazing. Aztec Racing's GT4 entry, driven by Callum Jenkins at the moment, runs in 13th. Triple Blade Racing's Richard Hoog runs in 14th spot. Team Heaped Together, PRC by Dapper Customs, and Yellow Submarine Squad will close out the 17-car GT4 field. Currently, we still have, looking like we have all 49 competitors still on the racetrack. No retirements as of yet. So that all said and done, we are in for a bit of a long ride in this one, and it's still going to be a good drive throughout the course of this race. We had the replay of what the warning was given for earlier on, in fact, to the number 89 car earlier on. We'll see if we can get that queued up here. In fact, this is what it was. You see that GT4 car working in. You'll see the 89 Motorsports Ferrari enter stage left, and right there, tried for a lunge into Magnus and Beckett's. Didn't quite work out. Sure enough, they were sent onto the escape road. Good job, though, from Jamie Cutting to be able to wrangle that car back underneath him, Derek.
Yeah, that is a great job, right, to be able to avoid everything that happened there. And that's a good use of your protest, because what happened to Jamie Cutting within the sim itself is that team was probably assessed a massive slowdown penalty where they had to give a lot of time because, you know, they cut the course, and you can say they gained an advantage from, you know, using that off track and doing it, you know, and with the way it works. So that's a good use of your protest right there, because now you get to, you know, give the other team the same penalty or a different penalty than what you got because of what happened on track. So that's a great job there. Well, now we are approaching a 6-hour mark. We're approaching the 25% mark of this race. And
Rembrandt Racing is into the pits, and it's not a scheduled stop. They have just been assessed their second 30-second stop and hold for causing that multi-car collision that we saw earlier on down in the Brooklands.
Well, that is unfortunate for them and kind of demoralizing to have a second 30-second penalty handed out to you So we're now watching this prismatic car go around here. So that's unfortunate. That'll kind of change our pit strategy. While you have your 30-second stop and hold, you might as well go ahead and put gas in it and put tires on it and kind of live with your new pit strategy. But that's unfortunate for them to see them assign that penalty for that incident earlier.
I'm going to correct myself with that real quick. That was not their second 30-second stop and hold. It was a 30-second stop and hold, but not their second. I was thinking of 89 Motorsports that's had 2 of them throughout the course of the race. That was their first one, but still demoralized. It'll lose so much time, especially when they've already had such a rough race as it is, and it's not the way they wanted to see that go down. While all of this was going on, the 490 car has been assessed with a stop-go penalty. So the Aztec Racing 490 has been, they give a penalty for an incident with Triple Blade Racing. They were attempting to overtake a slower class car and caused a collision, not leaving a space. So that is another penalty that has just been assessed for race control. That one came down just a few seconds ago.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. And I do want to close up the last conversation real quick. I mean, whatever opinions you have, it is only their first, and that's good to hear that it's not their second. But when you think about that issue that Jack Bolton had with that whole passing the outside and then, the incident in the corner, you can't really be surprised you get a 30-second penalty. Like, I mean, even you and I both instantly agreed, he was probably the one at fault, even if we didn't agree on the incident before. So, good. This is why races like this are fun for the racers, because you have stewards here that can assess penalties and keep things fair. And hopefully those penalties will deter you from making future moves like that.
We'll take a look on Callum Jenkins. This is what gave that stop-go penalty. See the 420 just up the road. This is on the exit of Cops, I do believe, approaching Maggots and Beckett's. Oh, sure enough. Didn't leave any space, and out goes the 420 Triple Blade Racing Machine, driven by Stuart Rice. Way off and into the weeds, entering the Maggots Beckett's complex. It's one of those corners that's always risky to try to go side by side through there, even if you're a GT3 lapping a GT4 car, let alone going side by side with somebody in your own class.
And especially when there was so much more track on the other side, right? I mean, there was so much more track to use there. Let's watch the onboard here. See, this is going to be with Rachel here on the 420. Never, I mean, from a single monitor view, if that's what Rachel's racing in, other than maybe the spotter saying something, no clue that was about to happen until it just happened. That's the viewpoint from the windshield right there. And I think that's an important thing to talk about in endurance racing too. In any racing, we have this conversation all the time, but your hardware and how you're racing can sometimes affect your comfort in making moves, right? Like that angle right there, that camera from that onboard, that's a single monitor point of view, Nolan. So if you're racing with a single monitor, the 420 had no idea what was about to happen to them. Now, of course, if you're in VR or if you're in triples, maybe but that's a factor of racing that's important. Of course, everyone has a different opinion on triples versus VR. I mean, not too many people advocate for singles, but there are those drivers who say they just love their single monitor.
Hey,
but,
I'm poor. I can't afford 3 monitors.
I tell you what, once I moved to 3 monitors, it is, I could never imagine doing it single monitor again. I'll be honest with you, like the perspective you gain and how you don't ever turn your head to the left or the right too often. You just get a bigger peripheral to look at. Mm-hmm. I would be hard pressed to think I could ever go back to singles and feel comfortable racing again.
I have a VR headset that I've driven with before, and honestly, I can safely say I definitely advocate for use of either VR or a triple monitor setup over a single monitor any day of the week. The only reason why I don't tend to use it all that often is because having that big piece of plastic on the front of your head, it's bad for your neck, right? I mean, your neck is going to get real sore after a while. I couldn't see anybody here running a race like this in VR for such an extended period of time unless they've done some serious neck workouts to be able to manage that strain. I
mean, I know teammates who do 3-hour stints in VR headsets, so I think you just need to go to the gym and have a neck day, bro.
Well, Dame Baird, who's been listening on this entire time, has indeed confirmed there is one of the Olympus cars that is indeed using VR today. So, well, there you go. Believe that to be the 31. That'd be the Vanguard crew that sits down in 44th overall outside of the top 10 in their own class. So that's the one that we believe is using VR for the Olympus crew. So, well, there you go. I will say, though, it is a completely different experience. Like, I mean, even in VR, right? I mean, you'll find yourself just naturally turning your head more to the left or right as you're turning, just out of sheer reflex, because that's what you do when you drive a real car. You look to the apex. It's a natural reflex to do when you have the whole environment moving around with you.
Oh yeah, it's a much different experience. I've had the opportunity to do VR a couple times. It's not my preferred style, but I respect it. You're right. You can turn left, you can turn right, you can kind of lean forward, you can, do what you got to do. I'll say the best VR experience that people I think don't ever try. If you get a spotter who's in VR, that is pure bliss, because that spotter can see anything they want to in VR. It is pure bliss to have a spotter who's using VR.
Especially if you get like an Xbox controller, so you can zoom in and out. You can actually use binoculars from atop the spotter stand. You get the authentic experience then. And then you can really blame the spotter if they give you a bad call.
I can't believe you just advocated for an Xbox controller in iRacing. I need a new partner.
No, I'm not talking about driving. I'm talking about for camera controls. Like you're standing on top of a spotter stand, you can like use the triggers to zoom in and out.
Right, I know.
When you're in VR, I mean, it's much easier to use it that way than to just find a button on the keyboard.
By the way, I don't know if there's a story to this or not, and we can skip past it if you want to, but Ram Ranch is back on pit road again.
Oh, dear.
This would not be for their penalty, I don't believe. This is another pit stop, only a few laps into Alex Kite's stint.
Only a few laps in, which makes me wonder if potentially maybe they got a... Oh, they may have had another disconnect, because I'm noticing they dropped out, working their way onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, and then they reappeared in the pit. So there's been another connection drop somewhere. They were lucky, though, that they were able to get such a short tow because they were right by pit road.
Yeah, I do see that now. You're right. There was a disconnect there. So those guys are having a very hard day between the disconnects and the penalties and whatnot. That's unfortunate for those guys to see that happening. But we're seeing a great battle here on track. Look at that beautiful yellow and black machine here. And they are doing well here to hold off the competition. Going to get past maybe. And now there's a line of cars. That little bit of draft will guarantee they get past. That's a 22 car, I believe, leading that field.
That number 22 car still looking to make good progress as well. The Sim Dynamics crew is getting a bit unsettled with the curbs there. Took a bit of grass, and there's a lot of cars behind as well. You can see the driver that they were battling with, Prismatic Motorsports, bails out of this group to go into pit road, trying to go for the undercut strategy. You've got the 11/10 Racing Team, though, which is in 6th, trying to lap these guys. And on top of that, you have the overall race leader just about a second back as well. And there is Rachel Concoli at the moment, the Prismatic Motorsports driver, ducking into pit road. Now, will this be a driver swap, or is this going to be stay in the car? They're going to keep Rachel in the car here. I thought we would have seen a new driver in there by now, because George Mackay was the last car driver in there. And in fact, they are going for the driver swap. So George Mackay back into the number 46 car. So Rachel started this stint and went on to stint 3. So George hopping back into that number 46 machine. It's not the time where you'd be seeing some driver swaps starting to commence as well throughout this race.
Yeah, typically, this will start to happen. Maybe you've planned for your nighttime drivers to start to load in by now. With the track temps still dropping, it's a good time to get those drivers in there. Prismatic, I think you said earlier, they're currently a 4-person roster according to iRacing. George Mackay, Rachel Concoli, Cassandra Winkelbauer, and Brett Widner will be here. They represent a pretty wide range, by the way. I see a UK, I see a Central Eastern Europe region, a Pennsylvania, and a Carolina. That's how you plan an endurance team, Nolan Ripple. You have multiple time zones, and hopefully that sleep schedule is a little easier to plan out for.
The sleep schedules are very important, but sometimes you get incidents like that disconnect we just saw from Ram Ranch Racing that tend to throw wrenches into the works, and that right there It's another great example on why it is so good to at least have one other person standing by, ready to take over if things go wrong. We look to George Mackay at the moment for the Prismatic Motorsports crew. That number 46 car looking like he's going to be in good straits at the moment. Still trying to get the throttle, and you saw the back end twitch a bit there coming through Luffield and out through Woodcote to that main straight, what used to be the start-finish stretch for the actual Grand Prix layout until about 2011. It's just behind. You saw the Driving Miss Daisy Mercedes just having a close run-in with the Olympus Esports Vanguard machine. But George Mackay at the moment doing a good job in that Mercedes to keep that car pointed forward. We know now we're looking to try to run down the gap further up the road. I'm curious to see when we're going to be seeing drivers like Fury Simsport pit, because that'll have a big say in how this battle plays out.
Yeah, I will say Driving Miss Daisy, that is a fun team name that I enjoy. Puts a smile on my face, and I'm sure it qualifies under the list of another movie Nolan Ripple has not seen. Did you know that was a movie?
Did I know what was the movie, sorry?
Driving Miss Daisy.
Listen.
That'd be a no.
Listen.
That'd be a no.
I'm not a movie person.
Well, that's been obvious. You've not seen Jaws. Like, that's like, I mean...
I'm not a movie person.
Let's go through the list here. Have you seen The Lion King?
Yes.
All right. Well, I had to start somewhere. The Godfather.
No.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, Days of Thunder.
Yes.
All right. Cars.
Yes. All three.
Okay. Driven.
Yes. Unfortunately, yes to that one. Did not like that movie. I still rant and rave about it to this day.
All right. Herbie the Love Bug. Have you seen Herbie the Love Bug?
I have.
You were so
I
fired.
remember watching. I do remember watching it once. We got it from like a DVD rental place. I remember absolutely nothing about it though. It was like a fever dream to me. I do remember it though.
No. Like, the answer to that would have been yes or no. Like, if you have to qualify the answer is no. Like,
I saw the movie. I saw the movie. I just don't remember at all what happens. It was so long ago. I know which movie you're talking about, though.
Can you tell me any part of the premise of the movie?
I can tell you it was about a car that was alive, and they ran at a track that I think was claimed to be Daytona, but it was actually Auto Club. There was this big
okay. Back up. Let's back up a second. Let's back up a second. Now, I know we've determined that I'm the. Oh, I know we've determined that I'm the old man of RaceSpot.
Oh no.
This Lindsay Lohan garbage Herbie the Love Bug movie you're talking about is not the classic Herbie the Love Bug movie that most of us are talking about. You know that, right?
No, not at all. There's two.
Oh my goodness.
Yes,
oh my god.
Yes, Dane, I have seen Ford versus Ferrari so many times. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Yes, this Lindsay Lohan garbage movie, like 2004-ish. Oh my goodness. I've got to talk to Arjuna about this. I need a new commentary partner. I'm about to go on strike.
I'm not a movie person.
All right, let's keep going. Obviously, you've seen Talladega Nights because it's a horrible movie.
Yes, of course I have.
It's the worst movie ever.
Okay, that is Star Wars Episode 9 would love to fight you on that part, but I can see where you're coming from.
Hey, Derek, throw me in, coach.
All right,
it's a hostile takeover.
Let's apparently bring in a third voice here. Dane, you have opinions here, right?
Yeah, I mean, Nolan hasn't been doing himself any favors the last few minutes, has he?
No. Listen.
This actually, Nolan, you might be redeemed. This might be worse than your whole clip that goes around about Porsche. Dane, can you think of some other classic movies that we need to let Nolan, like, can we have RaceSpot movie night, Nolan Rimple?
Yeah, we should definitely make that happen. We should make that happen.
Listen, I'm already binge watching the Star Wars franchise for like the 7th time. Okay, I don't have time for more movie nights.
Do you watch all the Star Wars movies?
Up to episode, as far as I'm concerned, episode 6 is where it ends. The Disney trilogy is dead to me.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to keep on this because there's got to be other classic movies you've not seen. Like, have you seen Toy Story?
Yes.
Okay. I'll
these
come
are
back
rookie.
to this.
This is rookie stuff.
Oh, apparently not, first of what you've said so far. I'm not sure that anything is rookie stuff. You've not seen Jaws, for Pete's sake. You've not seen The Godfather. Man, I'm striking out in my head. I'm so offended by what you said that I'm just struck out here. We're watching a great race here, by the way, while Nolan's making a fool of himself. And have you seen The Italian Job, is what Ike wants to know.
Heard of it, never seen it.
Man, oh man. Like, this is... Welcome to the Uncultured Hour with Nolan Rimple. That's where we are right now at the, what are we in right now? The 6-hour mark of the race. Jeez Louise.
It had to happen at some point.
Okay, here. Just because Aiku and Dane and I need to gauge your level of movie watching. Have you seen the Gran Turismo movie?
I keep meaning to. I have not gotten around to it, though.
Like, okay.
Oh, this is hold on, this is risky here, coming through Maggots and Beckett's. That's, again, 2 GT3s overtaking a GT4, and 2 GT3s that are on a different lap. At that, oh boy, the Team Red X Mercedes GT4 didn't know where to go. That easily could have been another pretty monumental pileup that somehow we didn't get ourselves involved in. Oh, he's loose here, though, into Stowe, and now Zachary Hinternhoff is going to go off at the one of the last corners on the racetrack. That'll let the Old Turtles Motorsports machine right through.
YouTube chat is very engaged right now on both of us, actually. So let's see. So Cade 555 says, I know he did not call Herbie Fully Loaded and Talladega Nights horrible.
Oh,
I did
crash!
call them horrible.
Crash on the pit straight as Hinternhoff, we were just watching him come together with Nathan Foss in the Empire Motorsports Lamborghini, and that might be one of those protests. That happened when Hinternhoff just tracked wide, and he's just driven right across the track, too. And, boy, that's, I mean, to be fair, there was room to do it, but that's a risky play to make. And that happened when Hinternhoff just tracked wide out of the final corner.
Yeah, let's wait and see the replay here. We're kind of having some fun, and I was focused on the YouTube chat, so I want to see it for the first time here, honestly, but wait and see what that wreck was. The rejoin by that car kind of made me nervous at first when he went all the way across the track, but he got it gathered up here and seems to be moving okay, all things considered.
Well, they didn't hit the wall, I don't think. They were just able to keep it off, which is the good news, right? Because that means they're not going to have that damage. Now, this is one of those tricky factors, right? Because on the one hand, Hinternhoff is going to have to, he's in a bad spot, right? Because he can't exactly lift. He's got an Audi GT3 right behind him. But that car's not turning much more than that, right? I mean, he's not doing that on purpose. That's the line that these cars have to take. And we were talking to one of our GT4 runners earlier on about how difficult it is to negotiate this sort of thing. Because these GT4s, they need that wide berth. They do not have the aerodynamic capabilities to make that happen. But he can't just slam on the brakes, because then he's going to get run over from behind by another Audi that's right up his back bumper.
Yeah, that is a hard spot to race in, right? Let's watch it again here from the onboard here from Zachary and see what's going to happen here. Right here in a moment.
Now, the Audi's on his left side at this point in time, and it's going to happen right here at the apex. He's just going to track wide and can even hit the curve. They just come together. I tell you what, though. He did a phenomenal job to just jam on the brakes and keep that car from hitting the wall. That saved that 523 from a lot of damage.
Yeah, it definitely did, right? It saved from a lot of damage and kind of, you know, benefited them both. I mean, obviously the spin is unfortunate, but if he'd hit the wall, he could have bounced back and, you know, hit the other car as well. So, oh, hold on. There's another contact. That's a 3 wide. It goes poorly. That's AZZ Tech Racing driving away from it. Who was that involved? I'm waiting to see a camera shot of it, but I can't figure it out.
Horvath was the other car that spun off there. I know Toby Prosser from the Aztec Racing Machine was also involved. And you mentioned right, I mean, that's 3 wide, and I have to say, I think that's on the 390 car through and through. I mean, you're trying to throw a 3 wide up the middle on the exit of a corner like that. It's only going to go one way.
Yeah, that was very sudden in how we went from 3 wide to no wide. in that moment there. That's Lead Paul Racing right there in the middle of your screen, and I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen here. But yeah, that was an example of how fast a race can go bad, and with that wreck there, until we see how bad it is, that might lead to our first retirement of the day. I'm still waiting to see what those cars are.
So, what are your thoughts? Are we going to get another protest out of any of those two incidents? My money's on yes, probably.
Yeah, probably out of both of them. Anytime you have multi-car incidents, of course, the likelihood of a protest goes up because of the number of people involved. Here's that wreck again here. This is Patrick here in the 101 car. That's Lead Paul Racing there on the top of your screen there. Now they're going to go 3 wide.
I'm sorry, but where are you going with that?
Yeah, that car in the middle, I don't know what he was doing. Great job there by Nick Horvath. Of course, we talked to the leader of Lead Paul earlier, but a great job there getting on the brakes. And this is probably one of those moments where we talked about an hour ago about with this being a FIA Grade 1 track. These drivers are benefiting from lots of runoff. If you imagine that same wreck happening at, let's say, like a Watkins Glen, for example, there'd be a lot more damage to those cars because of how close those walls are.
You know, Kenny, Watkins Glen is a pretty noteworthy track for that. Le Mans, I know, is another pretty big name track that has walls that are surprisingly close as well. There's a few tracks where you get some pretty close walls that host endurance racing on the regular, and we have seen some pretty hefty incidents. Road Atlanta is another one of those. You ride on board with Toby Prosser, the driver that kind of caused all of this. There is room for 3 wide here, but I mean, it's never going to stay that way through a kink that's only got one optimal line through it. I wonder if maybe he was caught off guard, to kind of play the devil's advocate. Maybe he was caught off guard by how slow they were going to try to both make that corner without running wide off the track, and he was just unsighted and didn't know what to do there.
I mean, that's a great devil's advocate argument, but no, like that's just a case of being impatient and trying to put a car somewhere it really doesn't fit. That's what happened there. So unfortunately, you know, if they do protest, and I was trying to communicate with Lead Paul, see if they have intention of protesting, but if they do, I think that's pretty open and closed from a race steward perspective.
So with all of that said and done, action will once again start to settle back down again, and we'll fall right back into the rhythm of things as you look back to that to the overall race leader working his way through turn 2 right now. And it has just been a great day for Alex Simonek at the moment in the WSR Esports ButtKicker crew. That 123 Mercedes has lapped all the way up to, realistically, I would say into the top 5 at this point in time. And I'm feeling very confident on making the call right now that bar any major spins or crash this car gets involved in, it's my pick to win so far today.
It does seem that way, right? That it is, with Alex Simonek and his teammates driving this car so well that, short of something happening to them, they do seem to be the obvious winner as of this moment. And of course, so many hours left to go. Who knows, 17 and a half hours, I think, left at this point. But they really have pulled away. They stayed away from the trouble. They've done a great job with this pit strategy of really having clean track. There's not a lot of times that we've watched WSR that it feels like they've been in traffic. You go back and we watch Lead Paul, we watch, 89 Motorsport or any other team you could think of right now, and they're always with somebody, right? But it feels like most times when we move this camera over to WSR, they seem to have open track. They're just doing a great job of it. So you're right now, they are the presumptive winners.
It's a very bold call to make, 17 and a half hours away from the
it is,
the
right?
end of a race.
And that's why I said presumptive, because you never know. The fun of endurance racing is the unknown, right? Listen, to me, the two most treacherous times of endurance race is when the sun goes down and when the sun comes up, because the track changes, drivers aren't ready for it, spins happen, crashes happen, and it can get very testy very quickly. Nice wide pass there by RD SimSports on there. That might be on some sort of spot or not, but Peter went way wide there. I can tell you right now that Lead Paul is going to be protesting for that incident we saw a moment ago with 3 wide.
That didn't take long, did it?
No.
And not really a lot to think about when it comes to something like that. That is one of those you'd want to use one of your 4 protests for. You mentioned the fun part about endurance racing is the unknown. I cannot wait for rain. Holy cow, that will add a new level to endurance racing on iRacing of the unknown. Oh, it's going to be so good. I cannot wait. I've been long awaiting this for years.
Of course, that is the imminent. That's the word iRacing has used. Imminent is when it's coming. They have now said, I believe in an iRacing forum post, that it will not be part of the update next week. They are targeting March would be the earliest. And of course, they're going to roll it out car by car. So it could be a while, I think, before we see it in a 24-hour race. And I'll be honest with you, here's my controversial moment of the day. I'm not excited for rain. I think that it's a cool feature, and I know it needs to happen. But as far as what it's going to do to the quality of racing and how many people are probably not going to enjoy it as much as they think they're going to enjoy it, I'm okay that it's coming because it's part of real life, but I think it's something that people will quickly be over, you know, and not want to do anymore.
Well, here's my take on it, right? I mean, obviously, to the racers, it's probably not going to be as fun as some people assume it's going to be, obviously, right? Because you're going to be slipping and sliding. The grip in a lot of cars, it's going to be low as it is. As somebody that doesn't do a lot of driving and only has to talk about the entertainment factor, I see it as an absolute win. I mean, it's one of those things, right, where it's entertaining to watch and not so entertaining to actually drive. And I know it's going to be... It's going to be interesting, so to speak, to see how all of these drivers are going to be able to navigate that sort of thing as time slowly moves along and as it's rolled out. I'm going to admit, I was a bit disappointed when I heard they were rolling it out car by car. I suppose it makes sense, right? It makes sense to roll it out on a car-to-car basis because you can't just throw it out on the entire sim, but I was hoping there'd be a bit more. But, hey, I will take what I can get. A beggar can't be a chooser, so... some rain is better than no rain. I'm still wondering how that's going to function when we get down to stuff like ovals, because NASCAR has rain tires for road courses, and I believe they're trying to get a program in place where they can run wet races at tracks that are short tracks that don't have a lot of banking like Bristol does. So I'm curious to see how they're going to handle all of that.
Well, so the NASCAR program for short tracks is not about running wet races. It's about running tracks that are damp, that it's no longer raining, where the track is it's going to help them get on track sooner. It's not meant to be, you know, a rain race at a Bristol or a Martinsville, so it's a little different. But I suspect, you know, rain in NASCAR will be one of the last things iRacing does. If they do, it's not as important as, you know, getting for the GT3s and the LMP3s and the LMP2s and all the rest of the cars that are out there. Yeah, I mean, you're right. There's some opinions going on in our private chat where someone said rain is meant to be endured, not enjoyed. And that may be the best way to explain it, right? Is that, you know, for a 24-hour race, it's going to be cool. It's going to mess with the strategy. It's going to add another hiccup, another mystery, another question mark, and then whatever. Like, let's say it's raining at Daytona or raining at Sebring or raining at the Nürburgring. I'm not sure that many people are going to want to do it.
What I'm hoping for, and this is in particular on the oval side of things, right now, I know this is probably a far cry as we take a look at the ongoing battle for what is, I believe, going to be on for 12th at the moment between Steward Bigley. Sorry, this is for 13th between DCW Racing, getting up and around the RD Simpson machine driven by Peter Sidcar at the moment. So the battle's still very much mentioned on the racetrack, but again, it's a long hope, and I don't think it's going to happen. But what I would love to see is a sort of mock rain delay system, not where you'd have to actually wait out the whole rain delay. That would just be completely insane. I don't think anybody would ever go for that. But, like, if rain comes in, you have to stop the race, that's fine. You bring the cars down to pit road, and then the time just jumps forward a bit. By, like, I don't know, 3-4 hours while the track's dry, and then you just go back to race again, like it's a new race. I think that would be really cool. I don't think it's going to happen, but wishful thinking. It's when things like this start to
you've been playing a little too much NASCAR Heat lately, is what I think. That sounds like a...
I haven't played any NASCAR Heat since Heat 2. I boycotted the series.
Wow. Well, what we do know is that rain is, of course, imminent. Of course, we know there's a content update next week. We know we're getting a new Audi. It's been, I guess, officially revealed by the images that came out yesterday or Thursday. My days are kind of blurred together right now. We saw the announcement of the new IMSA competition yesterday. That'll happen for the last IMSA Esports Global competition. And, of course, with the update coming on Tuesday, there's still a lot of question marks, Nolan. I mean, we know we're getting Magello. That was announced already in one of the developer blogs. And we know there's some revamps to the service, some graphic updates, but it's kind of fun. This is kind of, to me, old iRacing that we're going to wait probably until update day to get the update notes. It's not like it has been recently where they've come out like a week early. This is kind of old iRacing. When I started, we didn't know about update day features until update day when it happened. So it's been kind of fun just waiting.
I can't wait. It's gonna be a huge update. I would say the next 2 or 3 updates are gonna be absolutely massive for the sim, and I am absolutely here for every last day of it to see what's gonna go down, what's gonna be brought new, what's gonna change. It's gonna be great. I can't wait to see what they're gonna do with iRacing's little career mode thing as well, being an avid AI racer. So we'll see again what comes out of all of that. But all discussions for update week. We still have a race on track, of course. The battle for 6th has been picking up over the last little while. You're watching Garibaldi at the moment, the 89 Motorsports crew, trying to keep William Chadwick and the 1110s racing team behind, and they're trying to also get around Thomas Hans Hansen at the moment, and the Samsung Canon Esports crew currently running in 5th, and this is all a 3-way battle for that top 5 position. Hansen has just lost 2 spots in 1 corner as Garibaldi is through to 5th.
Yeah, and what a great part of the race this is. Here we've been having fun for the last half hour or so, talking movies and iRacing updates and whatnot. And here we are still so many hours in. We're now 6.5 hours into this race, and here we are still with these close battles for position. This is a great sign of a quality race that we have these battles going on here.
And again, they're partially close because they're being hampered by lap traffic. Right now in front of all these guys is the MRC 494 of Cesar Matt here. The number 494 Mercedes AMG is kind of breaking this battle up. Garibaldi will get past, no problems, but now William Chadwick's got to do the same thing, and you're approaching the Magnus Beckett's complex, a place where you do not want to be stuck behind lap traffic. But Chadwick's not going to have a choice in the matter. He's going to have to sit behind all the way through one of the most critical complexes of corners on this entire racetrack. And he is going to just have to watch as Garibaldi starts to rocket into the distance, and as Thomas Hans Hansen starts to reel him on in.
Yeah, that was a great job there by the 89 Motorsports machine to really use that lap car or that other car right there as a pick, like a rolling chicane, if you will. Put a big gap, as you said. Look at that gap there from now. It's a great camera shot right there to see for cars that were literally almost bumper to bumper, 30 seconds, 45 seconds ago. Here we go. 89 Motorsports giving it up here to go pits, and that'll kind of undo what we just saw.
And all the while, you can see that sun is starting to set towards the horizon. The sky is starting to fade from the clear blue that it was. There's a bit more yellow starting to show just on the edges of the skyline there. And you can see the headlights starting to become a little bit more prominent on the fronts of these cars. So we are at that point where daylight is just starting to fade. The sun will be fully below the horizon in about 1 hour's time, 10 minutes before we step out from the broadcast booth. And give things up for our next incoming team, which will look to be consisting here of Ewan O'Leary and, of course, Lorenzo Bodner, who will be taking over the next 4 hours from us. So, of course, for them, it'll be a fun race as they're going to be looking to take over the first few night hours of this event.
Yeah, no, those are the fun hours for me, right? That's because, like I said, things are going to go crazy. The track will change. The grip levels will change. Your visibility changes. Here's one that I think drivers maybe don't think about when you're practicing for endurance racing is your brake markers. A lot of drivers want to use, either signboards or something in the grass or something on the fence as a brake marker. Well, when the sun goes down to Silverstone, you might not see that brake marker anymore, and it can lead to a couple of challenging moments while you try and figure out hey, where am I supposed to be braking right now? You know, when do I get on the brake? When do I not? And kind of finding those new brake markers. So that'll happen in the next hour or two, you know, as this gets a little darker. But here's William Chadwick here in the 11 tenths racing team. That'd be 1 1/10, by the way, for you math nerds out there. 11 tenths. Are you a math nerd, Nolan Ripple?
I am historically bad at math.
Okay. So yeah, 11 tenths would be 1 1/10 as well. Just want to point that out there.
I'm not that dense.
All right. Well, you know, listen, you gotta find a baseline and work with it. That's okay. Here's Matt Camilio in the SLP Esports Racing. Here, that number 1 machine. All the way back here in 22nd position here. Having a great run here so far. Trying to stay in this race and see what happens. And now this is Old Turtles. One of my favorite liveries here. If we can get a side view of this car when it comes around. I love this livery, Nolan.
And Old Turtles has had an incident actually on the racetrack at turn 1 just this lap. They have run in to Zachary Hinterhoff. So the 523 Aston Martin having more troubles as they collided with the Old Turtles Motorsports Lamborghini while they were being lapped down into turn number 1. So we could see something else developing over the next little while. That's unfortunate for both of those teams, but it's looking like that 73 car has gotten away relatively unscathed. By the way, on the subject of penalties, as actually, you know what, we'll take a look at this replay first. We'll update you on that on the penalty later, just a moment. Here's the look. He just full sent that one. I mean, that's on the GT3 if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's quite the move there into that corner. Made contact with the 523, and that I think would be a protest. I mean, I say that not because I think that. Well, I'm not passing judgment. I'm saying that as in, you know, you brought up the topic a couple hours ago. If you only get 4 in a race, let's watch this again here. This will be from the 13 car. Just not send it in here. That's inappropriate in my opinion. I don't know what. Wow. But, you know, when you talk about only getting 4 and what use them and not use them for, whether I'm right or wrong by the race steward's opinions, I would say, you know what, that's something I would want to use one of my 4 on because I feel confident about that.
By the way, we mentioned, remember earlier on in that 3-wide multi-car pileup, Leadpaw Racing filed that protest. Well, just 2 minutes later, Driving Miss Daisy, the other driver collected in that spin, also filed a protest for the same incident, and it is all awarded the 390 car with a stop-go penalty for 30 seconds. We'll have to stop at the box for 30 seconds before being released. Now, that was handed down a good while ago, so I'm assuming by now that penalty has been it's been fully served at this point in time. But just an update on what all was going on with that. We had mentioned this all happening about 20 minutes ago now when that whole incident went down, exiting out of turn 5. I think that's a fair judgment call. 390 was the car that threw it 3 wide up the middle and cleaned 2 different cars out.
I would agree with that as well. So we see Fury Sim Sport here and David Vey here in this number 142 machine. Beautiful branding right on the side of the car. No question who you are. Nice livery. Job there, guys. Now coming down here through the track, back to the start-finish line. Going to pass on the outside here, on the left side, if you will, and get around here cleanly, heading back into turn 1 here.
That's actually the Hobbs at the top of the racetrack.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I saw the markers, and I assumed you're right.
Well, that is where the old grid used to lay, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there's a good number of motorcycle racing series that still use that old starting grid as well as the national layout. And as I'm in fact being told by our GT series traditionally use that starting grid as well. So a little interesting tidbit. I didn't know that. I thought pretty much everything moved down to the newer starting grid where the F1 series starts off. I'm imagining the reason why F1 doesn't start there anymore is just because of the nature of cops, and that's why it moved down, is to kind of break things up a little bit more. But that's essentially why. So F1 and WEC use that old starting grid, but everybody else still uses that old one. Sorry, they use the new starting grid. Everybody else uses the old one. So that's why there's 2 of them on the racetrack. Now, I'm still not 100% certain as to why we even need 2 starting grids. I think just one does it just fine, unless you have one for like the national layout. Because there are 2 layouts, right? There's the national layout, which is the top of the circuit involving Cops, Brooklyn is the Luffield, and there's the southern, not the southern layout, excuse me, the international layout that uses stuff like the Village and Abbey section, the Exeter, Maggots, and Beckett's into Still, that whole segment as well. So 2 starting grids in that instance, I can agree on that as well.
Yeah, this track is one that has multiple layouts, of course, as you said. So I'm okay with different starting points depending on how a car handles or how they want to treat a race and whatnot. So, yeah, we'll see it here. Of course, now Fury heading down up here through turns 7. And now up to this little bit of a straightaway here with a curve through turn 8. And head up here into turn 9, which is getting back around here towards the treacherous part of the racetrack.
Treacherous point on the racetrack indeed, as they're running nose to tail. So David Vague at the moment in the Fury Simsport machine trying to keep clear of Nathan Foster in the battle for 15th. 142 still looking strong as things roll, but the anticipation of battles like this only continue to escalate. And now we're at the point where you're going to have some pretty hefty sun blasting into your eyes, especially whenever you're making the run through Still, right? Once you exit Still running down the hill, that sun is at the point where it's going to be shining directly into your windshield. That could throw up its own risks because it creates blind spots for you on corner exit. It also makes it a little bit more difficult to track where cars are when you're in the braking zones.
Yeah, I can. By the way, from YouTube chat, Futuristic is telling us that this year MotoGP changed to the F1 pit lane this year. So I guess they're now using that grid as well, just to kind of finish that conversation here.
That makes sense. Like you can see the little smaller 3x3 grid spots where motorcycles line up on that main straight as well.
Well, here we go, another little bit of a hairy moment here right here with these 3 cars. This is Sim Dynamics with David Gibbons here. Back here with the 22, trying to get himself around this little bit of a pack, and that's Old Turtles in front of him. So we've seen, of course, a little bit of incidents with Old Turtles, and one that wasn't their fault, but you see they're still back here and maybe driving a little frustrated by just what happened. When you're in the car, that's the hardest thing to do, is to let go of that grudge, right? When someone hits you or someone dives you or someone does something you perceive to be dumb, whether it be because it was dumb or maybe you just haven't seen the full incident and you think it was dumb, it's hard to shake that. It's hard to get that out of your head and to let it go. That's what a good teammate can do for you, sort of help you shake it off and just sort of talk about other things and get it out of your head here. So this way you don't drive angry for the next 30 minutes or so.
Something that I'm sure these guys will be looking to keep firmly under wraps as time continues to slowly slip away. And oh boy, here we go. Got a couple of GT3s in the run towards Maggots and Beckett's. That's a bit of a close line, and Old Turtles Motorsports just able to keep in front of Sim Dynamics for David Gibbons there as you work your way through the first couple of sectors. Now that got close when the 73 Lamborghini pushed a bit wide coming through Cobbs and then pushed wide again through the exit Maggots and Beckett's, and now that will allow for David Gibbons to fire his way up and around and take over 17th.
Great job here, taking him down through a hanger straight down into Stowe. And now we'll see United Sim Team here on your screen. They're, of course, also trying to run down some cars. They're currently sitting P30 overall, so not the day they wanted to have. And that is a spot right in front of them. Are they same lap? I'm trying to double check this on my screen, but I believe they are same lap. So this literally is a battle for 29th and 30th. Yeah, they're same lap. They're 4 laps down. So even for these guys, there's still something to race for.
Caesar Matt for the MRC Endurance team among these drivers that's just trying to pull things together and keep a good stint going. And these are first spots further down the field, and this goes to show, right? You don't have battles just for the top spots in endurance racing. It is everywhere all the time. That makes it such a great time of racing to watch as Caesar Matt for the MRC team trying to hang on against Ola Sarkfist at the moment for the United Sim Team, looking to the inside into Brooklands. Not going to be able to get there. And as we say that, Rachel Hugh, one of the GT4 battles, start to pick up as well. That's the Triple Blade Racing Mercedes trying to fend off Mike Gav in the Yellow Submarine Squad Aston Martin. And this is for the last possible spots, not just in GT4, but overall as well, as they are swinging it up towards Stowe, and it's looking like Mike Gav might get this spot done.
Yeah, Mike Gav's doing a great job here in that car. And, of course, look at that beautiful yellow livery. Just kind of really settles it in there. And now he has completed that pass here. Maybe not. No, I said that. And then look, there's a car back to the inside to come back through this corner here. And now he'll get the run out and the inside of the next corner. And that should help him finally close the door and complete the pass here. Now, Nolan, let's come back to this. Do you know that Yellow Submarine is a song reference?
Sorry, what? Repeat that question?
You know that Yellow Submarine is a song reference?
Yes, I do.
That pause right there has me unsure of your answer.
I am 100% sure that it is indeed a song reference. I don't know the song, but I know it is a song reference.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How?
Quit mocking me.
It's not mocking when it's true. Like, it's like saying, like, the best defense for slander is telling the truth about you. It's not even slander right now because, like, wow. I don't even have words for you right now. Like, I'm just going to go back and say, great job by Furious Sport here, because I don't have words for you, Nolan Rimple. Like, I just want to, like, tie you to a chair and, like, I don't know.
William Chadwick has had an off just between Brooklands and Luffield. The 32 Lamborghini getting into it with one of the GT4s while trying to lap. Went for a little harmless spin off. Now, hasn't lost the position, but has certainly lost a lot of time. Back to the 6th place driver of Samsoy Kanan Esports, who now has that 5th place car in their sights. Time continuing to slip away, and we are about to go for our producer change in just a little while, but there you see William Chadwick in his machine after that spin. Not a lot of damage. I don't think any damage that we can actually see. So again, that's good news. He's catching up to the same cars that he just tangled with, trying to lap them for the second time, and this time will make a clean overtake as William Chadwick will swing around the long way before diving into that final chicane. Here's a look at what happened off of the Wellington straight and into Brooklands.
Let's take a look here and see. This, of course, is William Chadwick here in that 32 machine. And it's going to close up pretty quickly here on that Olympus car. And the other cars, that's the, oh, there's a car, yeah. Did he, I'm not sure if there was contact there, or did he just touch the grass? That was kind of a hard camera shot to tell.
There was contact. It was Chadwick's right front went into the Cal GT4's left rear. This will be a good shot.
Udder.
Right there.
Oh, yeah. That wreck was utterly horrible.
That's just, again, of these cars are so much better in the corners with the aero, and it's a hard-pressed a hard-pressed car to try to keep underneath you, and you can very much underestimate just how much faster you are in the corners compared to your GT4 counterparts.
Yeah, it was. And also what that shot did as well is it really emphasized something you talked about 10, 15 minutes ago about the sun is setting and it's coming to a lower crest. And so there was a great couple of shots there where that sun was clearly blaring in the eyes of the drivers. I mean, that's something we can focus on in a few minutes when we go fan immersion, and you guys will notice as we do that. But yeah, that was a really good shot to show that sun will get you. If you have your graphics turned up and you have the HDR on, that sun is a beast in iRacing.
It is hot. So many people out, and no doubt anybody that runs in the oval community can really attest to how critical that sun is once you've kind of fallen back behind the once it falls below that horizon, or in that case the grandstand more likely. As we look to the 388 car as well, time continuing to run out over here from the Silverstone circuit. Approaching 17 hours left to go, and about 11.5 minutes time. It's the battle for 16th on your screens down in GT4.
Yep, GT4 battle going on here. This is Triple Blade Racing. It's Rachel Huff. We've seen Rachel a few times here in the broadcast, and that's Olympus right behind that. Olympus paint scheme is very easy to always, pick out. That's one of the things I love about the Olympus liveries is it's always easy to figure out who they are. Now here is Team Heaped Together. That's an interesting name. What do you think that they? I guess they're a team of random teammates. Is what that makes me think.
Could very well be. Sometimes teams tend to ally themselves just to share some data, not necessarily fully work together, but more so it's like, yeah, we can both kind of split the data that we've got and we can give each other some advice and that sort of deal, and maybe work together if the time announces itself. But for now, we're going to continue to race it out as the Team Heaped Together machine continues on, and that's not a team name you hear all that often. I do like this though, right? I mean, it's something where everybody tends to kind of chip in, as you were mentioning before. It's always fun to see what these guys will come up with in some of these endurance races when it comes to team names and the like.
Yeah, you have names up and down the field that will amuse you for different reasons. Of course, here's Boosted Motorsport, Virage with Mike Corder. We had talked to the Boosted team earlier. Told us a little bit about their race here. They're currently running P7 in the GT4, so good job there for those guys.
We have had a potential incident with the 66 car at some point on the racetrack. That would be the PRC by Dapper Customs machine, and oh boy, that might be another retirement, as that car has lost the whole rear axle, it looks like, or at least the left rear was not at all functioning. The rear bumpers ripped apart. They had to take the tow to the pits, and that has all the hallmarks of a big one. They weren't around anybody that they were battling for position, at least, so I'm willing to bet potentially either lost by themselves or they got into it with lap traffic.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happened to them here, but we're being told it was a huge one, so we're going to wait and see here.
You know it's something when the producer says, oh boy.
It's going to be David Brown in the 66 machine.
Slapping one of the Aston Martins there. I think that's the car that's a lap back. And
no.
Yeah, they come together and oh, holy cow! No kidding, that was a huge one.
Wow, what a hard impact right there for David, unfortunately, to have that happen to him. Of course, as you said, that will probably retire that car, if not have a good amount of repairs on it. So, yeah, that. Our producer said, I told you it was a big one. That was a big one. And you're right about that. That was a massive hit right there. That was right. They do get 4 fast repairs. Thank you for reminding me. They do get the 4. So that, of course, will be one that they're going to use. So they'll be out after the tow here. Let's watch it again here from the 388 perspective.
I mean, he did nothing wrong. He's just running his line and just got turned across. So nothing that the Aston Martin did wrong there. Just minding their own business. All of a sudden, there's a car turned across their nose. I want to see if we can get a look on how high that car got off the ground, because that looked like there was some serious airtime underneath that Mercedes when it backed into the guardrail. Oh, hang on, we got another big crash on the track. Matt Camelio has just spun it out. Land the berries at Cops. SLB Esports Racing is off, and that was with contact, courtesy of Lead Paul Racing's Nick Gregory, and they have backed that Ferrari hard into the fence.
Yeah, that is unfortunate to see, right, to see that happening here. And there they are. You see they might be having some problems holding onto that car with the damage. They'll use one of their fast repairs, and we'll wait and see the replay here. See what happens. You said they were involved with the lead paw. So that's lead paw up front in this view with that black and orange or black and gold or what have you.
This is going to be working through Cobbs, the fastest corner on the racetrack. And right here, he's just going to push across the nose, hooks him right, and backs that hard into the wall. That's almost a carbon copy of what we just saw earlier on.
Yeah, and realistically, I mean, I don't know how you assign that because, I mean, you know, when lead paws all the way up out, you know, on the rumble strip, what more did you want them to do? You know, short of, I guess, slamming the brakes for you. You just keep drifting out like that as the one car, and you go across their hood. Like, what do you know?
Honestly,
it's hard to think lead paws any way at fault there.
I agree. I don't think they're at fault at all. Honestly, I don't even think you penalized that incident. I think they penalized themselves enough for that one almost immediately. Leadpaw doesn't have any sort of damage from that incident, at least not that we can see. Maybe it's something, there might be something internally, but honestly, considering the fact that you lost virtually no time and your opponent had to not only junk themselves into the barrier but take a tow, I don't even think that's worth protesting. I think you just let that one be. That's a self-policing issue right there.
Oh, yeah, from the lead paw perspective, I 100% agree with you. I mean, unless the one car thinks they have a different perspective than we do, then I agree with you. This is probably a no-protest moment right here. Now we're going to come back around and see this three-way battle here. I think it was DCW up front. Is that chicken or egg? I'm trying to get a car number on that one there.
It's not a statement you hear all that often from a commentator.
That is egg.
That sounds like we're asking, is this dinner or is it breakfast?
Yeah, egg is still behind, but the chicken is still coming first. Chicken's in 20th, eggs in 23rd. So I feel like through the world of sim racing, we've answered an age-old question.
I mean, chicken is winning right now, so again, I'm happy to say that the chicken does indeed come before the egg.
Well, I want to make our first note, I think you did as well, that here at the top of the hour, we are going to change streams. We're still going to have the same race. It's still going to be Nolan and I for another hour, but there will be a new link in the YouTube channel where you're going to want to tune into in a moment. We'll let you know when, but just going to give you that first heads up that that's going to happen here in a few minutes where, yeah, we're going to change it up a little bit here.
So
now, we're not ready to do it yet. Just kind of give you that first, 5-minute warning or 10-minute warning where it's going to be. So, yeah.
And of course, we're going to be, it's not the first time, it's not the only time we're doing this either, right? I mean, we're going to do the same thing once we pass hour 12, and I believe, again, once we pass hour 16 or 18 as well. And now the reason why we do that is because YouTube's live stream archive length tops out at 12 hours. So when you're covering a 24-hour race, you need to break it down a little bit. So that's why we break it up like this. We make it so we can just very easily do quarter, or give or take an hour or two. We're a bit past the 1 quarter mark at this point into the race from here. But we'll be able to get things sorted. So yeah, we'll have there'll be that stream cut over at hour 12 and hour 18, as I have just been confirmed with as well. So that'll just be simple formalities. You won't lose more than a moment as a Lamborghini is spawned top of the hill at Stowe. And that is Nathan Foster for the Empire Motorsports 997, and I'm thinking he's lost that one all by himself from the looks of things.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one when it happens to you, right? When you lose a car all by yourself, it's it's sort of demoralizing in a way, because you're just like, man, that was just a simple mistake, and you're trying to find out why. Was it because I touched the gas too soon? Did I stab the brakes too hard? Did I touch a rumble strip? Is the car just behaving poorly? So many questions will get in your head when that happens to you.
So time will continue to tick away. We are 3 minutes up from there being exactly 17 hours to go. We look down to Team Red X, and this is the battle for 10th in your GT4 category at the moment, just past the pit exit there, and now approaching through the middle interior section of the racetrack. Sim Dynamics, oh boy, will make the move to get around Zachary Hinterhoff's Team Red X machine, as pushed a bit too wide coming through turn 4, and that will send the Mercedes down and put the Porsche up another position. So Zachary Hinterhoff dropping down, and there's a big hefty gap that is now opened up as a result. Controversial opinion here, Derek. I actually like this version of Silverstone more than the old one. I think it actually opens slightly more overtaking opportunities.
Yeah, I don't think that's controversial. I think everyone has a favorite. I don't think Silverstone is a place that has a controversial take. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, there are much different tracks that they need updating in iRacing that you'd be controversial in saying that about than Silverstone. I think that's an opinion. I don't think I call it controversial, though.
You know, a lot of people, they really like that old layout with the one that ran under bridge. It's just, I don't know why. It's just never been a layout that's grabbed me all that much in that middle sector. I like this one a bit more. It's a bit longer, yes. Pads the run time a bit, but you get more overtaking opportunities, and I don't think that's ever something to complain too much about, as there's a good chunk of drivers that are still looking to put themselves forward. There's Alexander Davidson back into the WSR Esports ButtKicker machine. Of course, taking over from Alex Simonik now. They pitted about 8-ish laps ago there. Alex Simonik again on a very long stint, lasting a good 60-some laps there. So these guys are on a new breed of strategy. Right now, their stints have been averaging at about 64 to 67. I think that is a trend that we'll be seeing continuing well into the night.
Yeah, if they're fuel saving right now, you would want to think as the track gets cooler, you know, they can be a little easier with that. And I assume that trend will continue all night long here. But I mean, that gap they have here, I mean, it's 24 seconds even after the change for Adam Watson, doing a great job there in P2. I'm excited to see how this plays out the next 8 hours or so and what they do with it.
$17 hours to go, pretty much on the dot exactly, as Alexander Davidson continues to march his way up and around this racetrack, and it's been a long ride so far, but we are not even halfway. We are in for the long haul, and so are many of the drivers here in this race. I genuinely think it is impressive that we still have all competitors, despite all of the big incidents we've seen, on the racetrack. And no doubt, the fast repairs have had a huge hand to play in that.
Yeah, the fast repairs have, and so I suspect probably about the half to three-quarters way, that'll start to change as people have used up their fast repairs, and when they run out of them, that's when we'll start to see the cars disappear. Like that Dapper car obviously benefited from the fast repair. We saw it get up in the air like a skateboard at the X Games. It caught some air a few minutes ago, and so we're going to need to see. But yeah, you're right. Right now, everyone's still here. That's impressive. That's part of why they give the fast repairs. They want these races full of cars. You don't want to be in a race where by the 12-hour mark there's 10 of you left.
Less than 10 left, and it'll again be interesting to see how this race pans out for the long haul. This is always the fascinating part of the race, and you mentioned it rightly. It's one of the most chaotic points on the races as well, because you have the track is cooling down, it's slicking off just a little bit more. The speeds are getting faster and faster, and now that we have a lot of drivers hopping into the seat for the first time in a while as well, on what are vastly different track temps, I think that actually brings up the ability for mistakes to come out more in this sunset period.
Oh, absolutely it does. It creates that mistake. And as we've seen earlier in this race, the mistakes aren't just going to be about what you do wrong. It's about if you make a mistake in front of someone, they're probably going to suffer from your mistake as well. That's the key to it, is it's not just about you driving it safely. It's about keeping a distance from people, recognizing drivers who, don't feel stable, and, really paying attention to what's going on around you, because in a split second you can go from a great race to almost out of the race.
I agree, and it's one of those factors that it plays on your mind, and it's going to continue to creep up more and more over these next 17 hours or so. And I know we're not going to be in the booth for too much longer here. I mean, we're in here for about another 55 minutes, and then we're giving things up for the next crew in our turn of things. We have had a pair of protests put in. Lead Paul Racing has put in another protest, and
is it against the one?
No, actually, it is not. It is against the 99.
Okay, I don't think we saw that on screen, so I'm not sure what that would have been about.
Yes, the 99 car is the TSRC. It's one of the T4s. They're claiming it was an unsafe rejoin from the 99 Aston Martin, rejoining from off the track in the 1 and 2 section, and they hit their left rear, so that either they spun or gave them some damage that they're currently trying to negotiate right now. There's another one as well, the SOP Esports Racing Crew. That would be Adrian Borden's machine. That is the one car. They have protested. They have protested the Lead Paw Racing Crew, claiming that. Just trying to read this here. They went too wide in the turn 9 and they spun them on the exit. So they are claiming they are not in the wrong.
Well, that'll be something for the stewards to settle. I would have my opinion, but luckily I'm not part of that team today. I've done that job before for different events, and I know how that job feels. But I'll tell you that I don't agree with the one car. I think Lead Paul did nothing wrong. I said it live when it happened, but we'll wait and see if the stewards review it, if anything comes of it. But right now, Alexander Davidson's continuing to drive this WSR Esports ButtKicker machine so well and really just pick up where Alex Simonik left off with it and do a great job. Here it's going to be Nick Gregory in the 621.
This is the
Let's watch this here.
Yeah, this is the other incident that has been reported, and there's the
Oh.
Whoa! Oh boy, we did miss that one.
Seems pretty open and closed right there. Man, a big pass on the outside there to safely even to avoid that wreck. But I'm going to agree with Lead Paul here. That seems pretty open and closed.
I was thinking if it was just like
moment.
a little nick, I wouldn't bother. But if you can spin, spun, yeah, it's safe to say.
Well, that is half of Lead Paul's protest out the window right there. We know they've used at least 2 in the last hour or so.
Yeah, it has been 2 so far. They've used in about a 30, not even an hour, a 35-minute span. So that's not ideal, but they still have 2 left that they're able to use. But I think in this case, both challenges fully warranted in this instance. That's just unfortunate they've had to waste 2 in such close succession to one another. On the subject of stewarding, right? I know a lot of people, they like to harp on stewards about being unfair and all that sort of thing. I don't think it could be understated how hard of a job it is. I mean, they do not get enough credit. It's a hard job to do, right? I mean, you have to not only be awake effectively for the entirety of the race in a long event like this, you also have to try to make sure that you're consistent with rulings on past incidents. You have to try to make sure that it's fair to both parties. And all of this while you have an active race going on the racetrack, which is why usually for big events like this, there are usually pretty sizable teams that are negotiating these things, at least 3 in strength. I know some series like Ivra, they use 5+ for their series. It's not an easy job, and it's often a very, very thankless one at that.
Yeah, it was when I did it before, it was a very big team, and you're right, you're trying to be consistent, you're trying to be fair, you're also trying to respond to things in a timely manner. That's the hardest one, right?
Yes.
It's depending upon the number of protests, it's hard to get in there and, look at all of them and review all of them and make sure you're handing out penalties in a timely manner. There's nothing worse than getting a penalty 30, 40, 50 minutes after an incident. She's like, that's not fair, but it's been so long. But, man, when there's a lot of protests, that's just what happens to you.
Yeah, it's taking one at a time. First come, first serve. That's how it works. And so far, they've been doing a phenomenal job. I haven't found too much wrong with any of the calls they've made so far. I think they've been doing a fantastic job so far on stewarding this race as a whole. So it's one of those things where they clearly have confidence in their decisions, and that in turn inspires confidence to make sure that they're going to put down the right ruling. And I think that's a completely fair system to go about it. I've been able to take a look on what it's actually like in a real stewards room at my local track during some club race weekends. Now, of course, over there, it's very different, right? Because over there, you have like 20 to 30 minute sprint races multiple times a day. You're not talking about a giant 24-hour race like this. It's still very chaotic, though, trying to figure these out, because in there, you don't have camera footage to back things up. You've got the witness reports of the drivers involved, and usually a poorly drawn sketch of what happened from a marshal that's not only trying to write this down as it's happening, but also trying to, still keep drivers safe on the racetrack at the same point, at the same time. It's a very chaotic process, and that's why I have so much respect for race stewards and what they do. Even if they sometimes get a call wrong once or twice, who cares? Mistakes happen, and we're human. They cannot be expected to be perfect. Even if you delegate this to an AI steward, like the iRacing stewarding system, even that's not perfect. it's just impossible. It's unreasonable to expect them to be perfect, which is, again, why I cannot understate the respect I have for people that are able to put on events like this and be able to put on such a phenomenal event and be able to be as fair rulings as they have been so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of great, jobs and tasks that go into putting on an event like this, whether it be stewards, whether it be the people who just collect all the registration and the data and the paint packs, whether it be the people who write the rule book or the people who are the face of the organization. Putting on an event like this is not easy. There's a lot of work that goes into it.
Just under 17 hours remaining. We are only a few minutes away, we believe at least, from getting things up and running. We're just making sure that the other stream is fully ready to go before we actually switch things over, so that way you won't miss a second of our coverage here from the Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. And Alexander Davidson continuing to lead the way from WSR Esports ButtKicker. Olympus Esports Titan continuing to lead the way. They have put pretty much a whole lap now just about on the BPR Esports crew that runs in the second place position at the moment in your GT4 category. Again, really just proving how great this race has been so far for both of our class leaders. And right now, nothing looks to be upsetting their role. Let's go on board with Let's go on board with Alexander Davidson for some RaceSpotTV fan immersion.